This boy used to be bullied by everyone at the Demon Academy, and when he's called to spar against one of his bullies, that bastard expects our boy to be an easy punching bag as usual. But Kella suddenly releases such a powerful aura that the bully instantly shits his pants, and all the students around him are shocked, wondering what kind of mana this is. Its pressure is so overwhelming that the bully simply can't move. Kella lunges forward and smacks this bastard so hard that he crashes the ground below. Now even the professor is scared that his student might be dead. Well, it's almost true, but the bully is still alive and shivering simply begs our boy to spare him. So why did Kella suddenly change so much? The thing is, pro gamer Kang Chiwoo has ended up in his body. He was just crossing the street when Truck Cohen almost did his job. Luckily, the truck driver slams on the brakes just in time, but then our boy notices a loose reinforcing iron bar that's about to fall. It's only a matter of time before it crushes a little girl like a tomato. Chiwoo quickly dashes forward and pushes the girl out of the way, sacrificing himself to save her, but it isn't the end. In the next moment, he opens his eyes in a brand new body. Of course, he's got a ton of questions, like where the hell is he? Whose body is this? And why isn't he dead? One thing's for sure, that he's pretty darn sure he's reincarnated into someone's body. The overwhelming sensations flooding his senses are proof that this isn't a dream. As for where he is, all he can tell is that he's inside some old castle, while muttering all sorts of questions to himself. He gets struck by a sharp blade that goes straight through his chest, causing blood to pour out. The woman then retracts the sword, causing even more pain, while she's enjoying watching him struggle. Chiwoo is not sure how the hell he's still conscious after taking such a brutal hit. He turns to her and asks why she's doing this. The lady doesn't bother explaining much, raising her sword again to obliterate Chiwoo into smithereens, but she halts just as quickly when another guy enters the scene. Turns out, the three of them are siblings, and that girl's name is Kildara, their sister. The big bro who just showed up feels pity for his younger sibling, and tells their sister not to be too harsh on him. He kneels down to be at eye level with Chiwoo and hands him a potion. He pretends to care about his little brother, which makes our boy think that this guy actually cares about him. So, he grabs the potion, thinking it's some kind of healing elixir. As soon as he drinks it, he realizes the hard way that it's poison and throws up immediately. By the way, his new name in this world is Kella. His throat feels like it's pierced by a million needles, and it's so hot it feels like it's boiling. Seeing him suffer, his trash sister gets concerned, thinking he's about to die. After all, she wants to be the one to claim his life. The big brother reassures her that Kella might be in pain, but this trash won't die so easily. Suddenly the castle gates open, and the soldiers announce the return of King Hel Khaldun from his hero hunt. Turns out, the king in question is the father of these pathetic siblings bullying Kella. As we get a closer look, the king looks like a total Chad, with a no-nonsense attitude plastered across his face. Right now, he's disappointed to hear the pathetic cries of pain echoing through his castle. The trash sister starts apologizing for the commotion and tries to throw Kella under the bus, but the demon king doesn't take their crap. In an instant, he closes the distance between them, grabs both of his kids by their throats, and starts choking them with his godly grip. As far as he's concerned, it's a humiliation for the weak to make any noise in the walls of his castle. Both siblings continue apologizing with their suffocating breaths. It's then that Kella realizes this bastard is his father. If those two pathetic parasites are his siblings, the Demon King then proceeds to stomp on Kella. After all, the only voices he'll tolerate in his castle are the sounds of a great demon being born, or the sound of an honorable death. With those words, he stomps on Kella like he is some sort of empty cola can, causing his screams to reverberate throughout the castle. As Kella lies there, defeated, one thing's for sure, he's not dreaming. He is definitely reincarnated into another world. And, as if the comedy of errors couldn't get worse, he's the son of a bastard demon lord. Before we move on with the story, let's take a trip down memory lane to when Kella was just a child. As usual, he's been the punching bag for his siblings, and all he could do was cry and complain to his mother. While Tildara poked his eye with a fork, his brother Darim poisoned his food. The only advice the doting mother gives him is to pay them back like a real demon would. Kella could do that, but he fears the consequences of messing with his siblings, like he might end up getting killed. In that case, his mother simply suggests that he kill them before they can kill him. You see, Kella's father killed 12 of his brothers and became the great demon king, so it's only natural that if someone's trying to kill Kella, he should kill them first. She then pulls out her dagger and swiftly plunges it into the poor kid's belly, showing him the way of demons. This is how he's supposed to treat his siblings. Right away, Kella wakes up from his nightmare, panting heavily. There's a maid beside him, looking relieved to see him awake. Meanwhile, our boy is piecing things together. What he just saw in his dream were fragments of memories from the original owner of this body, Kella Khaldun. He then notices that every wound has already healed, which means the owner of this body possesses insane regenerative abilities. The maid reminds him that he's been asleep for days, so he should get up and have some food with his family to replenish his energy. This woman is actually Kella's personal servant, who goes by the name Rin. Kella was much more timid compared to his siblings, so he's always been despised. Even Rin doesn't treat him like a proper maid would. There are plenty of memories of Rin that Kella has, and none of them are pleasant. She was never that obedient servant, always slacking off instead of fulfilling her duties. In simpler terms, she's a little rascal. For once, Kella also feels that the previous owner of this body was pathetic. After all, if he wasn't, he wouldn't have let a servant treat the son of the Demon King like this. Basically, Kella has been bullied by everyone all this time. Now that he thinks about it, his life here isn't much different from the one he had in his previous world. At this point, it's just nature's law that the weak get devoured by the strong. Later, when he sits at the family table for food, he finds his father and siblings there. The Demon King seems kind of annoyed at Kella's unpunctuality. Kella instinctively feels intimidated, but hey, he's in the presence of the Demon King after all. Still, he takes his seat and apologizes for being late. Poor guy just can't catch a break. His sister Caldara launches a dagger under the table that jabs right into his leg. Of course, this causes him immense pain while Caldara and her servant laugh like a bunch of hyenas. She teases him, in hopes he'll eat well and become a good man. Inwardly, Kella is dying of pain. He can't imagine the consequences if his family learns that the person inside this body isn't Kella anymore. Nonetheless, outwardly, he appreciates the concern she's showing and promises to eat well. But as soon as he takes the first bite, he realizes that the thing he's eating isn't food at all. It looks like it's the doing of Darim as usual, who instead of serving real food, gave him a foul-tasting soup as an appetizer. Tarmi keeps a soft smile on his face, acting like he cares so much about his brother, but Kella knows all too well it's just a facade. If he's being brutally honest, the three demons present here aren't his family, they're his arch-nemesis. This is when he makes a vow. He won't be a punching bag for these guys anymore. He's done with their bullshit, and he'll make a change for the better. He's always wanted to accomplish something by himself. In the game, he was recognized as the strongest map designer, but when it came to real-life matters, he was absolutely shit at it. He was utterly powerless, utterly hopeless, with no ray of hope coming from anywhere, and that's how he died a dog's death under a reinforcement iron bar. But this time, he won't die a pathetic death. With that in mind, he picks up a food platter and throws it hard in his sister's face. After all, why should he be the only one to taste the food Tarmi made with such love? Furthermore, he pulls out the dagger lodged in his leg and throws it at Tarma. Again, he shouldn't be the only one to enjoy the gift his sister gave him. Of course, the Demon King has no idea what flipped Kella's switch all of a sudden. Bro's going bonkers. He grabs the dining table and literally flips it over, causing everything to fly around. A while later, we cut back to Kella, who looks thoroughly pleased after making his family taste their own medicine, though he probably shouldn't have flipped that table, because it infuriated his father beyond belief. Poor Kella gets pounded into the ground like a pathetic dog. Nonetheless, he recovers quickly, so he's not complaining. He can feel a foreign strength within him, making him feel like he's truly the Demon King's son. For now, he wants to figure out the extent of his abilities. As if on cue, his maid reminds him about the lessons he's supposed to take on demonic powers. Kella responds coldly, telling her he won't tolerate her commanding tone. Of course, Rin is bewildered by where all this attitude is coming from. Meanwhile, Kella is thinking about these so-called demonic power lessons. From what he managed to gather from Kella's memories, they're some of the worst things he's ever experienced. Still, that's no reason to skip them. Later, once he gets to the training grounds, the instructor reveals that Lady Caldara and Lord Tarm won't be joining the class today. Though the teacher is glad that at least the rest of the students are here, among the students stands Kella, who doesn't seem to have a good impression of the trash standing on both his shoulders. He remembers them from Kella's memories, and the memories he shares with these guys aren't pleasant ones. In those memories, these bastards would always beat the shit out of the timid Kella, claiming they were just practicing. All of them, including his siblings, were true demons, relishing in bullying him as if it was their perfect pastime. Even though Kella never had the will to fight or continue the mock duels, they'd always find some excuse to beat him to a pulp. For Kella, one thing has become crystal clear. The previous owner of this body wasn't weak at all, but he was just too kind-hearted for his own good. Now that the kind-hearted Kella is gone, Kella plans to change everything. He's going to use these amazing powers for himself and show these bastards how trash they really are. As the class begins, the teacher announces they're continuing the sparring session they left off from the last class. The redhead guy claims that it was he who had been fighting Kella last time. The sassy redhead can't help but throw jabs to rile up Kella, but this is the mistake he shouldn't be making, and Kella's sure he's going to regret it. As both combatants face off, the redhead conjures up red and blue energy around his hands, ready to duel. The onlookers are sure that Kella's about to get his ass handed to him again. Some of them tell the redhead to go easy on Kella, because they won't be able to handle his whiny screeches. By the way, this bastard's name is Rude. Kella takes note of how these assholes resemble the bullies from his past life. In some ways, they remind him of our boy's old self. Like in his past life, he didn't have money or strength, and everyone looked down on him. But now, all of that will be in the past. With that, my guy begins exuding an immense amount of mana, enough to make his opponent tighten up in fear. Not just him, but all the jackasses who love to hate Kella are now in shambles. Rude looks like he's about to have a serious case of constipation. The pressure is so intense that his feet are literally petrified to the ground. Kella, on the other hand, balls up his fist and delivers a punch so devastating that it drills that bastard into the ground. All those goons who were once having fun mocking Kella now have their jaws on the floor. Even the teacher is sweating bullets. The fact that Rude didn't get a single chance to react is just mind-blowing. Rude's face looks like a battered piñata, with his horns and teeth broken, blood pouring out. Kella, however, isn't messing around. This punch is meant to send the message that Kella is not some lowly back-alley kid. He's the son of the mighty Demon King, and he won't tolerate anyone talking shit about someone from the royal family. Rude musters a feeble apology because he really doesn't want to get killed. Kella gives him one final deadly glare, making sure the bastard knows not to try this shit again. Meanwhile, a wave of despair begins to creep over the assholes standing on the sidelines. They can't believe this is the same loser Kella they used to bully. Now Kella has ascended to the level of a Sigma. Just his presence alone is making even the instructor fear for his life. Kella turns to his trashy teacher and insists he conduct the class as he's supposed to. In the background, Rin is also awestruck by this side of Kella, something she's never seen before. For the first time, she's sure something suspicious is going on. We then cut to the Demon King, who watches all this unfold from the balcony. We cut to Hel Calden's castle, where Kella's annoyed siblings are gathered. Seldra is fuming because that little brat dared to throw poison soup in her face, and Tarmi hasn't forgotten the humiliation he suffered either. For now, Tarm tells his sister to calm down and focus on recovering. After all, she doesn't have Kella's scary regenerative abilities. This only makes her angrier, and she throws a tantrum about how only that brat was blessed with regenerative powers. Tarmi is sure that Kella has gone through some sort of personality change. He can't stop thinking about how Kella daringly flipped the table over and declared that from now on, everyone would eat in their own rooms. That alone made their father crack a smile, something they'd never seen in their entire lives. Seldra's fury intensifies. The idea that their father would smile for someone like Kella drives her insane. Tarmi shares her thoughts. He then states that he'd rather die than join forces with her, but the situation is so dire that he has no choice but to suggest they team up and deal with Kella first. Kella smiles, signaling that she's all in for this idea. She too wants to deal with her little brother before Kella catches their father's attention again. We then cut back to Kella in the classroom. He's spooked when the teacher shows them a hologram of the previous Demon King, Turk Caldan. The sight of Turk is enough to intimidate Kella. The teacher continues, explaining how Turk was hailed as the strongest demon of his time. His downfall came at the hands of a cowardly scheme by the Heaven Guild. Since then, every guild has started advancing toward the demonic kingdom, hoping to be the first to annihilate the demons. Kella already knows about these guilds from Kella's memories. Apparently, due to these guild folks, Kella was never able to escape the castle and live a normal life. Living here in this hellhole was miserable. The teacher explains that with the large Heaven Guild as their foundation, these bastards are preparing to launch an attack on the Demon Kingdom. Therefore, to help King Hell wipe them out, the teacher urges every student to pour their heart into combat training. Every student shouts with enthusiasm and praise for their Demon King. Cutting back to Kella, now sitting at the highest point in the castle, he gazes at their territory. He wants to find a way to escape. After all, if he stays, he might fall for his siblings' shady schemes and die unnecessarily. According to Rin, his father is supposed to leave the castle for his next hero hunt in 3 days. Kella then asks her if she knows the biggest weakness this castle has. Rin isn't sure why Kella is suddenly so serious, but she answers with a no. Kella reveals that there's no map maker to help them navigate the terrain of battle. The guild bastards are using the neglected territories around them to launch their attacks. Kella doesn't want to waste any time before his father goes on his next expedition. In the meantime, he plans to map out the entire area. He believes this is the only way he can truly help his father destroy every last one of those bastards surrounding their territory. While the old Kella failed to escape many times, Kella plans to make his escape a success this time. He has more freedom here than he did in his old world, and he's confident he'll succeed in creating the map. He suddenly turns to Rin, shouting at her to create a secret office in the castle basement right away, as he needs a space to secretly work without his father knowing about his plans. We cut back to the Demon King, who already seems aware of Kella's escape plan. He's pretty sure Kella won't be able to escape his father's watchful eye. So, before it's too late, the king decides to put his own plan into motion. The next scene opens with Kella's disappointed face. The space Rin chose for him isn't what he imagined. It looks more like a storeroom than an elegant office befitting the son of the Demon King. Poor Rin starts sobbing because this was the best place she could manage to find, especially since she was strictly told that the place had to remain a secret. It looks like Kella is intentionally yelling at her to establish a real master-servant dynamic between them, and it seems his change in attitude is actually working. Rin can feel that he's gotten much scarier, something that doesn't resemble the old Kella she knew. At the same time, she can't help but notice how cool he's become. He now carries himself with such grace and authority that it's honestly making her feel a little turned on. Kella yells at her again for wasting time daydreaming and orders her to fetch him a cup of coffee. The poor girl dashes away to get what he's ordered. Meanwhile, Kella finally focuses on his plans. He spreads the map out on the table. After seeing how the demon castle is geographically disadvantaged, he decides to create his own map. Meanwhile, Rin is running down the empty corridors, desperately trying to fulfill her orders. She's so caught up in the moment that she doesn't even realize coffee doesn't exist here, and she has no clue how to proceed with this bizarre order. Just then, she's startled by the presence of the Demon King, who questions what she's doing in the basement without Kella, and where Kella is right now. The poor girl starts to panic. After all, she was told to keep his office a secret, but under the Demon King's intense scrutiny, she's not sure how much longer she can keep quiet. Meanwhile, Kella is having the time of his life, drawing out his map with ease. He's genuinely enjoying himself as he maps out the terrain. Suddenly, a blast rocks the front gate. Of course, it's his father, looking absolutely furious to learn that Kella has created a secret office without reporting it to him first. Poor guy doesn't even get a chance to explain himself before his father delivers a hard blow to his belly. His father wants him to face him head-on, not hide away in a basement and plot the king's death like a coward. The pain Kella's feeling is on a whole other level compared to his siblings' petty beatings. If this keeps up for a few more minutes, Kella is sure he's going to die. Before that happens, he quickly presents the map to his father. The Demon King, utterly confused, doesn't understand what Kella is trying to prove by showing him a map. Kella begins to speak like a parrot, revealing how the outskirts of the castle are too geographically disadvantaged for their battles against the guilds. If they change the geography based on his map, it'll greatly aid them in the upcoming battles. The Demon King understands and retracts his hand, though he still doesn't understand why Kella needed to set up a secret office in the first place. Kella, without hesitation, explains that it would have been too arrogant to directly claim he wanted to help the mighty Demon King in his endeavors. That's why he wanted to show the revised map instead of blatantly making such a claim. Now that he's demonstrated his usefulness with the map, he asks his father to accept his help in exterminating Heaven's forces. Rin, watching from the background, is absolutely losing it. She's wondering why Kella is so reckless, addressing the Demon King with such blatant confidence. She thinks he's trying to get himself killed, but it seems like Rin is just overthinking it. The Demon King only asks how long it will take to complete the map. Kella lights up like a kid in a candy store, realizing his father actually approves of his map. He flashes all 5 fingers of his hand. The Demon King misunderstands his gesture and thinks Kella is asking for 5 days. So my guy quickly clears the air by reassuring him that it'll only take 5 hours, and once the map is finished, they can complete the necessary construction before the battle with Heaven. The Demon King is taken aback by his son's boldness. Eventually, he cracks a smile and gives Kella all the necessary permissions he needs. However, the Demon King warns Kella that if he turns out to be all bark and no bite, he'll pay the price with his life. With those words, the Demon King walks away. Suddenly, Kella is hit by a wave of pain and vomits, the aftermath of the blow he took from his father. On a serious note, he can't shake the fact that his own father would have killed him if he hadn't proved himself. Meanwhile, Rin feels a twinge of admiration. Her master actually managed to negotiate with the Demon King in his favor. Of course, poor girl gets yelled at again for standing idly by and is told to take Kella to the medical room. Just as Kella promised, he completes the map in record time of 5 hours. The Demon King's forces gather and begin extensive construction according to the new plan. The mages use illusion magic outside the construction area, transforming the geography so the enemy won't notice what's going on behind the scenes. Just like Kella aced every map in the game, this one is also a success. We cut to the Heaven Guild assembly. Heaven Guild Master Hermeson announces to his camp that the demons are transforming the surrounding terrain to their advantage. They've also discovered that the demons are using illusion magic. One of the juniors questions if they should launch an attack and disrupt the demons' preparations. The old man responds with no. As far as his strategic mind can tell, launching an attack now would be useless since they're already late. Their only option is to stick with the original plan. In 3 days, the strongest squad formed in Talyua, known as Talken, is arriving. Talyua has been forming Talken, their strongest squad, for decades. Now that elite squad is finally at its peak. He's sure those pesky demons won't be able to beat the strongest elite squad, which had been prepared in decades. Now we'll be here in 3 days. That's why he's confident the great Demon King will perish. We cut to the Talken squad, making their way at full speed. They're confident they'll reach the Demon King's castle in just 2 days. Leading the charge is their general, Kilman, absolutely hyped up. He rallies his squad, declaring that they'll be the ones to bring down the great Demon King, who has lasted for thousands of years. The rest of the squad is equally hyped, ready to burn the demon castle to the ground and wipe out the creatures inside. Riding a horse below is Shrills, the army commander. She's immensely proud of General Kilman's leadership. Her sidekick asks if they can actually defeat the Demon King this time. Shrill's response is positive. Talken's squad is unlike any other guild. Taking down the Demon King in his castle isn't far-fetched. It's just a matter of time. Meanwhile, the Demon King seems very pleased after learning how effective Kella's map actually is. Though it's not a perfect plan, it's better than nothing, and with his own body reaching its limits, he doesn't have many options left to rely on. Tomorrow will be the day he finally settles things with Heaven. The mages and demons are working furiously to finish the necessary constructions before the deadline. Kella watches as progress is being made. He can feel the difference between mapping terrain in a game and changing the real-world geography. Still, there's something thrilling about having the power to reshape the land. All he needs to do now is wait for the battle between Hell and Heaven to unfold. Tomorrow will determine how effective his map truly is. Finally, the day of the battle arrives. The forces of Heaven have gathered, and Talken's squad has reached their camp. The soldiers chant Talken's name, revering their power. Guildmaster Hermeson meets with Commander Kilman. Kilman expresses his eagerness to march toward the Demon King's territory and defeat them once and for all. The old man is ready to proceed with the plan, and before they begin their march, the soldiers raise their hands and let out a unified battle cry. Out of nowhere, a small blue ball appears between the feet of Kilman and Hermeson. It looks like some kind of portal, rapidly expanding. Kilman roars for his soldiers to prepare for an enemy surprise attack, ordering them into a defensive formation. From the blue energy, the Demon King himself, Hel Kaldun, steps out. To understand why the Demon King has come to the front lines, we flash back to an earlier moment. Kella reveals to his father that he has removed the barrier that focused Heaven's surveillance magic on their castle. This means his father can now use teleportation magic without anyone watching them. Soon, the mighty Demon King will be standing right in the center of Heaven's base. Of course, his daughter objects, arguing that teleporting straight into the enemy's base is reckless. Tarmi, too, adds that it's too dangerous. Even for the mighty Demon King, the Demon King is furious at this criticism. It feels as though his children are questioning his competence. Both siblings tremble under their father's intense gaze. What they were actually trying to say is that he hasn't fully recovered and should avoid such risks. But the Demon King has had enough. He silences them, reminding them that only he will decide what's right or wrong. He's already made up his mind. He will begin the assault in the heart of Heaven's base. Back in the present, the Demon King vows to eradicate every last one of them. Kilman, on the other hand, is also determined to make sure the Demon King regrets his decision to show up. He quickly orders his Talken squad to commence fire. Meanwhile, Kella has gathered all his forces where he needs them. With the preparations complete, he orders his army to charge forward. The terrifying army roars as they rush forward, while Heaven soldiers begin casting offensive magic spells. But the Heaven soldiers are caught off guard when, out of nowhere, a massive number of demons spring from the ground and latch onto the humans. Kella watches from above. Despite the bloodbath unfolding below, he can't help but crack a smile after seeing that everything is going according to the plan. Just as Kella is enjoying the success of his map, his siblings arrive, and it's clear they've come as his worst nightmare. They don't want him to hog all the glory and recognition from their father, so Kella must die right here. Tarmi uses his strange whip, piercing Kella right in the belly. It burrows deeper into him, continuing to lodge itself further inside. While Tarmi presses the tentacle further, he commands Caldara to make her move as well. She charges at Kella with a sword in hand, and in a split second, she severs his head as if it's a mere cucumber. The two siblings smile triumphantly as Kella's head flies through the air. While he might have crazy regeneration abilities, his siblings are sure that he won't be able to avoid his death this time. Eyes wide open in surprise, Kella Calden's head flew away from his body, spilling blood all over the place. His frame fell off the overlooking castle wall. Hitting the floor, the ground was painted red. With his quickly flickering remnant of life, Kella lets out a muffled noise. His traitorous siblings, Tarmi and Kildara, look down with glee, admiring their bloody work. Just when Tarmi was about to turn around to go and help his father, Kildara seized the chance to stab him in his weak spot. After dealing lethal amounts of damage, she jumped away from her quick-witted brother. Tarmi was taken aback upon seeing their mother's forbidden weapon in Kildara's hand. Crazy Kildara couldn't care less about rules forbidding the use of certain weapons. They're demons, after all. If she kills her remaining competition right now, she will be the sole successor left. As Tarmi bleeds out, he dashed in anger, aiming to take her down with him, but it was practically over the moment he was stabbed with the forbidden blade. As they clashed on the rooftop, their beheaded little brother's life slowly faded away. He couldn't help but think about how demonic those two really are. Before breathing his last breath, the ground his body was lying on magically collapsed. Situated directly underneath Kella was his personal servant, Rin. She deftly grabbed his head and body, pulling them to safety. Away from prying eyes, she forcefully attached the separated parts together. Shivering in concern, Rin desperately tried to help her boss. Meanwhile, the demon army is flocking to the teleportation portals to mount a surprise attack on Heaven's flank. Unfortunately for them, humans have already accounted for such a tactic. Nevertheless, they charged forth without fear. They excelled in straightforward confrontations anyway. There is no going back for either side anymore. While the foot soldiers were engaged in an inconsequential battle, the main event just got more hype when a whole-ass dragon joined in. It had been a while since Demon King Hel Kaldun last dealt with a mythical beast like this. Regardless, he played with the scaled monster like a lost lizard. Using his sheer arm strength, he ripped the dragon's head, beheading the beast before it could execute a single attack. General Killman was aghast. Philly the dragon was supposed to be one of their trump cards. Panicking, he ordered the mage brigade to unleash everything. After an ungodly barrage of mana, the general waited for the smoke to clear, praying that they did enough damage to stifle the Demon King. Then, the humans felt a collective chill running up their spines. Hel Kaldun emerged from the rubble, his body twisting and transforming into something unearthly. Emanating limitless power, the boss just entered his next phase. General Killman had read and studied about this form from ancient texts. Throughout history, there are very few who have witnessed the Demon King's final form and lived to tell the tale. The soldiers looked to their superiors for orders, their bodies refusing to move from fear. Fighting through dread, Commander Thrills kept everyone's morale from dropping to hell. Even General Killman can feel the paralyzing terror taking over his body. The Demon King is aware of one glaring flaw in Kella's otherwise flawless plan. Even though they can bring the fight to the center of Heaven's base, they are essentially trapping themselves in a kill or be killed battlefield. As the Demon King, Hel couldn't possibly let that flaw get in the way of a golden opportunity to Aura farm. He is used to playing a zero-sum game. Somehow he feels as though his son has taken his pride into consideration as well. Casting useless thoughts aside, Hel focused on how he'd slaughter everything in his path. As usual, the best way to solve a problem is to mow everybody down until they're dead. As he goes into his combat stance, General Killman urgently warns his men of what's coming. Shaking all useless emotions aside, he charged forth as the vanguard. The Demon King's eyes glimmered with brutality as the war reached its crescendo. Back in the castle's hidden basement, Rin is still holding onto her master's body, making sure not to move an inch. She prayed to whatever deity was out there to heal young Master Kella. A few days ago, Kella actually forced her to participate in some gruesome experiments. He would dismember his own body, and his poor servant must help him attach them back. It was a bit gross, but it works. Healing a severed arm only takes a few seconds. After a few tests on non-lethal parts, Kella strengthened his resolve to account for a beheading next. He He needs to make sure that his super regeneration can save him from the most egregious injury. He promised Rin that they'd take doing head slowly. After a few nerve-wracking experiments on beheading, Kella confirmed that he is practically immortal. The next part of the plan is naturally leaking a few tidbits of false information to Seldura's personal servant. Rin did as she was ordered to do, and leaked a fake plan about how Kella was planning to kill Seldura during the war, while the king was busy fighting heaven. Of course, Keldura's servant was incensed. Capitalizing on her reaction, Rin added that the only way to bypass Kella's insane regeneration was by slicing his head off. Back to the present, Rin is gritting her teeth in worry. The crazy plan worked perfectly, but it wouldn't mean anything if the reformed, reckless, and idiotic young lord died anyway. Before you know it, his neck wound has healed, and the color of life has returned to his face. Kella really thought he was done for. His recovery speed must have slowed down because of the mana-imbued dagger. But now that he's fine, it's time to move on to the next part of the plan. Rin was just glad that her master was still breathing. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she wrapped her arms around him. Unaccustomed to this feeling in both of his two lives, Kella blushed and felt his mind turn to mush. Pushing her away, he tried to lock back into the plan. Before moving on, he graciously severed Rin's servant contract once and for all. With this, she should regain her freedom, no longer bound to a life of servitude. Such a kind decision moved Rin's heart. Now that the contract is no longer in place, he advised her to live the life she always wanted to live with no strings attached. Seeing him marching forth with a sense of dignity made the newly liberated maiden's heart flutter. She remembered the first time they met as kids. The little boy didn't want a servant, he just wanted a friend. Remembering how he treated him years afterward crushed her with guilt. To correct her mistakes, she begged Kella to take her back as a servant once more. Against his wishes, she continued following him through the castle's hidden tunnels. Back in the main event, General Killman is at his last leg, covered in wounds and staggering with one less eye. The Demon King wasn't exactly unscathed either. Hel Kaldun had lost an arm and sustained grievous damages. Surrounded by crafty attacks from all angles, the Demon King is still standing strong. All by himself, Killman admits that he is no match against such a monster. By his estimation, no single human can stop this disaster at all. Looking around, Hel Kaldun assessed that human forces were nearly wiped out. Naturally, the same goes for his soldiers. At this moment, he thought of his children. He accepted the fact that none of them were coming to help him. Instead of wallowing in disappointment, he reminded himself that this was his own fight right from the start. With his last bit of remaining mana, he aims to wipe everything in sight. Meanwhile, Kella and Rin have reached the light at the end of the underground tunnels. Once he gets out, he'll be away from the surveillance of the demon castle. He will be truly free. He was so tunnel-visioned that he almost fell into a trap if it wasn't for Rin's timely interference. She jumped in front of her and summoned a magic shield to defend against malevolent spells. She was right to clutch up as soon as she caught a whiff of blood. Since there's no point in hiding anymore, Heaven assassins ditched their hiding spots. They hid in the tunnels to account for demons trying to flee. It's a mystery how, but they even have this secret exit covered. These assassins aren't playing around. Their sole mission is to make sure that the Demon King's royal lineage is wiped out. From a safe distance, they rain down spells that Rin painstakingly blocked with her rapidly deteriorating shield. As the young lord's willing servant, she is dead set on prioritizing his safety above all, above even her own life. From what Kella can remember, Rin caps out at simple defense magic. She can't hold on for long. Other than that, she can barely use attack magic. She just saved his life twice, and now she's trying to throw away her own just so he can flee. Kella grabbed her by the shoulder, a stern expression on his face. He then threw her to the side and scolded the servant for acting all strong and tough. If she really wants to be his servant so badly, the least she can do is stay alive for a bit longer. Seeing this, the assassins called him an idiot for throwing away his last hope for survival. According to their intel, middle-class magic is good enough to kill Kella, the weakest heir in the Demon King's castle. What their intel didn't account for was the truth. Kella has always been a timid boy. He has the power but never had the heart to use it. With a new soul in charge, that's not the case anymore, which means that the intel humans have is useless. They really thought the son of the Demon King was a simple low-rank scrub. Proving them wrong, Kella dealt with one of the assassins in one punch. They really need to double-check their sources next time. Taught in his hands, another assassin tried to beg for his life before getting crushed. Defeating a Heaven's Mage assassin is no easy task. As the rest of the cloaked gang panicked, Kella directed his bloodlust at them. In a compromised situation, there is one thing that the mages can use, the light spear spell. With this technique, they can pool their paltry mana in a single powerful attack. The downside is failing to execute properly would result in a deadly blowback. Sensing the efficacy of the terrible spell, Rin tried to beg her master to fall back, but it was too late. Both of them were impaled by numerous light spears. Wounded, Kella was rattled as he felt completely and utterly paralyzed. Rin was also caught by the petrifying spell. She apologized for failing her master once more. The remaining mages were completely winded but pleased that it worked. Drawing their blades, they strolled with full confidence to finish the job. One of the bastards proposed that they should be rewarded for all their troubles. The restrained servant would be fun to play with before they conclude the mission. Never showing any hint of fear, Rin shouted at the scumbag humans. This is Kella's first look at the humans of this world. Just like in his previous life, humans are still capable of deplorable evils. Turning their attention to the Demon King's son, the mage coated his sword with mana. Kella was literally a dozen steps away from freedom after being beheaded. He can't fall here now, right? As the blade swung, the young lord felt as though time had stopped at a complete standstill. Something or someone is coming. When he opened his eyes, the avatar of his father was before him. At first, he thought the Demon King had concluded the war. If that's the case, his plan of liberation would be ruined. Then, Hel Kaldun started to address him with utmost sincerity. As the Demon King, he's fought countless wars and has considered all possibilities just as many times. In his view, Seldra is a brat who does not have a single inkling of consideration for her fellow demons. Tarme, on the other hand, has no ambition to lead the kingdom. Confused and agitated, Kella asked his father what really was going on. Ignoring his questions, Hel asserted that a Demon King has the ability to pass his mana down to his bloodline before perishing. Though it was only for a very brief amount of time, Hel had come to see that Kella was the best candidate to inherit the throne. Knowing that this would mess with his plans, Kella tried to refuse, but he has no say in the matter. The Demon King had already decided, and so, Hel Kaldun compressed all mana left in his body to his heir and son, Kella Kaldun. Against his will, the young lord was forced to take the dark orb of concentrated power into his body. With a morose look in his eyes, Hel wished for his son to not mourn his father's death and to be like a true demon going forward. Back on the main battlefield, the last bit of life left the severed head of the Demon King. Commander Thrills stood speechless, muttering weakly that the Demon King was dead. General Killman had to sacrifice himself to make it happen, but the last-ditched effort worked. Even the remaining soldiers could not believe it. They're looking at the king's corpse. Once it finally sunk in, they all screamed and shouted to celebrate their victory. Unbeknownst to these humans, the king's son is currently assimilating with the royal demonic power. Upon becoming one with the Demon King's mana, the paltry light spears keeping him and Rin in place dispersed like they were nothing. The mages felt the sudden increase in the young lord's mana and cowered. Kella laughed his ass off. In truth, everything worked out perfectly in the end. Now that Hel is dead and he's inherited infinite power, everything has finally clicked into place. The mages desperately looked for an exit strategy now that their mana was tapped out. Searching inside him, Kella can sense an endless void of darkness. The power that Hel gave him is simply too massive to completely grasp at the moment. As the mages backed off in fear, Kella asked them to repeat the salacious threats they were throwing at Rin earlier. Sure, he is a demon by blood, but humans sure do like taking the title with their words and actions. With the juice from his father, dealing with these weak-ass mages was as easy as can be. Hel's power is truly profound, but Kella could feel that tapping into it causes a lot of strain on his body. It seems like he can't quite handle it properly yet. Upon confirming that Rin was fine, the master and servant continued on their way out of this godforsaken place. Although he's a bad father, Kella still inwardly thanked Hel for making this escape possible. As the Demon King's castle burns in the background, the duo walks through a field of green. For the first time in his life, Kella felt truly free. The possibilities from this point forward are endless. He can go anywhere he wants and be anyone he wants. He can live the life that he desires. While he was basking in liberation, a foreign power coalesced around his body. Before being completely swallowed, Rin identified the fluctuations of magic as a teleportation spell. Finally, he grabbed Rin's hand to bring her to wherever this mysterious spell was taking him. Without hesitation, she steeled her resolve to join him wherever he went. The duo is headed to a place where magic and innovation thrive, but they don't know that yet. When they landed, the two had no idea where the spell took them. Rin initially thought that her master was the one who initiated the teleportation spell, but he denied having anything to do with it. He thinks it was an automated spell that tripped up like an alarm. His father must have prepared it in case he died in battle. Not only were they transported to an unknown land, but all of their lingering wounds were also completely healed. By Kella's estimate, they've probably spent 3 days within the teleportation space. The Demon King must have set the time on purpose, along with the healing magic, in case of an emergency. Setting up 2 high-level spells at once is not a feat that anyone can do. He might be a bad father, but hell, Khaldun cared about the survival of his children. Rin pieced the puzzle together and confirmed that the Demon King was dead. With a smirk, Kella rejoiced at how well his plan panned out. Since the empty throne has been burned down, Rin proposes that his master take over as the next Demon King. Naturally, that's the last thing he wants to do. But Rin had seen the drastic change he went through over the last couple of days. She now sees him as the one true successor of the king's legacy. She vowed to serve him to the best of her abilities until he properly took over the throne by any means necessary. He sighed in defeat and let her do what she wanted for now, since he lacked manpower at the moment. After walking for a few minutes, they laid their eyes upon the first clue as to where they really landed. By the looks of the architecture, they are in the country of magic, Arsal, where magical talent is nurtured for the sole purpose of vanquishing demons. As the center of magic, Arsal is currently celebrating the fall of Demon King Hel, praising the light of Talyua. The duo was confused as to why the teleportation spell would bring him to the heart of enemy territory. If they're discovered as demons here, a grim fate awaits. Thinking on her feet, Rin used transformation magic to hide her demonic features. She looks like a normal and gorgeous young woman. Kella copied what she did and transformed into a punk with a dyed mullet. Clueless about Arsal, he asked Rin to get him up to speed about the country of magic. According to her, Arsal is a small island country located on the eastern border of Talyua. This place is blessed by the giant cryptid Watergore, who lounges nearby. The cryptid's presence also enabled the natural development of magic on the island, producing countless strong mages. More importantly, they have a long-running blood feud with demons under the banner of Talyua. Kella can't figure out why his father would send him to this country of all places. Naturally, he wants to get out of this area as fast as possible. However, running away would require a little bit of prep work if they want to do it right. In order to achieve his big-picture goals in this world, magic will be instrumental. There's no better way to deepen his knowledge than to immerse himself in a city filled with magic. The arcane is completely integrated into the lives of the people of Arsal. They even use it in the most common buildings. Some of the structures are entirely dependent on magic. If Kella could learn here, he would be able to flex his gaming knowledge more effectively. But first, they have to get something to eat after being suspended in space for 3 days. Thankfully, Arsal is teeming with trade, and food carts line every corner of the town square. Upon trying the country's famous magic dish pastries, Rin was smitten. One food cart was all it took to become addicted, and so, their plan to stay low-key slowly flew out the window as the two hopped from food cart to food cart. Leading the charge, Rin sniffed out and tried everything she found interesting. Kella is starting to consider leaving her ass in the streets. After a whole day of eating, they found a magic bar to unwind. Inside the bar, people are celebrating the subjugation of the Demon King. Leading the party was none other than Commander Shrills of Tolkien, who was picking up the tab for the whole place. The drunken bargoers celebrated the greatest mage Arsal had ever produced. Among the crowd were Kella and Rin. A few beers were all it took for the lightweights to get drunk and celebrate with the humans. Having fun, Kella is starting to think that taking a break now and then isn't so bad. While they were drunkenly enjoying the festivity, they caught the eyes of the victorious commander. Her interest was piqued by the odd couple for some unknown reason. A few more rounds later, Kella had to run out of the bar to throw up. They got too excited and drank too much. Sobering up a little, Rin also found it a little disrespectful that they were partying and celebrating the death of the Demon King. Suddenly, a stampede of people came running towards the town square. They were all excited about a new S-rank quest posted for anyone to take on. The last S-rank quest to kill the Demon King just ended, yet the authorities are already putting up another one. Curious, Rin dragged the still nauseous young lord to see what the ruckus was all about. Posted on a castle wall was a bounty poster for the Demon King's son and the exorbitant price for his head. It looks like humans are really trying to put an end to the royal bloodline this time around. Kella almost drunkenly gave out his identity if it wasn't for Rin's timely obstruction. Most people are aware that Kella is supposed to be the weakest out of the Demon King's progeny. As soon as they can claim an S-rank award for accomplishing a B-rank difficulty quest, every hunter on the continent must be elated. Hearing demeaning words from the crowd slapped the drunkenness out of Kella. He has to play safe and lay low. That's the safe play for now. As the master and servant left the town square, Rin asked her master what she should call him in public. They can't be going around calling him by his real name, after all. After a brief consideration, he asked to be called Chiwu. Hearing the weird name lacking any sort of grandeur, Rin was quite disappointed. Anyways, that S-rank bounty being posted for everyone to see is bad news. Chiwoo had already abandoned the thought of spending one more second in Arsenal. Hearing them talk about the new S-rank quest, the drunk commander, Shrills, butted in while holding a mug of alcohol in her hand. He might not be familiar with her, but based on her aura alone, Kella can tell that this woman is a threat. People in the tavern called her the hope of Arsenal. She badmouthed the surviving son of the Demon King, and Kella had to swallow his words and add them to the trash talk. Being caught by this lady would be the worst case scenario. Looking at the two with curiosity, the commander pulled them in by the shoulder. She directly asked them if that Demon King bastard's son would pose a problem at all. Inside the tavern, she noticed something peculiar. These two smelled rather strange compared to everybody else. Just as the master and servant were about to flip out, thinking that their ruse had been seen through, the commander threw another curveball. She only singled them out because they smelled like travelers who hadn't taken a bath in a while. Behind Samaritan, she invited the two to come over, wash up, and get some more drinks at her place. Kella and Rin exchanged a mutually confused glance. Afraid of sounding suspicious, they stiffly agreed to the invitation. And so, they walked to the house of Arsenal's hope, and were forced to stay. Kella was pleasantly surprised that the gorgeous redhead really did offer a cozy hot springs bath to clean his body up. She even threw in a nice cup of tea and some delicious snacks on top of that. Based on their unfamiliar taste, he reckons even these snacks were made with magic. As far as he can remember, he's always wanted to live in the world of fantasy and games. For the first time since arriving in this new world, Chiwoo felt like he was living the dream. He's tipsy, well-fed, clean, and he has the power of the Demon King. This ice guy thing isn't too bad. Meanwhile, on the other bath, Rin is shivering in fear of being outed as a demon. Sitting next to her was Commander Shrills, who was very proud of her big bathtub. Her bathtub is very big, round, and wet. Can you guys see that? She joked that Rin should stop acting so nervous, or someone might think she's a demon. Laughing awkwardly, she tried to play it off. To help her relax, the commander's fingers danced around as a fragrant scent oozed out of her hand. Rin immediately smelled the essence of the holy element, the worst scent for demons. Not only does it smell nasty to their senses, but it also drains demonic mana. If Rin stays in this bath a few seconds longer, her disguise spell will be undone. She wanted to call her master for help, but Kella was busy sipping on his tea and enjoying his hot spring bath. Uncharacteristically, the commander confided to the stranger she just met. Shrills thought that all her suffering would vanish once the Demon King was dead. Covering her nose, Rin just wanted to get away from the stink of the holy essence wafting in the air. Disregarding her apparent uneasiness, Shrills continued that she was designed and raised to become the ultimate mage. Finally, having had enough, Rin interrupted her trauma dump and ran away. She excused herself, claiming that she needed to use the restroom for a bit. Shrills leaned on the edge of the bathtub with an odd smile, her assets glimmering and flushed. She quickly got dressed and met up with her master in the halls of the commander's mansion. He had never felt so relaxed before, but this was not the time for leisure. Rin's disguise spell was almost undone, and she's pretty sure that the commander is feeling Susie. That holy scent is an intricate spell that only an advanced mage can use. Not grasping the whole gravity of the situation, Kella wondered if he could get one more quick bath in before they had to book it out of this place. Sensing Rin's unease, the commander covered up her bathtub and asked if her visitors were passing on a second round with her. Rin tried to awkwardly get out of her intense glare. Shrills summoned a mana orb and promised to make his guests some more drinks and dishes made with mana. Curious about food magic, the young master was easily persuaded for a second round with the feisty commander. Unbeknownst to them, a pack of mages is starting to gather outside the mansion. They've received some intel about the presence of demons inside. According to some sources, it's not just a demon, but the Demon King's child. This offers a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to hit it big. In the living room, Shrills is bragging about her holy water drink. Both of her disguised demon guests had to drink it without grimacing, despite the intense burning sensation it brought. With a forlorn look, Shrills circled back to what she was talking about with Rin earlier in the bathtub. So, her trauma dump about her life continued. She joined the talking squad and trained with her life on the line just to kill the Demon King. She has plenty of scars to show how hard she worked. She must have concealed these scars with magic because Rin didn't see them earlier. In truth, she's also missing an eye. Running alongside the right side of her face is an unsightly scar from getting gouged. The commander had gotten used to hiding her imperfections with magic since seeing them reminded her of the pain from the past. As a child soldier, she and other children her age were drilled to hate the Demon King. They formed a squad created with the sole purpose of deposing Hel Kaldon. They were taught to endure all kinds of pain for the sake of the mission. Slowly, she was indoctrinated into the order, adapting their ideology. Before she knew it, her entire life had been dedicated to one clear goal. All she got in return were these scars. Curious, she swiftly went up to Kella, straddled him, and lifted his shirt to check if he also had scars. Upon seeing and caressing his smooth skin without any blemishes and scars, a crazed look appeared in her eyes. Rin's alarm bells are ringing, and so are Kella's. Shrill's touch is not only unexpected but also melting his disguise away. Finally, she whispered in his ears and directly asked if he was a filthy demon. Now it's clear that this woman knew what they were all along. Suddenly, rats started scurrying out of her fireplace. These rats were quickly fried by the uninvited visitors, the mages of Arsal. By the looks of it, the commander just brought them to her place to trap the disguised duo. Surprisingly enough, the mages didn't pay attention to either of them. They were focused on the scar in Shrill's eyes. They claim that Heaven's message tipped them off about the fact that the Hope of Arsal is hiding her true self. Shrills of Talkin is a demon that infiltrated Arsal. After getting accused of being a demon, she didn't seem bothered in the slightest. Kella is starting to get lost with all the twists and turns. These mages are not hunting him down. They're after the hero who killed the Demon King. Now that she has no reason to hide her true identity, Shrills uses dark magic to summon her scepter. She confessed that she was also the one who leaked her own secret. Now that she admitted to being a demon herself, there was no reason to hesitate. The mages fired off their most powerful spells all at once. While she might be a demon, she's also the most elite mage of Talkin. A dozen or so trash mages of Arsal can never dream of dealing with just one of her. Afraid that they might get caught in the magical crossfire, Rinna begged her master to get out of the way. Before they could move, a dark explosion filled the living room. Densely packed concentrations of mana erupted all at once. When the black smoke cleared, the master and servant were surprisingly unscathed. Shrills easily deflected the seemingly catastrophic cacophony of spells without breaking a sweat. The enigmatic commander of Talkin just protected them. Shrills knew from the start that they were demons. They simply can't hide from her nose. To ease the two, she properly introduced herself as Shrills Kaldon, daughter of the Demon King Hel Kaldon. After having that bomb dropped in front of them, the young master and the servant were speechless. For the sake of time, Shrill summoned a tiny speck of mana to explain everything through memory transfer magic. Suddenly, the duo's vision was taken over by a scene from the past. It featured the Demon King and a trusty aide. It was the day when they cracked the code and managed to raise a demon who could hide her horns in demonic power. That day, young Shrill was in awe of the absolute ruler. He told her that his blood runs through her veins, and she will be taking his name as his daughter. Ever since she was born, she had always just been one of the many lab rats raised in secrecy. Every day was like a living hell under the supervision of vicious demons, forcing them to undergo painful experiments. All she could do was grit her teeth and endure for better days. In the end, all the kids in the secret compound died off one by one, leaving her as the sole survivor. At that time, she thought it would only be a matter of time before she followed them to the grave. But her destiny was upended when Hel claimed her as a daughter. Her little heart swelled with honor and joy, eager to serve her Lord Father. That day was also when she got the name Shrills Kaldon. Alongside her name came a mission. She will act as a spy and infiltrate heaven to siphon off information. If it was for her father, the Demon King, she would gladly do absolutely anything. And so, her infiltration began by acting like an injured and innocent kid who wandered near Arsal. Mages thought she was attacked by demons and urgently took her in for treatment. From that point on, her life as the Demon King's spy officially started. Eventually, she worked her way up to Talia as a mage of Arsal. The path upwards was extremely difficult, but she powered through everything that came her way. Finally, she rose up to qualify for the strongest squad in existence, the Talkin Elite Force. 15 years after she infiltrated human society, she was able to finally meet her father once more. This time, on the battlefield, all she wanted to do was run and embrace him, but she couldn't. She knew she had to endure and wait for everyone except General Killman to die. Shrills was stationed at the flank, and her secret role was slowly weeding out the Talkin squad with her magic. That way, she can support her father until General Killman is 6 feet under. Once Talkin is wiped out, she can finally consider his mission a success and return to the castle with Daddy. She wanted nothing more than to start a new life by her father's side, to take on her real name, Shrills Kaldon. However, the battle didn't go down the way she thought it would. The general and the Demon King praised each other for exceeding expectations. As the apex predator, Hell was quite offended that he was being complimented by a mere human. Finally, General Killman pulled out his last ace in the hole, a final attack containing everything he has, the Spear of Heavens, Martyrs. Mirroring his efforts, the Demon King summoned the flames of Hell, Magnalexer. The clash of two ultimate techniques burned hot and bright. Shriels felt a bad premonition. In that instant, she clearly heard her father's voice. For the first time in a decade and a half, he called her daughter by her name. In her final moments, Hel Kaldun gave her one more final order to serve the next Demon King as she had served him, to protect the bloodline until the very end. As tears of mourning poured down her eyes, the clash of heaven and hell swallowed everything in its path. When the nuclear blast died down, the decapitated head of the Demon King was left lifeless. Staring at her father's lifeless remains, Shriels couldn't hold her emotions back any longer. After witnessing the Demon King's demise, backups arrived to clean up the mess, and she had no choice but to continue the ruse and return to Talyua. While she was mourning the loss of the most important figure in her life, people from all over the entire continent were jovially celebrating to their heart's content. For the first time in millennia, humans finally caught a dub. From that moment on, Shriels decided that she would retire and move to Arsal, a place she considers a second home. She wanted to start anew, a clean slate. Arsal will be her home base while plotting to avenge her father's death. The plan starts by wiping out the country of magic off the map. Rin was conflicted, while Kella was feeling a pit in his stomach. He thought he finally got away from crazy siblings, but he thought wrong. Even though they're not completely blood-related, another sibling just means another headache. Snapping him out of his thoughts, Shriels claimed that she wouldn't force Kella and Rin to cooperate with her as fellow demons, but she is certain that Arsal is a core threat to all demonkind. The longer they let the center of magic prosper, the bigger a problem it will become, and the sooner her brother, the last hope of demon kin, Kella Kaldun, will die. Her words make sense. Even in the game, Chiwu recalls how important the role of mages is in wars. If they let Arsal be, they'll just continue sharpening the arcane to take his head. Speaking of mages, the first responders were distraught. They're worried that the explosion would attract more attention, and someone else might take credit for their discovery. So, for one more decisive attack, they pulled all their mana together for a kill shot. Thinking about it, these crooked mages must think the two youngsters behind Shriels are normal humans, yet they still attacked without thinking of possible collateral damage. Pissed off, Kella dispelled his disguise, showing off his horns and fangs, and claimed that he'll be dishing out some so-called self-defense. Upon distinguishing the hint of pure energy he was emitting, Shriel's eyes went wide in shock and recognition. There's no doubt about it. She could feel her daddy's power boiling inside this young man. On this night, the siblings waged an endless battle against the center of magic in the human world. In Rin's untrained gaze, it probably looked like a one-sided massacre. Shriels considered Arsal her second home, so she knew its layout like the back of her hand. She started absolute destruction by mowing and burning down the main facilities of the government, followed by the Magic Academy. Kella used the Demon King's mana he inherited to keep up with his sister's efficiency. Together, they subjugated those in power who were drunk on the excitement of the festivities. Without batting an eye, he clawed through their flesh like bags of meat. With impeccable teamwork, the siblings were able to bring the nation of magic, Arsal, down to its knees. The whole place propped up by the arcane burned deep into the night. The smell of burning human flesh wafted in the air. Some of the surviving mages cursed the demons for destroying their home. In truth, Shriels could also say the same thing to these people. They are just retaliating for what these humans did to the demon realm. Arsal is just the beginning. Shriels had already set her sights on the Talkin Squad and the great empire of Talyua next. She is determined to put an end to everything. Knowing the scale of such a mission, it seems impossible. Now that they're done decimating Arsal, Kella excused himself and walked away from his sister. Before he could leave, she confided that she recognized the man he was using, who was tied to his real identity. Since she already knows, there's no point in hiding any longer. When he admitted the truth, Shriels was taken aback. Truthfully, she was just throwing out an educated guess. She wasn't 100% sure. Since that's the case, Shriels explained that she's not the Demon King's daughter in a traditional sense. She's more like a mutant made by blood aura. Because of that, she wholeheartedly acknowledges Kella's royal bloodline. She might not look like it because of certain features. Shriels was actually made after Kella was born. That makes him her older brother. Hearing her say that petrified the young lord. Assuming that he also wants revenge for their father, she formally invites him to help in her mission. She doesn't know that revenge is the farthest thing in his mind right now. Hell, he even ran away from home. Upon sensing some unease on her brother's face, the crazy sister had to remind Kella that he was the only remaining bloodline of the king, the father's only remaining child. Afraid that this crazy redhead might turn on them, Rin whispered to her master to just accept the invitation. At this point in time, Kella also feels like he has no other choice but to play along. Calming down upon hearing his decision, Shriel smiled and walked towards their next destination. While he's playing along, Kella intends to milk his mutant sister dry for all of Arsel's magic that she mastered. Revenge is the best excuse to stall for time while gaining a powerful ally. Unbeknownst to them, a mage survived the attack, and he's going straight to Talyua to report about this. And so, the capital received the urgent message from the surviving mage. The urgent news quickly reached the ears of Talyua's avaricious ruler. Intel about how Commander Shriels is an undercover demon, and the destruction of Arsel with the help of Prince Kella Kaldon unsettled the human king. Knowing that they missed the demon king's progeny in Arsel was bad enough, but the prince connecting with a traitorous but powerful commander made it worse. If news of this development gets out, the king is more worried about being turned into a laughingstock than all the lives and infrastructure lost. Holding a steak knife in his hand, the king decreed a manhunt to eliminate Kella Kaldon and Shriels before the crown was humiliated. His advisor, Hayden, swore upon his name that he would get it done. Displayed in the king's throne room is the demon king's lifeless, severed head, a show of dominance. Even in death, Hell Kaldon continues to be a thorn in Talyua's collective throat. Equipped with hatred for demons, Hayden made a personal vow to extinguish every last bit of demon blood remaining in the world. The loyal advisor enlisted the help of someone called General Killian and his squad to deal with the urgent mission. If you ask anyone in the kingdom who the best knight in existence is, you will get a unanimous answer: Killian. Perhaps he's the only one capable of handling a mission of such urgency and difficulty. In the middle of a mountainous region, a man riddled with battle scars felt rage bubbling inside upon receiving news that his brother, Kilman, had died in battle. According to reports, Kilman sacrificed himself for mutually assured destruction against the Demon King. Killian doesn't care about the details. At the end of the day, he still died at the hands of a demon. The kingdom's messenger used this info as a way to persuade the knight to hunt down Kella Kaldon in the name of Talyua. Killian couldn't care less about the kingdom. Since his brother was killed by a demon, he'll simply kill every demon in existence, starting with the king's bloodline. Killian's cold declaration denotes the slaughtering of Kella Kaldon. The scene shifts to the Demon King's son, who is shocked at the hefty meat skewer placed in front of him. Apparently, Mommy Shriels has quite the appetite for food. Even Kella's servant is shocked that she can eat so much without gaining any weight. Girls would kill to have that kind of body. The girl even has a theory of her own to eat fast and defecate faster without gaining weight. As if she had been enlightened by the wisdom of the wizards, Rin devours the meat. Meanwhile, our boy is out here assessing Shriel's allegiance to a side. He's glad that at least she's not like his siblings, who are desperately trying to take his life on every encounter. Moreover, he was worried that she might harbor some kind of hatred towards him for being one of the main bloodline instead of her. Just to confirm their relationship, he asks Shriels if she hates him or something. After all, he's the biological child and she isn't. To that, Shriels is offended in her response, roaring that she desires to kill him when considering that alone. Typical demon behavior. However, because he shares the same blood of their father, she just can't bring herself to despise him. Also, since he's got their father's blood, right now her only goal in life is to protect him no matter what happens. Different from the siblings he had as part of his family, this woman wanted to protect him. She promises to stake her own life on the line just to make sure nothing bad happens to our boy. Now that's the definition of true loyalty. Her words are so considerate that they swoon our boy in an instant. Rin is out here shocked to see Kella actually blushing before her eyes. Her future boyfriend is about to be stolen, so she quickly offers him her meat. And no, I don't mean it that way, but I know the comment section is ready to comment on that. Rin displays her own loyalty by promising to protect him until she dies. But instead of being flustered, Bro is a bit put off and worried. Apart from that, right now the group suspects that Arsel's situation will soon reach the ears of every major country. That means tons of demon hunters will be on their way to annihilate the threat. This means staying here would be a death ground for them all. That's why the red-haired mage wants them to relocate to a safer location. Kella argues otherwise, countering that it's an excellent place to at least sleep at night. After all, with only a hint of effort, they could turn this place into an impenetrable secret fortress to hold their ground. And so, with the help of Shreels, he got to work. Their first initiative was to alter the terrain so they could create the secret fortress. Next up, in their resting period, he reviewed some of the things he learned from their battles. Recalling how he expended lots of mana, the meditative Kella understands that he should rest as much as he can after using his energy. The same went for his father, who also required plentiful rest periods after a battle. Now for Shreels, she's expended even more mana than him, which is why her rest periods are longer than his own. In the end, they were able to recover over time and protected themselves with the help of the secret fortress that was crafted. In the next scene, we turn to the perspectives of our enemies. The Tolkien's second squad is called the Tolkien of White, and this squad boasts the most powerful knight on the continent, Killian. The king is glad to see the finest warriors assembled to slay the remaining demons. He's excited just to witness their arrival. This squad is the strongest squad ever, but Killian appears indifferent, and in his short training period, he's grown even stronger than last time. His friend believes that General Killman would have been very happy with Killian's progress if he were still alive. Deed is then smacked for speaking about a delicate matter so easily. Adria seems to be the same as always. Another subordinate of Killian questions if they should really be listening to the king's orders. After all, their anger can't be satiated even after the killing of Kella Kaldun as the Demon King's son. Killian apologizes to Kalka, stating that he's got something to show to Curdly first. In the palace, Killian comes face to face with the beheaded trophy piece of the Heaven's Kingdom. Even after the Demon King's death, Killian is just as pissed at the loss of his brother. The rest of his teammates are observing in their own way, while Curdly confirms to the team captain that their tracking spell will work with the headpiece alone. The Great White Mage prepares her spell, reasoning that the bloodstains should be enough for her to track down the location of the bloodline. Killian coldly tells the Demon King's headpiece that he's going to personally enjoy slaughtering the rest of his kind, and he's hoping that Hel Kaldun gets to see all of it. The following morning, Shreels is heavy on her orders. She wants them to get started because she expects the arrival of the strongest squad of Talcan. Not even Rin knows about them. The red-haired mage explains that in Talua, no one truly even believed that the first squad would be capable of taking down the Demon King on their own. They were basically going in as the experimental group to be used as a test. The real squad that is supposed to be only the best warriors, second to none and basically demon-killing machines, is the Squad of White. The Talcan of White is led by Killian, the younger brother of the late general. The really troublesome part is that Killman, who basically ended up defeating the Demon King, is even weaker than his brother. Though Shreels does not want to admit it, the Talcan of White is much more capable than Killman's squad, to the point that it is comparable for them to even imagine. Now that's terrifying. Kella is concerned while Rin displays visible nervousness. She doesn't know how they stand a chance against Talua. To that, Shreels explains that the Talcan of White was trained in isolation, which means it will take a while for them to get together and come back. Until that happens, they've got to get started with Talua and end the battle soon. However, it won't be easy. Talua is way bigger than Arcel, so even Kella understands that luck won't be the deciding factor in this battle. And if luck is out of the question, he must do something. He argues that with his bounty quest already on the fly, it's possible that the Talcan of White has already banded together. None of them know it, but he's actually right in this case, as we saw in the previous scene. Kella explains that it would be stupid for all three of them to attack Talua without backup. For now, they need to prioritize building manpower, build their own base, and fight back that way. It's an interesting idea to Rin. Kella goes on to explain that an entire army will be more than capable to handle a squad, even if it was the toughest squad in the continent. Top it off, their base won't fall, even in the worst outcome of the soldiers of Talua invading them. Kella intends to construct the most powerful dungeon. His plan stumps Shreels and surprises Rin. The thing is, there's no point in taking on battles that are too uncertain for them to win, because if they do take that approach, the end result will be that of what happened to their father. So the correct response to this situation is to build the strongest dungeon against the Talcan of White and use that to wage war against Talua. It's an impressive approach that even Shriel seems to take a liking to, and she's gained respect for him and his creative, strategic approach. Meanwhile, our boy is just glad he was able to piece together a small plan in the heat of the moment. Shreels is thrilled to go on and build up their manpower first, especially since she's got enough connections to take care of that. Rin and Shreels are oddly excited for war, which should be the opposite of how they should be reacting, but Kella is rather surprised that both of the girls actually liked his idea to that extent. For now, this is the best way to stall for time. He intends to make his own world where no one will ever be able to interrupt him. The map that he could never create in real life can finally be created in this world to build the life he always wanted. Turning towards the red-haired mage, he asks Shriel if she knows a bunch of trustworthy demons. Fortunately, she's got a bunch of them as her contacts. Kella explains that they're going to need someone who has vast knowledge about the geographical location. Understanding that, Shriel realizes that there is someone like that, so their next trip is to go and see this mystery person. Along their journey, Kella was taught our soul's magic through Shriel's and learned more about the world. However, the magic seemed complex, and it wasn't something he could learn in a brief period of time. Luckily, thanks to the effects of the Demon King's blood, his adaptive abilities increased, and he was able to recreate Shriel's spells faster than usual. Kella is glad that he's learning at a faster rate, and with every improvement made, he thinks he's getting closer and closer to his goals. For days flew by in an instant, and their journey was about to meet its destination. Rin is surprised that a demon lives in such a barren location, though Shriel explains that the place wasn't always like this. It's only because of the Talcans that it was reduced to such a pitiful degree. Sensing the arrival of someone powerful, Shriel orders both of them to stay still no matter what happens. Right before them, the powerful demon makes a strong landing, thinking that the Talcan squad has come to ruin this place again. He goes on to thrust a spear into Shriel's heart, but she's so badass, she doesn't even flinch and simply takes it like a champion. She understands that most of the demons have yet to hear of her existence, while Rin is terrified why the mage is letting herself be stabbed without confessing the truth about herself. Rin orders his servant to remain quiet, stating that they should allow them to have a moment to themselves. The demon and his men question why Shriel's isn't fighting back, believing that she sees them as inferior and not worth her time. Apologizing for all the things that occurred on behalf of Talcan, Shriel's happily gets down to eating their wrath if it helps them feel better about their anger. Hands down my favorite character in this story. The demon is shocked to witness a human enacting the same symbolic pose of their kind. Shriel's then finally confesses the truth, remarking that she too is a fellow demon, and that she apologizes for her actions. This shocks the group even more, because they vividly remember her coming out with the Talcan squad last time. Keela finally breaks his silence, declaring that he's the final remaining child of the Demon King, Hel Kaldun, and with his authority, he confirms the weight of her words. Just his sheer magic energy alone is enough to confirm to them that he's the Demon King's son. They immediately get down to pay him the proper respect he so deserves, enacting the same pose of their kind. The demons fully offer their support to the successor of their king, and so far their mission to gain a small army is turning out just right. Shriel's is happy that even the others are respecting him as the rightful heir to the throne. Meanwhile, Keela is starting to believe that he might just end up commanding an actual army of his own in this life. The arrival of the great Demon King's son is celebrated loudly as the Earth Demons cheer their support for him. The elders are so happy to see him around, and are even ready to accept any orders from him. Keela looks around, observing the architectural magic used. The structures are different from the one used at the castle and at Arsal. The really impressive part? The city doesn't have any magic imbued inside of its structures. This was all made with raw materials, and the geographical placement of the city is also excellent for their missions. He wasn't expecting such a large city to be hidden so well underground. The Earth Demons rarely ever came to the surface after all. He turns to the mage, agreeing with her thoughts. They do need the help of the Earth Demons. Shriel's also suggests recruiting the perfect warrior to become a part of their army. Keela is intrigued by her words, while Shriel's continues that the Talcans discover the city on their way to the Demon King's castle. And the moment they discovered it, Kilman began rampaging hell against it, declaring that he would not permit the existence of even a single demon, so he started slaughtering the demons ruthlessly using the soldiers of Talua. Under his orders, the forest that rested on top of the underground city was incinerated for good. This cornered the Earth Demons to the point of near extinction. But then something happened. One warrior came to the front, vowing to be the voice of justice. He argued that the humans were ruthless for killing little children who didn't even know how to fight. This prideful warrior did not want a single one of Kilman's men to pass him and lay a hand on children. Shocked to see a demon risking his own life to protect the children, Kilman found respect in him and asked for the warrior's name. Douglas roared loudly as the son of the Earth Demons. General Kilman almost pitted Douglas for not being born a human, but to the demon's shock, General Kilman stopped the massacre and told his squad to halt the mission and prioritize advancing to the Demon King's castle. Douglas couldn't even believe it, while Shriel's departed by saying that one demon's bravery was enough to save their entire tribe. Douglas is LeBron, such a likable character. Anyway, that's how the Earth demons live to see another day. Shreels recalls the story of how he stood his ground. The story is impressive enough to Rin, who immediately takes a liking to the man. Meanwhile, Kella is out here gathering his thoughts. He thinks Douglas would be an excellent addition to his army. While having a feast, he requests to meet Douglas immediately. Unfortunately, Douglas is known for his stubbornness, and even the leader of the Earth demons thinks they should opt for some other warrior in his place. However, Kella is firm in his stance and demands to meet Douglas at once. The scene cuts to their encounter, and just like the tribe leader said, Douglas refuses to follow the orders of the son of the Demon King. He argues that he's not obligated to obey the successor despite his ranking. Kella amuses the possibility of him forcing Douglas' participation. To that, the prideful warrior states that he'll give up his life fighting to die for that decision. Kella doesn't understand his decision to remain stationed in the city. The guy explains that he spent his entire life in this place, and that's why he's got a duty to protect his cherished motherland. Kella finally understands what they meant when they called him a stubborn guy. Douglas apologizes for this quality of his. It's an unfortunate thing, really, and the interaction reminds Chiwu of the time he tried recruiting an orc in the game. He thinks there's no point forcing the situation. After all, the man is willing to die for his cause. Kella then goes outside, remarking how the architecture of the city is even better than he imagined. Right now, he's desperate to find someone who knows the Earth demons from the inside and out to help him. Meanwhile, Rin and Shrills are out here getting drunk like clowns and not helping at all. Kella's frustrated that they're not even doing their jobs. Fast forward to this man also getting his ass drunk having tasted the finest beer. All three of them are basically operating on a single shared brain cell at the table. While the Earth demons are overjoyed to see their leaders having fun, they're also brought to their resting chambers shortly afterwards. Kella resumes his rest, not knowing that a bunch of demons have come to his room to secretly assassinate him. With an axe in hand, the reveal is shocking as Douglas is about to kill the Demon King's successor for his cowardice. He unloads the axe and connects the hit. Does this seem like the end of our boy? You thought wrong. Douglas is stunned that his target was able to dodge even in such a vulnerable position. Kella misses the axe by an inch and remarks that he's finally certain of how the situation is holding up now. He pounces out of bed, while the rest of the rebels attempt to end his life for being a coward. Then we get a clearer view of Kella's thoughts. When he first met Douglas, he wondered why the warrior was making separate weapons that weren't supposed to be a part of the smithy. In the restraints he saw, they just looked too small to fit an orc. As he was walking around, he could also tell that multiple people were tailing him in secret. After that, he became even more wary of his surroundings and quickly realized that there was also a wall with a magical barrier coated inside. This barrier was so subtle that if he hadn't inherited the power of the Demon King's mana, he wouldn't have been able to tell that it was coated with magic. Then, he also recalled how in Shrill's version of the story, Douglas stood his ground protecting the children of the Dark Elves. However, upon close inspection of the city, he couldn't locate a single Dark Elf around. That's how everything started falling into place inside his head. And now, Kella makes his advance, sharply cutting past all of his enemies in a singular motion and defeating them all. With Douglas on the ground, he confirms to the warrior that Douglas never stated to the general that he wanted to protect the Dark Elves. Instead, Douglas only mentioned that he wasn't going to hand them over to them. This means the so-called brave and prideful warrior never really cared about protecting the children in the first place. He simply didn't want them to be taken away from him. Kella's cold assessment of reality terrifies the scumbag, who is at a loss for words. Kella then amuses a question: should they finally undo the magic barrier that he placed so meticulously? In the next scene, the son of the Demon King has Douglas revealed as a traitor. The man who they revered to be a great warrior turned out to be a lying clown. Also, Kella is convinced that every Earth demon was also a part of the plan. This means they were using Douglas to assassinate him in secret, as even the filthy tribe leader is shocked that Douglas failed to execute the mission. Kella is pissed, demanding the Earth demons to stay put, otherwise he will slaughter their warrior. The Earth demons unveil their true nature, calling Kella a coward even though they worshipped him only a while ago. Facing the same magical wall he sensed from earlier, Kella orders his hostage to open the door immediately. Since he doesn't have any other options but to comply, Douglas unlocks the door, revealing the dark reality. The elves he was looking for and their children sat terrified and enslaved. Kella is mortified to find them starved and in an even worse state than he envisioned. Shrills and Rin also come around checking on his health, confirming his suspicions. They're even more shocked to see the fate of the Dark Elves. Our boy orders the mage to take one Dark Elf from the group and transfer their memories to him using memory transfer magic. I love this approach. So she gets to work, telling him that it's going to be less vivid but still doable. Kella awaits her spell. She casts the spell on each hand, and the process of memory transfer initiates at last. These memories come from the perspective of a male dark elf who calls this place a living hell. And yeah, just a reminder, it's a guy, but I bet his appearance threw you guys off. His mother was forced into having children, and every single female dark elf met the same fate. Of the young children that were born, they were quickly handpicked by the human nobles who took them away. The young elves were sold for tons and tons of money, profiting the earth demons with their business. Sometimes, the adult elves who were captured from the outside world would tell them how the world was filled with beauty. There was a beautiful horizon and waves of clear oceans, food that was delicious, and there was endless beauty. But that was only the case for the outside world. You see, for the children born here, they only knew what it was like to be enslaved. The dark elves were bred for only one purpose, and their lifelong dream was to have their own children be freed. That way, at least the later generations couldn't meet the same fate as them. Having experienced the full painful weight of the woman's memories, Kella is brought to a godlike rage. He swears at the scumbag race of the earth demons who conducted such a horrifying business in the underground city. His anger is so uncontained that our boy chucks a monstrous hook against Douglas' face, but I doubt the pain is even a fraction of the pain that the dark elves endured. The warrior is pushed back into a tree. Shreels has the same reaction as Kella. Meanwhile, the bastard confirms that they were smuggling the dark elves from the beginning. After all, they were a rare breed that were in demand by the human nobles. Known to be loved by nature, the dark elves helped them live in locations that brought them peace and safety. But this bastard thinks that makes them a target and a reason to become a breeding livestock. Hearing those pathetic words, Shreels is in the mood to end the demon's life. Douglas roars that they can't do anything for their own survival with the death of the Demon King, so they have to resort to this business to survive. But Kella, oh boy, he is pissed. He remembers how miserable his original life had been, the struggles he endured from his family. But the pain and suffering that these children experienced is far greater than the life that he endured. He refused to stay put and do nothing in a time like this, especially when such horrors are taking place before his eyes. Declaring Shreels and Rin, he believes that it's time for the group to complete Kilman's job. Now that's a bone-chilling order, but even the red-haired mage agrees with this approach, believing that these guys were traitorous monsters from the start who betrayed their fellow race. Kella is done messing around and fully intends to annihilate every single earth demon there is. Douglas, on the other hand, seeks the help of his comrades, seeing as though their numbers are higher than the three of them. The battle, or should I say the massacre of the earth demons, begins with Rin blocking their attacks, Shreels casting her great magic while roaring their betrayal against the great demon king's own flesh and blood. The earth demons insult our boy for being a coward who shouldn't be used as a leader for their kind. But Rin, his most loyal servant, deems this as nonsensical, as Kella is destined to become the next demon king even with their disapproval. Speaking of our boy, he's out here throwing hands like a man, understanding that it was no longer a game but a part of his life. He needed to change something with his powers. Delivering a powerful kick to Douglas's pathetic face, he refuses to back down. Meanwhile, the Dark Elves are surprised. They've never once had someone fighting for their sakes. The one from before realizes that they must help these people win the battle. Even though the others try to stop Wood from intervening, he believes that this is their only opportunity to escape a life of torture. They must act now. The word torture rings loudly in their minds. The memories of being brutally abused triggers a traumatic response from Wood. Kella notices this, and turns to Douglas, questioning if he can hear the cries of pain that he doled out on the innocents. He will make sure that the earth demons suffer the same wrath. Seeing as the situation has come to his disadvantage, Douglas decides to take severe measures and swallows some kind of berry. It's actually a magic earth ore, and he recommends the earth demons to each swallow their own. This fight is one for their survival, so they quickly follow Douglas's instructions. Rin is shocked. She had only read about the earth ores in myths and stories. Meanwhile, the Demon King's son has no idea what it does. The mage reveals that upon consumption of an earth ore, the demon's lifespan is severely shortened but their strength is amplified by dozens of times. Now this is really bad for our heroes. The earth demons begin transforming at an alarming rate, their bodies morphing to kill the Demon King's son. Douglas now resembles a mindless monster as he roars a declaration. Kella displays clear concern, noticing how their demonic energy was indeed amplified. In return, he can't even make use of his full powers of the Demon King, not in the state he's currently in. Douglas lashes out in an effort to unload a monstrous punch against our boy. Kella comprehends the gravity of the situation, and at this rate, fears that the attack will leave him brutally injured. But to his fortune, a bunch of wooden vines erect from the ground, stopping the earth demon's attack and strangling him in place. The conjurer of this attack isn't Shrills, but a dark elf who refuses to be tortured again, vowing to never meet the same fate. Wood's courage strikes fear in the hearts of her own allies, who think that the elf has endangered her life. Douglas is pissed, and ominously makes a promise to torture the elf until death, but that won't be happening anytime soon, not on Kella's watch, who declares that he will never allow a dark elf to be tortured again. His piercing attack has punctured the demon's body fully. Then, remembering Wood's name, Kella confesses that he's found a liking to the dark elf. Douglas felt a sting of betrayal, oblivious to his own horrifying actions. He thought he did the dark elf a favor by raising him, but now he is so mad that he wants to kill them all. Kella wasn't expecting this guy to unlock even greater power with the expense of his anger. His body became bigger as he latched a power punch and smacked our boy with the full weight of its force. The attack sent him crashing into a wall, as Kella found himself stun-locked at how powerful the earth magic stone could force a demon to become. Douglas isn't finished. He targets Wood next, vowing to kill the dark elf for good. The monstrous creature grabs him by the neck, promising to rip the elf's head right off. His hand crunches and forces the elf to experience a world of pain. Even Kella is terrified at the state of Douglas, who is now even more focused on killing Wood than assassinating the Demon King's son as his original target. The dark elf moans in agony, while Kella senses the critical situation and a need to form a long-ranged attack. With his powers, he searches dark and deep for something that can help him save the elf's life. All of a sudden he enters a spiritual state in a black void. In this void, a dark figure laughs at him as he reminds the boy that this is supposed to be his own consciousness. Kella demands to know the dark figure's identity, who claims if he's interested in asking a better question, perhaps a question on how he should save his friend's life. Even though time has slowed down considerably in his consciousness, they still need to act quickly. Recalling Wood's condition, Kella begs for a way out to save the dark elf. The dark being inside his mind declares that the boy is unready to handle the full scale of his father's powers. Be that as it may, eventually his body and mind will cooperate in unison with one another to handle the Demon King's powers. Kella gets straight to the point. He doesn't want to hear long explanations when there's a life to be saved on the line. The dark figure reveals that there is one ability he could use. Before leaving, the dark figure drops a bombshell. He reveals Kella's name from his original life and world as Kanchu. Whatever this thing is, it seems to be aware of our boy's past life. Before Kella is able to comprehend the situation fully, he exits the void and focuses on the weapon spiritualizing on his hand. It's his father's fire arrow, which is just the thing he needs to fire a long-ranged shot. Roaring at Wood to protect his body, Kella unleashes his ferocious projectile. Douglas is starstruck at the beam of light coming his way, while the dark elf uses this chance to expend his magic into casting a wooden shield. Kella proclaims the end of Douglas' terrorizing acts as the projectile disintegrates the earth demon. The inflicted pain is so agonizing that the earth demon is crying out to be saved. Thankfully Kella saved the elf in time with a direct hit. Douglas incinerates, and he is inevitably devoured by the blue flames. Meanwhile, Kella questions the identity of the mystical figure he met in his consciousness. Anyway, apart from Douglas, they still have plenty of other earth demons to deal with, starting off with the ones targeting Rin and Shrills. Unfortunately, the mage can't use the best of her magic because of the limited space. But Kella's here for their rescue, as by harnessing his father's powers, he launches multiple arrows from the distance, each of them striking down the earth demons in successive fashion. The mage is really impressed seeing his magic powers finally take form and become even stronger. Now, he's acquired a new technique to his set of abilities, a power that he's really proud of. In the next scene, we get to see the conclusion of the battle. The earth demons are done for. Shrills didn't expect the gemstones to be even more powerful than the rumors, while Rin is surprised to learn that they eat away at the demon's lifespan for power. They're still a mystery, so they're going to be used for future investigation. As for the remaining dark elves, Kella officially declares them freed from their shackles. He doesn't want them to do anything but live their lives freely from now on. Hearing the word freedom comes across as oblivious and unreal to the elves, who are bound by chains their entire lives. Kella grants them permission to leave the city and find their freedom. At last, their dream of acquiring freedom for their children has been granted to them. Paying respects to Kella and his allies, the elves bow down in support. Unfortunately, they were unable to make use of the earth demons as part of their battle force. Shrills is disappointed to find out that she and Kilman were basically manipulated by the traitorous clowns. Rin remarks that there's nothing they can do in this instance but accept the reality. As for Kella, he's interested specifically in Wood, as he goes on to ask if the Dark Elf was captured from the outside world. The Dark Elf confirms this fact, so Kella goes on to assume that Wood doesn't have any family to live with. That fact too is confirmed by the Dark Elf with a sorrowful yes. Our boy then invites him into their group, offering him a chance to become a guide to help navigate the terrain. Wood emphasizes that he's not an earth demon, and he's not even particularly talented at navigation. With a heavy heart, he states that he won't be of any help to their group. Kella promises him that Wood is one of the Dark Elves who are loved by nature, and he impresses the Demon King's son by showing courage in the face of danger. Those two reasons are more than enough to make him earn their trust. So once again, Kella requests his hand. Awestruck by his words, Wood struggles to form his words. For the longest time, he's only known suffering. He didn't even know what his parents were like. The Dark Elf was left abandoned and was kidnapped, enduring a life of suffering. This hellish life is the only life he knew as the Earth Demons took his joys. He felt like there was no escaping this life. And now that he's being granted freedom, the pitiful Dark Elf truly questions if he's allowed to have this freedom. Tears trickle down the sides of his face as he innocently requests to follow Kella's command. Almost as if he himself doesn't believe that this day has come, Kella corrects the Dark Elf, stating that he's not going to order him around. Instead, they'll work together, and with that, a bond between the Dark Elf and the son of the Demon King was formed. By the night, Kella's friends had taken care of the Earth Demons and freed the Dark Elves. At first, he was worried sick that something might happen to them in the outside world, but remembering how they're loved by Mother Nature itself, he wished for their best. After all, wherever they continued to live on, it would be miles better than the hell they once knew. Would seize them off, and the new group of 4 is banded. Rin, on the other hand, is out here policing the newcomer already, but Wood is a good listener and is ready to follow their instructions. Shreels believes they should find a place close to a river. Thanks to his sharp senses, the Dark Elf points to water in a specific direction. Rin is impressed by the newbie and praises him for his skills, while Kella inquires the reason behind looking for a river. The mage tells him that they simply can't keep on walking forever. It's best that they use a river to their advantage. Rin thinks they're going to go catch a dragon, but her hopes are dashed as the mage confirms otherwise. Shreels thinks their luck is so crap they won't even find a unicorn, much less a damn dragon. Shreels starts off with following Wood's coordinates, and the group moves along as per his instructions. A while passes, and what do you know? There are unicorns after all, and they're enjoying drinking water from the mystical clear river. But upon sensing the might of a ferocious predator, they run away. And here's the funniest part. There is, in fact, a flipping dragon there. Back to the group, Shreels keeps on reminding the dumb girl that they're not going to find a winged beast. Since we haven't checked on Killian's squad in a while, let's see how they're holding up. Curdley sees an earth demon pleading for help, and realizes that this demon is the only one of his kind that survived the massacre. The white mage recalls their discussion. Deed was complaining why the tracking spell failed to work against their targets. Curdley explains that she doesn't have an answer for that, as she can detect multiple targets in different locations. They weren't expecting so many children of the Demon King being left behind. Because of that, they can't really pinpoint which one is Kella from the group. Curdley confirms this fact, which causes further annoyance to the group because they're practically going to be wasting time in trying to hunt them all down. Killian, as their captain, suggests exactly that choice. He plans to exterminate all of the demons spread throughout the continent, starting with Kella, as he makes a request for him. The white mage then offered to teleport to that location on her own, which would be a much faster way of confirming. This allowed the rest of the Tauken squad members to exterminate the Demon King while she searched for them. So that's how she teleported here using her spell, vanishing before their eyes. Gojo Satoru's genocidal son over here on the other hand is planning to wipe out the demons for good. Having stepped foot in the land, she senses traces of the boy's energy here, which makes her wonder if Kella came to pay a visit. The last Earth Demon confirms this fact, explaining how the boy wiped out their tribe. She then interrogates about his location. Unfortunately, the Earth Demon doesn't know when requests to be saved, but before he can even finish his sentence, a bullet is shot clean through his head, ending his miserable existence. The white mage is ruthless, and she has no need for useless demons. Her next goal is to follow the traces of Kella's energy and proclaim his name. In the next scene, our squad finally steps into the heavenly location of the river. Our boy is impressed by the Dark Elf's tracking skills. The fact that Wood was able to sense the river days ago from that much distance says enough about his talent. Meanwhile, Rin is policing him like the usual, reminding the Dark Elf not to get cocky as a newbie. Kella suggests getting some food since they've not indulged properly for a few days. Rin is happy to serve them because she's an excellent fisherman. The river has plenty of fishes for them to catch, but to their shock, the dark elf caught them all in a mere instant. Wood reveals his ability to control the flow of water using his powers of nature, which was how he launched the fish right to him. Shrills is really happy to find him among their team. Meanwhile, the jealous Rin is annoyed she couldn't be the one to be praised. She even tries to start the fire, but Shrills is a step ahead and casts a blaze instantly using her magic. Yet again, poor Rin appears useless to their team. Depressed, she goes away sulking by herself. Later, the group shares the food thanks to Wood's contributions. Kella sees Rin being a Debbie Downer and wonders why she's not eating. Because of her laziness, Shrills takes away Rin's portion, further adding on to the poor girl's stress. For a while, Kella has taken notice of his servant's sad state. To make her happy and feel useful, he expresses a request to find fruit. The loyal servant rises to the occasion to find some for him right away, and even though it offers to locate the fruits in a second, Bro urges him to stop because he knows she'll be sad. He entrusts Rin with this super important mission, and she launches away to execute the task with glee. Shrills is amused by Kella's servant, calling her a mere ton. Also, she takes notice of the boy's consideration for the girl and even teases him for falling in love. Kella denies the accusations and acts like he really wanted to eat fruits. Apart from that, they ask Wood if they can really find unicorns around. Luckily they can, because he can find traces of their scent around. Kella, on the other hand, is really hoping for a cool-ass dragon to come popping out of nowhere for them to use. Shrills emphasizes that there's no such thing, just like she's pointed out tirelessly before. The scene cuts to the loyal servant, who's happily searching for fruits and finally locates them on top of a tree. She leaps away to snatch the apples, not knowing what creature she's stepping on. Suddenly the ground underneath shakes, but it's not exactly the ground, but a wild dragon looking at her dead in the eye. This girl's luck is truly the worst for casually running into a terrifying dragon. It was at this moment she knew. She fudged up. The girl lets out a loud scream at the sight of a dragon, even though she was so excited to meet one before. Kella learns from the dark elf that he can sense the natural energy of their planet. It can't be explained through words, but that's basically what happens. He senses the energy coming up from a distance. His explanation is intriguing enough, and it causes our boy to wonder if it's similar to looking at a map. Shrills is happy because they've struck gold with this ability, as they can locate dungeons easily now. However, the only downside is that he can only search up to a certain distance, which makes the dark elf doubt his utility. Kella wonders if it's possible to hone this ability via training. The dark elf confirms that there is one way to increase proficiency, and that's by consuming the clairvoyant stone of a 1,000-year-old dragon. It's going to amplify his ability by several hundred times, which is freaking insane. Even Kella's like, what the actual fudge did you just say? Several hundred times is a big upgrade, but like Shrill said, finding a dragon like that isn't going to be easy, and there's no way for them to properly slay one either. Intrigued by the mage's description of the dragons, Kella wonders just how powerful the winged creatures are. Shrills elaborates that dragons are supposed to be the apex predators in their world. Also, they naturally despise demons. The only people who have ever lived to tame dragons were humans with exceptional mental fortitude, which is an ironic thing as pointed out by Kella, who remarks that the weak humans are capable of taming strong dragons. Of course, the boy doesn't understand the weight of Shrill's words, because she knows the nature of dragons much better. More importantly, the clairvoyant stone of a dragon seems even more impossible to find. Shrills emphasizes that they shouldn't get worked up over chasing miracles over here when it's a lost cause. Kella ultimately accepts the bitter truth, though he wishes for a way for them to find one for the dark elf. And back to the scene of the fruit-hunting servant. She's out here running for her life being chased by a ferocious dragon. To Shrill's utter shock, she can't believe they actually ended up encountering a giant dragon. The group channels the energy of an Olympic runner as anyone would in this situation, and they all run the fudge away. Not even the mage had seen a dragon of this size before her eyes. Rin keeps on screaming, which only further draws the dragon's attention towards them. Their loud screaming is heard by the white mage, Curdly, who's almost made her way to them. This time, the dragon finds itself lost, questioning where the tiny demons went. The group luckily saved their asses by hiding behind boulders. This causes the dragon to finally give up on its hunt as it flies away. Shrills immediately roars at the damn useless servant who brought a freaking dragon when her mission was to get fruits instead. Meanwhile, the dark elf is still admiring the dragon's size. He assumes that this kind of dragon must have at least lived for over a millennium. Kella's in the middle of being amazed when Curdly gives me a jump scare by casually commenting on the dragon bearing a clairvoyant stone. Not even Kella processed that she was around, let alone the rest of the group, who is like, where the hell did this chick even spawn from? He asks about her identity, while Shrills jumps up in terror upon noticing the Tolkien of White's famous mage. The group can't believe that they've run into a member of the squad and that they've already been tracked down. They immediately assume a battle formation to defeat her at once, but the fearless mage merely stands awaiting. She's supposed to be a cold-blooded mage with no room for mercy, despite her majestic looks, which I'm sure are making some of you fawn over her beauty. Kella is out here having a panic attack, realizing his peaceful life is going to be ruined as his luck is the absolute worst for encountering one problem after another. Not to mention that he's facing a terrifying mage as his opponent. Curdly merely tells them to calm down instead of opening fire, exclaiming that there's no point in taking the fight. This comes as a shock to Kella's system, who wasn't expecting to hear those words. The white mage addresses the traitor of the Tolkien squad and argues that even Shrills must know that fighting is pointless here. After all, this chick is so freaking powerful that she could end their lives with a single spell. Terrified of her might, Kella seeks confirmation from the red-haired mage. Unfortunately, she's right. She really can end their existence with a single attack. She alone is way stronger than the entire group combined, which is crazy when you consider the fact that Killian is probably miles ahead in his own squad. The main characters in this story are seriously cooked. The servant is frightened that there's no way out of this one, but Curdly explains that there's no point in fighting. After all, if they simply follow her without taking the fight, she promises they'll live for a while. When Kella refuses to oblige until he hears where she's taking them, the white mage happily reveals that she's going to take them right back to her captain, Killian, who is awaiting her return. Shrills understands that the squad of white is already on the move under their master's orders. Curdly emphasizes that their leader is searching for Kella, so he must be taken, but the son of the Demon King is unrelenting and unveils that he's going to die even if he follows her. The white mage coldly remarks that at least this way, the boy will be able to survive for a while longer. This situation has completely flipped the understanding of this world over inside Kella's head. He had assumed that this was the miraculous world he always dreamed of, but now he's facing death. Our boy fully understands that obeying this woman practically confirms his death, which is why he's willing to die on his knees fighting death instead of accepting it handily. Commanding the power of his bow, he unleashes an arrow, which is casually blocked by the mage. The rest of the squad unleashes their own range of attacks, with Shrill's spells being unable to penetrate Curdly's barrier. The same goes for the Dark Elf's attacks, and in the end, her defensive barrier reigns supreme, protecting her from all harm. Interestingly enough, Rin is willing to prove her worth in this battle, and wants to show her master that she can be useful too, so that's why she's extremely cautious this time. Or so she thought, because she stupidly used a close-ranged attack against her barrier, causing Shrills to scream at her to run. The white mage uses this opportunity to show them just how outclassed they truly are. Unfortunately, Rin is hit with a powerful ice magic attack and launched to the side. As for Curdly, she coldly declares that she's fine with recovering Kella's dead body to her captain at this point. The mage unleashes a barrage of blizzard projectiles from the sky. Luckily, Shrills was able to cast a barrier of her own to protect them all, even Rin. The piercing projectiles struck the barrier hard. Meanwhile, Rin apologized to her master for being so reckless and useless. But even Shrills is annoyed, pointing out that this is no time to feel doubtful of her abilities. Her barrier is about to break. Kella questions if she's got anything in her arsenal to counter the white mage's projectiles. Unfortunately, Shrills explains that they wouldn't stand a chance even if she did possess a special spell like that. Curdly is out here opening gates of Babylon like Gilgamesh and launching hundreds of sharp projectiles. The shield is shattering, and the moment that happens, they're all doomed. The entire group is desperate for a way out of this sticky mess. Kella desperately hopes to find a way using his brain. Finally, an enlightening strategy hits him. He recalls the existence inside of his consciousness and hopes to meet him again. Bro begins to channel his own energy from the inside, which comes across as a naive move by Shrills, as his mana pressure would only weaken the shield from the inside. Kella concentrates his full might and pleads for the same dark figure to meet him again. But that doesn't happen. Here's what does happen, though. The giant dragon from earlier senses a battle taking place nearby and is drawn to Kella's outrage. Sensing the Demon King's energy coming from the boy, she remarks that it must only come out when he forces the use of his powers. Now, she finally understands the reason she couldn't locate him earlier. Be that as it may, the white mage is fully convinced that this battle will be their last. This is the end for Kella Kaldun. Meanwhile, our boy is focusing hard, practically begging to be given another chance to enter his state of consciousness again. He assumes that it would activate upon a near-death experience, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Shrill's barrier is at its limits and is finally shattered completely. The projectiles are fully thrusted in Kella's direction, and this seems like the end for them all. Or so you thought. A plot twist: the giant dragon has come to their aid, looking mightier than ever as it blocked all of the arrows. Kella is stunned to see the dragon helping the group instead of seeking to kill them like last time. Thankfully, the great dragon has taken their side, much to the white mage's surprise. Her attacks don't stop coming, though. Meanwhile, the dragon seems to be drawn to Kella specifically, much to his bafflement. Both their eyes meet, and they unlock a part of the dragon's memories in the past. Apparently, the dragon served Kella's mother, which means they knew each other, and the dragon grew fond of her as they shared the best of memories. In this moment, the dragon's voice comes clear inside his mind, ordering the demonic boy to run away. Kella is genuinely startled to hear the beast's voice. The great dragon then spits out its prized clairvoyant orb, which Kella catches, much to his surprise. He didn't know what it was until the great beast confirmed it to him. Kella doesn't understand why the dragon is doing him such great favors. The winged beast unfortunately doesn't have enough time to elaborate. Right now, he wants the boy to run away and conceal his powers. Kella is still at a loss for words comprehending the meaning, but the great dragon senses trouble and urges the boy to make haste. Turning around, the creature responds to the mage in white with a powerful fire breath. Despite defending herself successfully, Curdley is pleasantly surprised to find a dragon actually helping out a demon, as it is the most unexpected situation. Kella doesn't have any time to spare right now, and has to utilize this moment to escape. He gathers the team, and they all flee with the great dragon delaying their demise. Even Curdley finds herself a bit annoyed seeing such a mighty dragon interfere with their battle, and with the beast's involvement, she has to rethink her strategy. The great dragon continues to unleash a column of fire, its output still unable to shatter her barrier. Curdley wants to respond in kind with a powerful spell of her own, and lets out a fraction of her powers. This woman unleashes a magic circle even bigger than the dragon, and from that magic circle emerges a gigantic meteor targeting the dragon from above. The meteor's unexpected descent catches the dragon off guard, and in the face of death, the winged beast cherishes its most enjoyable memories with Kella's mother always by his side. The meteor makes full contact with the dragon, killing it upon impact. Kella sees the sheer scale of the attack from afar, and realizes the conclusion. A pool of blood covers the icy meteor, having pierced the dragon's skin with success. Curdley makes her descent, questioning the dragon's objective to help the demons. She still can't make out a sensible explanation for it, so she uses a memory navigation spell to try and find out more. But right then, the dragon unleashes a final attack as the dragon disintegrates. The creature declares that the humans have been nothing more than selfless and cruel, and there will come a time when they'll face sheer collapse for their actions. With that, the dragon's body withers away into nothingness, leaving ashes as his remains. The creature chose to end its own life to prevent her from unlocking its memories. That much loyalty just to get Kella and his group to mask their presence and run away safely. Curdley finds this situation problematic, but still she believes it will not defy Kella Calden's inevitable fate. Extending her arms up in the air, she confirms that the Demon King's successor will be killed at the hands of the White Talkins. Having escaped, the group ponders the dragon's erratic behavior. It was clearly trying to hunt them down, so it's really strange how it switched up all of a sudden. The Dark Elf has a theory. He believes that the dragon only spared them because of Kella, as the beast did appear out of nowhere when Kella concentrated some of his powers. The son of the Demon King was able to take a glance into the dragon's memories, and he reveals that the dragon shared a connection to his mother. But that still doesn't make any sense, as Rin points out the sour relationship of the dragons with demons. She's really curious on how they ended up together. Even Kella doesn't know the exact details, but he sensed a warm feeling from their interaction. Also, the creature left him with its clairvoyant stone. It's the one thing they needed the most. The dragon turned out to be the best wingman ever for saving their lives and handing them a prize. Shriels remarks that they were basically just saved by the Demon Queen at this point. Kella's curious to learn the relationship of his mother and the dragon, as he could sense something from the creature's eyes. He hands the stone over to the Dark Elf. Wood accepts the stone, and finally he'll be able to undergo an evolution. Shriels reminds them that the Tolkien of White is tailing them sharply, so they're gonna need the best abilities to help them out. Wood is still hesitant on using such a precious gift. It's the rarest of items, and he feels guilty for using it. But in this case, Kella strongly encourages him to use it as they've got no one else to use it on. Wood willingly complies to his words and eats the stone. The moment he swallows it, a foreign feeling courses through his body. The Dark Elf revisits the dragon's true memories. 1,000 years ago, the young dragon was tortured and experimented on by cruel humans. They tortured the creature and enjoyed its demise. The torture continued every single day as the beast cried without end. Many generations passed all the same, as humans continued to tear his body apart, taking different parts for themselves. It was the most brutal of sufferings, and right when he neared his death, they always healed him back so they could continue their experiments. The great dragon suffered through the same fate for centuries on end. Imagine a fate like that. The poor beast had already accepted reality, and had gone insane from all the times it had been tortured. Crying felt meaningless, so the beast simply accepted its fate. The humans considered it an achievement that they could make a dragon stop crying from the pain. Right when the creature sought its inevitable death, Turk Khaldun, the previous demon king, began invading humankind. He appeared more monstrous than ever, and enjoyed slaughtering every single human. It was during that battle that the lab he was placed in met its collapse, and for the first time in its life, the dragon was freed. That's how it escaped the hellish lab, all thanks to the demon invasion. Finally feeling the freedom it longed for in the skies, it tried to find other creatures of its kind. He openly confessed the dark truth about the cruel humans, and wanted to ally with the demons to formulate an attack. But to his shock, not a single one believed his words. They'd already grown fond of the humans, and did not want to break their relationship. Plus, they hated demons and were fighting them alongside the humans. But unbeknownst to most dragons, they were unaware of the dark truth behind their close relationship with the humans. The only reason they grew an affinity to humans is because dragons like him were tortured and experimented on for centuries on end. Those same humans exhausted dragons to continue their experiments, understanding more of their magic. But this dark truth wasn't accepted by the creatures of its own kind. They didn't want to form a relationship with the demons, especially since they strongly rejected them already. Because the dragons feared that he would try to harm the humans, it was left all alone. There was no one to care for him, and he belonged in neither of the three races. The lonely winged beast entered a state of meditation, questioning its purpose for being brought into this world. After all, he had now been rejected by all three sides and couldn't do anything, so it did not make sense why he existed. That's how the dragon began isolating itself all alone, in complete darkness and solitude. His life was wasted for many years, as he awaited his inevitable end, until one day, a weeping demon girl came rubbing her eyes to the giant creature. That's how he met Karista, the girl who had no one, and began calling the creature mommy. To the dragon's shock, she ran towards him, not fearing the beast at all. The poor girl latched onto the beast's snout, bawling her eyes out and treating the dragon like her mother. Confused, the beast tried to explain that it wasn't her mother. That was the moment something dawned inside of the dragon. A light began to illuminate, the light of purpose, and the reason for the creature's existence. And its name was Karista. The child that suddenly appeared before her eyes would change the course of the dragon's painful life. She used memory transmission magic on the girl, and what she saw was nothing less than bleak. The girl is a baby dragon. In the past, humans used her for experimentation. Karista suffered the same horrifying fate, albeit in the hands of demons. Among demons, there is a hostile group that acts independently from the flock. They were called the Tarsika. Through their findings, they were able to analyze a certain extent of dragon magic. Just like the ruthless humans, the Tarsika were researching methods to subjugate the mythical beasts. They got a hold of poor little Karista right when she hatched from her egg. From the day she was born, the Tarsika locked her up and conducted all sorts of gruesome tests. Out of all the experiment subjects in their dungeons, Karista held the highest magic potential of all. It did not take too long for her to naturally learn and use the most difficult dragon magic, the ability to transform. The girl's talent was the main reason that the Tarsika focused all their resources and cruel methodologies on her. Karista had known nothing but the cold hand of her captors. She was subjected to pain every waking moment of her life. Due to that constant and degrading despair, she developed teleportation magic on her own. Her will to escape manifested into something truly powerful. The child who managed to escape the cruelty of the facility roamed unfamiliar lands alone, until fate brought the two dragons together. That is, Mama Dragon could not help but think that their shared fates must have intertwined for a reason. Maybe it is a predisposition or perhaps a momentous coincidence. Regardless, they might be the only two life forms in this world who have lived through the same pain. It was impossible not to play into the hands of destiny. Still, Mama Dragon refused to be called Mother. She preferred to be called Master. Little Karisti does not mind the titles. She's just happy not to be alone anymore. Besides, Master sounds a lot like Mother. After that, Mama Dragon went on to teach Christy all sorts of things about the world and magic. She made a point to impress upon her the current state of the world and how dragons like them should live. All the dragon magic she had learned on her own was passed down to the little genius. The two spent years and years together, inseparable from one another. Unlike before, when time seemed to crawl by every painful second, every happy day passed so quickly, too quickly. One night, the stoic Mama Dragon stared at the moon and blurted out how thankful she was to Christy for waddling into her colorless life. Of course, she's not the type to go into details, but she didn't have to voice it all out. Watching Christy grow bit by bit had been Mama Dragon's greatest joy. Every second they spent together brought her happiness that words cannot describe. All the pain Mama Dragon experienced just because she was born a dragon felt like nothing in the face of the beautiful life they built and lived together. Before you knew it, Christy had already grown into a beautiful and capable woman. However, change comes when you least expect it. One day, something snapped inside Mama Dragon's mind. She had a frightened look in her eyes that Christy had never seen before. Suddenly she started acting aggressively and erratically. She questioned Christy as if she didn't recognize the woman in front of her. Her confusion and madness grew stronger. She looked at her physical form and felt apprehension. Mama Dragon could not pinpoint whether she was a human or a demon, two factions for which she held deep resentment. Christy panicked, unsure as to what the hell was happening. She thought her master was testing her. Unable to contain her rage any longer, Mama Dragon opened her maw and unleashed her earth-scorching flame breath. Feeling the heat heading her way, Christy feared for her life. The only being who ever showed care for her is now bringing harm. All Mama Dragon wanted was to spend the rest of her life living happily with her baby. But her body and mind, which had their lifespan severely cut short by all kinds of inhumane experiments, are finally showing signs of deterioration. Her psyche and body are breaking down as they approach their inevitable expiry date. Thankfully, her errant attack did not hit Christy at that time. Still, the damage is already done. When she sobered up, a feeling of shame, fear, and guilt swirled inside Mama Dragon's head. Even though the mythical beast just tried to kill her, Christy was more concerned about her master's well-being. Mama Dragon muttered her hurried apology, insisting that she must have lost control. She wanted to hold her little girl, but a nagging feeling prevented her from doing so. Before the day came when she would not be able to recognize sweet little Christy any longer, Mama Dragon decided to leave her side and never return. Days and nights passed when Christy would weep and sweep through their home, calling for her master to come back. As her tears fell, her mother's wings flapped away with sorrow. For Christy, her precious disciple's safety, Mama Dragon flew as far as she could possibly fly. From then on, she began to prepare for her life's foreseeable end. Back in solitude, not a day goes by that she does not dwell on nostalgic memories of Christy. As her mind rots away, the cycles of remembering and forgetting were the worst tortures she ever went through. For the first time in a long time, Mama Dragon shed real tears of unimaginable agony. The day her most treasured memories disappear will be the day she truly dies. She was supposed to isolate away from this hurtful world, but something pulled her back in. Back in the present, she felt a bittersweet energy that reignited something inside her heart. Compelled solely by instinct, she began to wander towards that familiar essence. On the way, she could tell that the last day of her long life had finally come. She was able to meet that energy coming out of a young man in trouble. That energy is the only string that ties her to her most precious memories. Feeling that little spark was enough to make her tear up once more. That energy belongs to Christy, her precious disciple. No, her lovely daughter is the only good thing in her life. With her maternal instincts reawakened, Mama Dragon sped up with ferocity. In that place, what she found was not Christy, but a different child. She could tell from the energy and the resemblance that the boy was her daughter's child. In the middle of the chaos, she looked through the boy's memories and found a brief moment that she would take to her grave. The image of Christy becoming a loving mother and holding her own child dearly. Mama Dragon might have failed to be a continuous presence in her daughter's life, but she would at least protect her grandchild if it was the last thing she did. With her remaining meager life force, Mama Dragon spewed destruction upon the threat. Even on her last day, Christy still gave her mother a way to die for something meaningful. At the end of Mama Dragon's long life, it was nice to see the boy once. Her final moments might have been painful, but it was also touched with immeasurable love. The past and the feelings that came with it flooded into Wood's mind like an emotional tidal wave. The dark elf lost strength in his legs as tears cascaded from his eyes. He just experienced a lifetime of agony, hatred, joy, and love compressed into a few minutes. Like a dream, the more he tried to remember the details of those memories, the more they disappeared. When all the specifics melted away, Wood was left with the feeling of peace. He is certain that Mama Dragon died a contented death. That means they are being chased by a mage that is powerful enough to snuff the life of a mythical beast. Curdly's ice meteor had absolutely crushed that tragic dragon to bits. Wood had just experienced a transcendental experience, and now he can't remember a single detail. Shreels tried to shake him down to remember, curious as to what he just went through, but it didn't work. Moreover, the abilities of the clairvoyant stone likely won't manifest all at once. Maybe the changes will happen slowly over time. In the worst-case scenario, Wood might not have the potential to manifest any of that stone's power at all. There is no choice but to wait for Wood's new skills to surface. The crew is not out of harm's way just yet. It's only a matter of time before White Talkin finds them again. They need to stow away somewhere that can be used as an easily defendable camp. Kella asks Shreels to pull out the world map and go to work. On the eastern side is the region of Talua Kingdom, ruled by humans. The west is where the Demon Kingdom once stood, where their kind dwells. Right now, the crew is on the boundary between the two warring territories. After much deliberation, Kella decided that they should head south. Rin was confused. She reckoned going deeper into demon territory would be their best bet at survival. Kella argued that his father must have some kind of hidden intent behind sending him to Arsal. Part of it had to do with meeting Shreels, no doubt. Once the main stronghold Demon Kingdom fell, Hel Kaldun probably predicted that humans would engage in a full-scale invasion, a victory lap of slaughter around the territory. Shreels could see the truth in Kella's hypothesis. As soon as their father passed away, all of humanity's army took the opportunity to ride the wave and exterminate as many demon folk as they could. If that's the case, Rin sees an urgent need to rally the remaining demons. They must gather under Sir Kella's banner. But Kella, of all people, knows that doing that right now would be impossible. As they saw in the Earth Demon's territory, he had been stamped as the cowardly prince who ran away. That slanderous propaganda must have reached the ears of all other demon folk. That means Kella has no power to rally anyone just yet. If he can't be the figurehead, maybe Shreels can be. Unfortunately, there isn't anyone who can prove that she's a descendant of the Demon King. Moreover, when she was working undercover in Tolkien, she had done some deplorable things that would be hard for the demons to forgive, since they can't gather forces yet. The safest thing to do now is to create a dungeon that can be used as a base of operations. Kella needs to remake his image, better his reputation, rack up achievements, and make his people follow him willingly. With that plan established, the crew is eager to get to work. From now on, Kella will stack achievements to clear his name. If they do this right, demons will naturally flock to their camp on their own will. That way, they can prove that he is the rightful heir to the throne of the Demon King. For now, they need to establish a good position and create a strategy from there. The home-based dungeon in the south is a top priority. It's a relief that they can come up with a makeshift plan. Kella has good comrades around him, but the threat of those absurdly powerful monsters will always be looming over their heads. Facing Curdly, let alone the entire White Tolkien force, is a suicide mission. The most valuable thing that they sorely need right now is information. Kella has seen many things in common between this world and his game. From the system of magic to the monster catalog, they're all too familiar. If there's truly a link between this world and his previous life, Kella must use his status and power as the heir to the throne to get what he needs. With his extensive knowledge of the game, creating a brilliant survival strategy should be doable. He must be a few steps ahead of the enemy. There has to be a path to victory. He cannot die in vain before reaching that. Meanwhile, in some random demon town, human soldiers are burning and pillaging to their dark hearts' content. Out of desperation, some demons tried to surrender and offered to stand on the side of humans. Unfortunately for them, this army does not accept surrender. What awaits everyone in sight is Deed's summoned Shadow Dragon, hungry for more demon meat. The brutality of this steamroll was unmatched. Those who dared to criticize and abhor their methods died by the weighty axe of Adria. In just a few minutes, Kalka reported the complete decimation of the demon village to the captain. While sitting on the corpse of the village's most competent fighter, Captain Killian is busy talking with Curdly's apparition. He's just getting the rundown of how a dragon helped Kella escape. Killian found it interesting that the slippery bunch was hanging around the boundary territory not far from the Earth Demon domicile. Curdly assured her captain that she was working on picking the scent of her targets back up using her butterflies. The captain could instinctively tell that the demon prince was not coming to a demon territory engulfed in a sea of flames. Since they're done with their side quest of annihilating civilian demon territories, it's time for the entire Talcan White to convene in Curdley's location for the main mission. Adria complained that they should just go all the way and get rid of every demonic territory on this side of the continent. Killian calmed her eager ass down by assuring her that they could go on a killing spree once the prince was dead. The Cap just needs to obliterate the bloodline that killed his brother first. The person of interest they are chasing is currently saddled on top of a unicorn along with his girls. They have been running south for a week without resting and the unnatural cold is starting to seep into their bones. Kella is certain that they were not followed by Talcan on their way down south. It would be nice if this peace continued for a long time, at least until he's done with his preparations. Their speedy journey suddenly stopped when the unicorns paused their strides all of a sudden. Wood could sense that the magical beasts were strongly refusing to ferry them any further than this point for some reason. The horned creatures must have determined that they can't survive in the harsh environment up ahead. It's a good thing the crew is near enough to their destination. Before sending the unicorns back, Wood thanked the magical beasts sincerely and wished them well. The crew saw their reliable rides away back to the north. Now that they've stopped moving, the cold became even harder to resist. In this weather, both humans and demons would have a hard time, but that's also what makes the site perfect for their use case. Since they're in the general area now, it's time to find a good specific location. As the unicorns retreat back to their natural habitat, something spots them from the skies. These butterflies have spread far across the border, and the magical beasts have been found. The mage happens to be knowledgeable about all kinds of magical beasts. She knows that unicorns fear the cold, so they would not be found in the southern lands without good reason. Furthermore, their number just happened to match that four-man crew. As the crew scoured the southern lands, they came across a grim mountain situated in the middle of a small island. That right there is their best bet for a safe position. Unfortunately, Wood can't scan the place for monsters or other occupants from afar. His mind's eye only responds to nature and can't detect life just yet. Shreels found a few dilapidated boats beached upon the shore. It seems people have gone here, but it's been a while. Although the boats are slightly weathered, they should still be usable for a short sail. It's just a 200-meter boat ride from the coast to the island. The distance was no problem, and the deep, strong waves could be a good deterrent in the future. Moreover, the view from the island is clear. It will be easy to detect any daring invaders. They walked around the mountain and found the entrance. Much to the crew's surprise, the size was quite wide. Fortunately, they can remedy that exposure by using illusion magic on the entrance courtesy of Shreels. With a wave of her hand, she constructed a perfect illusion, grid by grid. In just a second, the massive entrance was covered with a fake entryway. Looking around the cavern, everyone could tell that this is an ancient site used a long time ago. Heading deeper into the cavern, the paths suddenly split into two. Thankfully, they have Wood to feel out both passages with his senses. After feeling out every rock and wall on the way, Wood made a map of the two paths that narrow in the middle and open into two rooms. Afterward, they merge into an even bigger room at the end. Beyond the last big room, there were two paths. One is a small exit, and the other leads to a separate small area. Kella decided to be thorough, so the group would split into two to check both paths out before meeting in the conjoined room in the middle. Shreels immediately wrapped her arms around Kella and claimed him as her partner. Rin would never let that happen without protesting, though. She awkwardly stammered that there were too many unknown variables in those tunnels, so they should split up the strongest members to account for danger. Shreels willingly conceded while side-eyeing the servant the whole time. So the crew was split. Kella and Rin will go to the right, and Shreels and Wood will take the left. Thankfully, they won't have to blindly feel around complete darkness due to the stones lining the walls. Shreels identified them as light stones, nifty tools combined with ice and light magic. Since they're still serviceable for those who know how many years now, they must be made by a skilled mage. Now that Shreels is alone with Wood, she frankly professes that she doesn't trust him. Wood tried to nonchalantly interject, but the commander cut him off. She's only traveling with a stray dark elf because Kella took his personal pick. Shreels, on the other hand, is not the type to make new comrades so easily. Wood knew better than to exchange words with the strong-willed redhead. He openly accepted her skepticism. It's fine if she doesn't acknowledge him as a comrade. Hell, he would be fine if she saw him as a slave. Shreels wasn't expecting such a bold reply. Nevertheless, she still doesn't like the newest addition to the team. On the other path, Rin and Kella are chatting about the possibility of producing lightstones themselves. For some reason, the little servant is acting unusually overprotective of her master. She would overact to the littlest things, like a loose stone on the way. Even Kella was feeling confused about her newfound enthusiasm. As they walked deeper and deeper, the two finally encountered their first monster. A simple blue slime. Kella felt his inner nerd rejoice. He's only ever seen a slime on screen. He's been dying to touch a real one at least once in his life. Before he could fulfill his simple dream, Rin jumped in to stomp the dog shit out of the slime, killing it into a wet puddle. Today, she's not letting even the weakest type of monster touch a hair in her master's head. With demonic energy fluctuating in her hands, she turned to the young master with an expectant smile. She looked like a puppy dog waiting for a compliment from her owner. With a sigh, Kella gave her the positive reinforcement she's been craving for. It only served to fire her up even more to take on whatever stood in their way. It looks like they won't have to wait for long for that next obstacle. The walls of the pathway crumbled as the ground shook. A gigantic earth golem broke through the stony wall, locking onto the intruders. By instinct, Kella warned Rin to get behind him quickly. Instead of listening to the young master's orders, Rin stood her ground and refused to be sidelined. She already said that she will take care of anything that gets in their way. This is the perfect chance to make good on that proclamation. On the other path, Shrills experiences the same level of shock as the other duo. Only hers is due to some super expensive crystal necklace lying around the ground. She's starting to get her hopes up that they may have stumbled upon an untouched treasure dungeon. She immediately wore the necklace around her neck and asked what if it suited her. Having never interacted with anyone else in the outside world, the dark elf responded with empty words. The enthusiasm she was feeling immediately dissipated. She could not help but regret not taking Rin with her on this path. That girl would have been all over her with compliments by now. Being paired with a deadpan dark elf who doesn't see her charm is not nearly as fun. It's not Wood's fault either. He's been a slave for his entire life after all. Back in the action-filled path, Rin had engaged the golem in one-on-one combat. With her demonic energy-infused hands, she scratched and clawed her way into the hardened stone armor. Unfortunately for her, simple attacks won't cut it. The golem retaliated with a forceful punch and sent her slamming into the walls with a healthy dose of bleeding. Kella warned Rin to back off before she got hurt even more. The thing is simply impossible to defeat without specialized weapons. But Rin is a woman of her word. She promised to deal with obstacles on her own, so she would stand by those words. With a more intense demonic energy flowing out of her claws, she jumped in for another round. Just like the first time, her attack barely did anything, and the counter-attack hurt like hell. Kella wanted to respect her wishes, but he was ready to jump in at any moment just to stop her from pushing herself so unreasonably hard. Using the impact from the counter, Rin created some distance from the automaton to catch her breath. She believes that if she continues being useless, she won't be able to serve as the new Demon King's attendant. The determination in her eyes paints a fierce picture of her will. When she first entered the Demon King's castle as an attendant, she met with the intense and scrutinizing gaze of the reigning demon lord. The little crybaby prince brought his attendant to the throne room to ask his father for permission to be friends with Rin. Being the old-school monarch that he is, Hell disapproved of such an atrocious idea. Attendants are supposed to be bound by lifelong contracts and must not be treated as so-called friends. Little Kella cried some more and eventually caved to his father's demand. In the name of Kella Khaldun, he proclaimed Rin as his personal attendant, now and forever. At that time, she could not be more thankful to the prince. She would never forget that little crying boy who just wanted a friend. It was the first and only time in Rin's life that she felt like she was being acknowledged as a person. That day, she watched over the little prince, sobbing himself to sleep. In silence, she swore an oath. No matter what happens, she will be by his side, supporting him and becoming the greatest of all demons. Rin felt like this was the first day of the rest of her life, and she would work harder than everybody else. But as time went on, the optimism of children died down. Kella did not grow out of his cowardly crybaby phase. He was always bullied to the brink of death because of his siblings' torment. Rin is always there to watch him get humiliated while bawling his eyes out. If he dies, she dies too. After years of coddling and comforting him without seeing any change in his meager attitude, Rin acted cold and strict to try and toughen the kid up. No matter what approach he tried, he never changed. While the prince is suffering at the hands of his siblings, Rin is experiencing something arguably worse. She became the target of discrimination and violence from her fellow attendants. Since she's just a servant, they had the gall to really go hard on her. Sometimes, they would pluck her pretty eyes out since it would just heal eventually. For a stretch of time, she ate nothing but scraps. They think she'll die with her useless master anyway, so there's no need to waste good food. While the rotten food burned her insides, the other attendants would prank Rin by splashing her with molten lava. No big deal. She was relegated to sleeping in the dirty stables among the pigs. Even at her lowest, the other attendants would still come and torment her. There was never a safe hour. Some of the other demons were jealous of her body, accusing Rin of seducing the other princes. Rin had been conditioned to never fight back. She just sat there, begging for mercy and enduring the pain. With all the persecution she was experiencing, she started hating her master. Because of that contract, she would be put to death if he died. She started thinking that killing Kella might be her only way out of this harrowing life. It would be better if they just died together. Once, she actually went through it and slit the young master's throat with a blade. Unfortunately for her, Kella's recovery power had always been beyond the norm. The only way Rin can think of is not even possible. If death isn't even an option, what does she have left? That night, Rin bared her fangs at her master with vitriol while the pathetic Kella cried and profusely apologized for the way things were. And so Rin gave up on everything and lived like a corpse. At least until the young master underwent a drastic change overnight. It was so dramatic. It felt like Kella had become a completely different person. The current him fits the image of the true heir to the great demon king's illustrious throne. With all that in mind, Rin is fighting with the guilt from the past and the desire to push for the future. She doesn't want to be a burden to his ascent to the top anymore. If she's just going to keep getting in the way, then she's not qualified to stand by her side any longer. With everything on the line, Rin pushed past her limits, manifesting pure demonic energy to lop the golem's head off. When the automaton's body dropped to the ground, the whole cavern shook. Needless to say, Kella was surprised to see his servant become such a potent killing machine. Of course, that did not come without a cost. Battered, bloodied, and beaten, Rin sobbed as she declared her desire to stay by Kella's side and never be abandoned. The young lord felt that desire completely resonating in his heart. Unfortunately for them, beheading a golem doesn't kill it. The humongous, headless body got up from the knockdown and raised its arm, ready to flatten the exhausted attendant. With all that is said and done, Kella would never let anything bad happen to her. A single demonic push was all it took to completely destabilize the hulking headless beast. From Kella's perspective, Rin doesn't have to prove herself any longer. She had risked her life to save him time and time again. There is no one in their right mind who would abandon a friend as reliable as that. In fact, if Rin tries to run away again someday, Kella won't let it happen. Hearing such reassuring words turned the waterworks back on. Rin jumped into her lord's arms, hugging him as tight as she could. The painful memories and feelings Rin shared with Kella are also in his mind. For the future's sake, he had decided to mold this girl into the strongest attendant in existence. Meanwhile, on the second path, Shrills and Wood also arrived in the first room, which was wider than they had anticipated. The redhead commander continued picking up little trinkets along the way and was bewitched by a diamond bracelet that she was dying to show to Rin. Before Rin could warn her about the dangers of picking up random stuff off a sketchy floor, the bracelet was already on her wrist. He wondered if this woman really didn't know the dangers that might come with such willy-nilly practice or if she was just pretending not to know. Suddenly the diamond bracelets activated and formed a handcuff that locked her hands together. Shrills was equally alarmed and confused. While the binding tightened, a hostile presence made itself known. It had a giant spider lower body and a humanoid upper body, a treasure spider. Wood felt something weird about the bracelet and all the trinkets. It looked like all those shiny stuff was just monster bait all along. Shrills yelled at the dark elf for not saying anything until she had already sprung the trap. Wood thought that someone as capable as Shrills would already know something so obvious. Unfortunately, she was too blinded by the radiance of jewelry to take the trap into account. Wood reckoned she had some other plan, so he just let her continue doing her thing. Truthfully, a monster like a random treasure spider is normally nothing for Shrills, but she foolishly let her guard down. With her hands tied, she can't get her magic staff out. Now she has to rely on Wood to get out of this jam. To preserve her pride, she claimed that she was just pretending to be a captive. She is doing this to test the new beast's strength. The bracelet is connected to the monster's magic web, and it's up to Wood to solve this dilemma. The dark elf immediately set her free from the bracelet at the top of the priority list. With his dagger, he landed an accurate swing in hopes of cutting the restraints from the middle. Unfortunately, treasure spiders have a habit of putting barriers around anything connected to their web. It cannot be broken through physical means. Just as Wood was about to try another method, the monster barged, spewing toxic matter from its maw. The acid could melt both of them with the slightest touch, so Wood had to grab the commander and jump to safety. Since they're inside a barren cave, There aren't any roots that he can control. Their only hope is to somehow let Shreels use her magic to kill that monster in a single hit. The acid rain was relentless. No matter how far they got and how much would jumped around, the spider followed. When they got far enough, the treasure spider switched to using its sticky threads. With great precision, it managed to catch Shreels, securely pinning her into the walls with silk. The beast specifically targets her at the weak link trapped in the handcuff barrier. After completely immobilizing Shreels and backing her into a wall, the spider lunged for the kill shot using its sharp legs. The sound of bladed legs going through flesh reverberated in the cavern. Instead of a Shreels getting stabbed in the heart, it was Wood taking the hit for her sake instead. Wood knows that their win condition lies in Shreels being able to use her magic. Like a loyal soldier, he will do anything to make that possible. The leg stinger broke off after the stab, and Wood grabbed that nasty thing out of his wound like it was nothing. He swiftly turned around and used the stinger to destroy the restraints on Shreels' wrists. She is finally free, but the monster is not slowing down with its attacks. Wood had to tank a few more stingers, lodging themselves on his back. It was a crazy plan, but it worked. Now it's Shreels' turn to go on the offensive. The redhead commander could not believe that a newbie in their crew would risk his life for her. Without pause, she summoned her staff out of thin air. It's time to make this mere bug pay for humiliating and playing with her. She aimed her staff at the spider and burned its very soul with purple torch. She wasn't kidding. A single spell was all it took to kill that troublesome arachnid. After killing the beast, all the jewelry and trinkets she picked up along the way vanished like they never existed in the first place. Wood slumped into the ground, his back filled with massive holes the size of stingers. Shreels asked how he managed to undo the barrier on the bracelet. As it turns out, Wood just made a gamble. If it was the spider's own body, he thought the stinger would bypass the magic. If he made the wrong bet, he would have been injured or, worse, died for nothing. With absolute conviction, Wood asserted that he didn't care if he lived or died. He just wanted to do his part and do it right. Seeing his blood on the cavern floor reminded Shreels of her previous self. While training to be a knight in Tolkien, she had a rough and bloody time. In a crucial spar against a fellow trainee, a blade stabbed into her stomach. Instead of despairing, she smiled. She deliberately let the opponent dig his sword into her flesh to take it out of the equation. In exchange for harming her body, she found a clean line of attack to take the guy's head off in a single swing. Even the knight overseeing that spar was impressed with her ruthless decisiveness. If that blade had dug in a little higher, she would have been stabbed in her heart. It just didn't matter to Shreels. She doesn't care if she lives or dies. What matters is fulfilling the task and killing the opposition no matter what. That stubbornness and killer instinct got her into the order. With a giant hole in her stomach, she passed the test and was admitted to Tolkien of Red. Back then, she had to claw and struggle to achieve her goals. She could see that same drive in Wood. The dark elf always has an indifferent expression on his face, but he is the perfect soldier, the type that would lay it all on the line for his creed. The child put his life on the line to protect Shreels. That is enough to completely change her perception of him. He passed the test. Shreels shall completely accept the new kid as a brother in arms. For his next order, Shreels commanded him to never die easily. Wood absorbed the decree into his heart and committed it into his mind. Finally, the two groups are reunited in the biggest room in the cavern, where the separate paths combine. Kella ran to Wood, worried about his visibly heavy injuries. He assured the young lord that Shreels had already healed him with a spell. Shreels, on the other hand, yelled at Kella for letting Rin get hurt so badly even though she insisted on fighting that golem alone. Kella and Shreels yelled at each other for letting their respective partners get hurt while comparing notes. One side fought a golem, and the other fought a treasured spider. Those two monsters are rarely, if ever, seen in the same place. This place must be hiding a secret. Before continuing the exploration, Shreels first cast a quick healing spell on Rin's injuries. Afterward, they carefully scanned the adjoined room and found similarities to the internal architecture of the Demon King's castle and traces of human architectural techniques. But what's really concerning is the eye-catching stone statue standing in the middle guarding a suspicious box beneath. It looked an awful lot like the one in Solo Leveling. Rin's eyes sparkled at the thought of real treasures hidden in the box. As if she never learned her lesson, Shreels is on the same greedy page as Rin. She ran straight to the chest with the intent of uncovering some godly treasures, only to rouse the statue awake. Kella immediately pulled out his magical bow and arrow. He loaded it up, aimed at the stony figure, and urged Shreels to get down. A death ray shot out of the statue's eye. Thankfully, Kella's arrow intercepted the blast before it could hit Shreels. She fell for another trap. Kella was incensed. He urged the girls to read the situation for once. That is so clearly a trap. Nevertheless, they have to deal with a giant figurine shooting death rays from its eyes now. Shreels immediately got ready to jump into action, but Kella stopped them from taking another step. He reckoned that they should stay in their spots until they recover, or they'll only get in the way. Rin didn't want to get sidelined, but would willingly accepted his orders. He was ordered by Shreels not to die so easily, and he will honor that task. For now, all they can do is focus on recovery as the young lord instructed. Rin gritted her teeth but could not think of anything to argue against sound logic. She can only pray that Kella and Shreels could hold out a little longer while they recover. Kella will serve as a distraction, drawing the statue's attention, while Shreels will go for the main body. Unfortunately, that won't be so easy as the statue had put up a seemingly impenetrable barrier around its body. The arrows were of no effect and were Shreels' purple fireballs. With the magic barrier and the death rays, the thing is practically unassailable, and inanimate casting multiple powerful spells shouldn't even be possible, but here they are. There are two possible explanations for this phenomenon. Either a high-level mage preloaded a shit ton of spells into the statue, or there is something sentient actively casting magic inside that thing. To confirm, Kella asked Wood to extend his senses and scan the statue's inner structure. Within such a short distance, it wasn't too difficult for the dark elf to determine that the inside of the statue was completely hollow. That means there is a high chance that someone or something is hiding within. First they need to break the magic barrier with everything they have. Out of everyone on the crew, Shreels has the highest potential damage output, yet she can't even dent the barrier. To make matters worse, golems started materializing from the cavern walls. That's right, multiple magic constructs crawled out like they were trapped by the founding titan for the rumbling. They are even bigger and stronger than the ones Rin and Kella faced earlier. To add to the chaos, another treasure spider spawned to join the party. By Shreels' estimation, this one is also bigger than the one that trapped her. She immediately fired Purple Torch in hopes of getting another one-shot kill. The flame swallowed the bug, making it shriek in pain. Fortunately, her powerful spell did not work as she expected it to. This big bugger must be the mother of the one she cooked earlier. Mother Spider retaliated with a lightning-quick attack, almost clipping Shreels. If they were not in an enclosed space, she could probably unleash a wide-area spell powerful enough to take care of the miscellaneous beasts, but that's not an option right now. Similarly, Kella could kill these hostile monsters if he could unleash the Demon King's mana right now. But if he does that, Curdley and the entire White Talk and Night Order will detect their location right away. While he was racking his brain for a solution that would not end up in everybody's demise, Kella noticed something off about the statue. He noticed that since the monsters had been summoned, the statue had stopped using its death ray. It is highly likely that the thing's magic is being completely diverted to controlling the beasts. Furthermore, the summoning only happened when Shreels muttered about destroying the statue and whatever was inside in the first place. This oversized figurine might have sensed the danger from her words and taken a drastic measure. The crew cannot afford to play in its hands. They can't waste time on miscellaneous monsters. Destroying the statue is the key to victory. So Kella jumped ahead and dumped the responsibility of buying him a little time on Shreels. Using a firewall, she sealed off the inner area, letting Kella run unimpeded. If the statue stopped casting magic to directly protect itself, then that must mean the barrier is down too. With a mana-covered fist, Kella punched the concrete bastard and managed to break through. Shreels saw him go inside the hollowed statue. Finally, they wrestled the advantage their way. Unfortunately for her, Kella's breakthrough seemingly lit a fire under the golems and spiders' asses, making them act more aggressively against her. As the golems charged at the redhead commander, the spider snuck past her firewall. Rin and Wood saw the silk-spinning beast heading towards the statue instead. Before they could intercept the charge, the recovering duo was thrown a problem of their own. Some of the aggressive golems broke off Shreels' engagement and are now heading towards them. Shreels cannot let her comrades fight with their gregarious injuries. She fell back and cut the charge off with her magic. The golems tried to pulverize her with their solid fists, but her barrier was way too tough to crush. Right now, they have no choice but to support each other and trust Kella to end this nightmare. Inside the statue, the young lord looked up to see a mana structure containing the life form controlling everything. He quickly materialized his flaming arrow, eager to destroy that thing and claim the W. Unfortunately, the treasure spider had arrived to interrupt his assassination attempt. A single silk shot sent him stuck to the inner wall. If he had just a few seconds faster, this spider would not have been able to thwart his reckless but effective plan. Moreover, the situation outside is getting more precarious by the second. The golems are thrashing the barrier, eager to pound their asses. Kella wants to help, but he is caught in the stickiest restraints imaginable. The treasure spider closed in like a predator excited to pounce on its lunch. Kella finally considered using his father's inheritance at the cost of being detected by that killer image. Before he could reveal their location to the real enemy, the presence inside his soul intervened and showed up just to yell at him for being an absolute moron. Kella felt his consciousness sink into nothingness, the abyss that he had once plunged into. The presence reprimanded him for letting himself get beaten by pathetic low-level monsters so badly. Kella yelled back at the ethereal presence for holding out until now, when he'd experienced a ton of near-death experiences before this one. The presence was in no mood to discuss the specifics. He just popped in to tell the young lord to use Vassal. No matter how piss-weak he is right now, he can still control monsters within a certain level using the Vassal ability. Kella asked if this Vassal thing is similar to the contract he made with Rin when they were kids. The presence roared at him once more for comparing a royal ability to something so primitive. Kella possesses the blood of the great demon king passed down through multiple generations. Vassal is an ability that every great demon king possesses. As long as the user has a strong enough desire, it will automatically manifest. He just has to tap into the powerful will to make the enemy his property and unleash the greed engraved in his very blood, and any weaker being than his potential shall become his vassal. With a strong enough will, he can claim every monster within this land. He can make every powerful demon submit. For a second, Kella completely synced with the presence inside his soul. He tapped into something completely out of his reach and unlocked the king's power. He looked in the general direction of the treasure spider and made it shudder before his superior bloodline. His powerful desire to make everything his property manifested into something irresistible. Kella Kaldun, the descendant of the great demon king, shall take command of this land and all its inhabitants. He shall hereby lay claim upon every inferior being that he wants. Before the spider's stingers could reach him, the bug stopped in its tracks. Suddenly, Kella could feel something click and unlock in his mind's eye. In his mind's eye, he could see the visualization of his vassal slots. It resembled an item menu from a game. As if he was always meant to have access to such power, he instinctively knew how to use it. He could feel complete domination over the treasure spider that was just trying to maim him a second ago. Bro is about to become a Pokemon master. Outside, Shrills is practically begging the young lord to do something before her barrier completely cracks under the force and pressure of these hostile golems. Thankfully, he now has a clear sightline of the main culprit. Kella made use of his control over the spider and turned that thing into his mount. Now that he's got a taste for control, he wants to test it on the monsters wreaking havoc outside too. He can do that by taking care of the magical beast controlling the statue. Upon jumping close enough to have a face-to-face with the mastermind, Kella used his vassal ability on the brains of the operation. It was a freaking slime. When his domineering eyes met the slime's, the pull of his bloodline stirred. In just a second, he snagged the mental controller from the slime, putting the golems under his jurisdiction. Shrills and the others were bewildered when the hunks of rock stopped attacking completely. Wood pointed their attention ahead to where the young lord was triumphantly marching his way out of the statue while riding a treasure spider and holding a slime as a trophy. He did it. He turned the table on the tricky little critter and won. It is kind of unbelievable that the owner of the dungeon is a single arrogant slime. It must have been enhanced with some kind of superior magic. For Kella, this was a double win. They came out of the situation unscathed, and he finally fulfilled his dream of touching a slime. It was just as smooth as he expected. Shrills heard the rundown of what happened inside the statue, and she had never even heard about this vassal ability. Now it makes sense how the previous demon kings ruled over all kinds of demonic monsters, uniting different species under a single banner. More importantly, Kella has finally laid claim over the dungeon. Now they can finally do some remodeling. Also, he wants to keep the slime as a pet. Since magical rocks are attached to its body, the slime shall be called Stone from now on. Shrills, on the other hand, is jealous of Kella's new overpowered ability. She wants to use Vassal too. While the crew was being rowdy as usual, Wood brought up a valid question. There must be a powerful magician who made the superior slime. Where is that person now? Seeing how worn down the dungeon is, the original mage must have moved somewhere else a very long time ago. Shrills put forward the possibility that whoever built this dungeon died while fighting humans. Regardless, the slime has been stuck here for who knows how long. The bouncy thing must have been quite lonely. Kella still couldn't stop thinking about the presence in that endless abyss. If that mysterious figure hadn't intervened, they would have been likely wiped out. He has to figure out the conditions for meeting that guy again in the future. For now, he has no idea where to start, so there is no point wondering about things he has zero clue about. Now comes the fun part, the dungeon construction. The young lord needs a complete and detailed map of the place. After making Stone his vassal and taking over the cavernous dungeon, Kella proceeded to rule over the demonic monsters on the entire island. He positioned some vultures in various locations to serve as his eyes in preparation for Tolkien's inevitable arrival. He prepared quite a thorough scouting perimeter. Kella also reorganized the makeup of the dungeon. First, he placed a ton of baby spiders at the entrance to whittle down intruders. Then, he split half of his newfound golem army to man each split in the fork. They are hibernating in the walls, ready to pounce on unsuspecting victims. Lastly, the remaining giant golems and the mother spider have been stationed in the middle hall. Thankfully, their efforts to take over the dungeon bore a more material fruit. They found various weapons inside the chest guarded by the statue. Rin was bestowed a pair of deadly daggers with the promise of becoming a stronger fighter. Shrills identified the blades as a high-level treasure that could make Rin's demonic power stronger and more condensed. The feisty attendant has been skating by with just the demonic power coating her bare hands until now. It's time to change that inefficiency. If Rin can learn how to use these demonic daggers well, her attacks can be much sharper and deadlier. With a drive to be a more effective weapon and protector for her master, she swore to become a master with the daggers. As for Wood, he specifically chose a worn-out wooden shield from a pile of much more impressive treasures. He noticed that the shield has continued to retain its moisture through who knows how many years. Furthermore, it contains the vigorous energy of nature. Kella trusts Wood's judgment. Elves sense things differently after all. As for Shrills, she opted to pick a simple grimoire from the pile. It doesn't seem like there's any special magic inside, but she felt drawn to it. Finally, for Kella, he has plenty of blades to choose from. Shrills offered her help, given her experience with swords, and found the one containing the strongest demonic power of them all. Kella looked at the blade for a second and looked away. His eyes are inexplicably drawn to one with an intricate handle and hilt. Shrills pointed out the standout sword of the bunch, but Kella chose to go with his gut even though it looked weak. His instincts should never lead him astray. In addition, this one is really similar to the sword he used in the game. Holding the blade in his hand felt like a reunion with the old, trusty weapon he used to endlessly grind with. After harvesting the products of their labor, Kella got to work and started designing his new dungeon. Seeing that the place is situated on quite a barren plot of land, the materials available weren't the best. They had to use what was available, be it dirt, stone, and the nearby water, as construction materials. The crew used Wood's innate earth demon knowledge to utilize the natural materials to their fullest capacity. For the combination of materials and manual labor substitute, they used Shrill's fine-tuned magic. The crew went on an ambitious project to build a dungeon utilizing the combined knowledge of earth demons and the magic of Arcel. Sure, it was crude, given the poor conditions of the area and the subpar materials available, but it was the first dungeon Kella had designed. With everything happening, his first could also be his last. In his personal quarters, Kella kept Stone in a metallic birdcage, and the little slime seemed to love it. Days passed by with smiles and laughter. As long as they avoid Tolkien White's detection, living like this wouldn't be too bad. Unfortunately for the young lord, this peaceful life might not last for much longer, thanks to a curious little butterfly scanning the island. On the other side of the world, Arcel is in the process of rebuilding the remnants of the fallen city. Hayden, the king's personal lapdog, came over to see how things were proceeding. He doesn't really want to be there, but the fall of Arcel is having a disgraceful effect on the state of Talia as a whole. He doesn't want to hear excuses about how everybody was caught up in the festivities to deal with that traitor Shrills and the coward Kella. Hayden wants the strongest elemental mages, or at least the ones that survived the slaughter, to report directly to him. He will provide them with some enhanced stones personally bestowed by the king, and Hayden himself will take them under his wing to train. But word had already spread about White Tolkien's involvement in this case. It doesn't make sense for other mages to get involved. Hayden argued that White Tolkien is too slow. They haven't even located the demons yet. If Arcel's mages could find and eliminate the last royal demon, they could restore the city's reputation, lifting it up from the mud. While that is true, Arcel's remaining politician worries about the serious side effects that using Talia's enhancement stones brings. Hayden clicked his tongue in annoyance. There's no need to think about side effects at a time like this. The war rages on. Running out of patience, Hayden magically gripped the elder by the neck and tightened the grip. The politicians might be forgetting that Hayden was the one who brought Arcel to the top. If he wanted, he could kill everyone here and suffer no consequence. He just needs to create a flimsy justification to keep receiving support from the king. Hayden won't tolerate any more doubts. He wants the Penta-Elemental mages to be in front of him quickly. Hayden is on edge. Once White Tolkien finds Kella Kaldun, Killian will definitely score the kill. He needs to be the one who bags that monumental achievement. As if reading his mind, a hooded stranger came up to him with an offer to help in finding the cowardly demon prince. The mage commander of Taluya felt as though this offer was a sure shot. Back in the newly constructed dungeon, Kella is sitting on a throne that feels a little too extravagant for his liking. Rin argued that he should get used to the lavishness, for he'll officially take over as the Demon King soon anyway. While they have a luxurious chair for the young lord, all they have to put on the table is fish to eat. Eager to remedy that problem, Rin volunteered to go out in the wild to hunt. When Kella disapproved, they couldn't afford the risk of getting found by Tolkien. It's simply too dangerous. Still, it is true that eating fish every single day is bumming everyone out. Wood then stood up and volunteered to catch some carnivorous animal to put some meat on the table. The problem is, the land surrounding them is barren. However, while Wood was training, he thought of something that could bypass that problem. His wooden shield has a rich life force that he can synchronize with his ability. He can extend a route deep underground to search for animals. It's kind of like ground fishing. He requires absolute silence since the routes must move without sound and with slow accuracy to succeed. With nothing else to do in the dungeon, the crew sat around without making a peep for 2 hours. Actually, make that 4 hours of stillness. When the 6th hour passed, Rin finally had enough and protested Wood's slow-ass method. They thought he had fallen asleep along with his routes. Just as they were impatiently complaining, Wood felt the nibble he was waiting for. He pulled the shield up and retracted the endlessly extending routes. What came with it was a four-eyed mole eagerly chasing after the route. With delight, Thrills praised the dark elf for catching a giant mole. It only took 6 hours to get one to bite. Still, the compliment made him blush a little. While everyone was celebrating, Kella looked at the bizarre critter and wondered if it was even edible. Rin, on the other hand, felt threatened by the rookie's ability to contribute. To redeem herself, she grabbed the mole, knocked it out, and promised to cook something delicious for her master. Outside, the eyes in the sky stayed still in their posts, acting like CCTVs with wings. In the kitchen, Rin is currently freaking out. She talked big earlier, but she had no idea how to prepare mole meat at all. The skin of the giant furball is too tough to slice with her demonic energy-infused claws. She's starting to think that maybe she should have involved others instead of pretending to be an expert. But when she thinks about what the young lord would say and how disappointed he would be if she failed this task, she could not bear the pain. So, the unrelenting attendant was left to deal with the consequences of her actions on her own. Then, she remembered the daggers she had gotten from that treasure box. She was told that these blades can concentrate mana into a single, focused point. Perhaps this is the right time to use this tool of death. A dead giant mole is a good training partner. Rin closed her eyes and concentrated as she channeled her mana into the daggers. She continued pouring power into the blades until it started acting out of control and erratic. Instead of condensing into a single point, her mana is spreading even wider instead. The weapon was like an endless well sucking her power continuously. She tried to physically drop the daggers, but it wouldn't let go of her hands. If this keeps up, the dagger will suck her off until nothing is left. While Rin is struggling for her life, Shreels is chilling and relaxing with an ancient grimoire in her hands. She determined that it's filled with basic spells, the dungeon's information, and the area's information. Although basic in theory, the spells were written in a primeval language she had never seen before. She couldn't even tell the level of whoever wrote the thing. Just when she was about to make a breakthrough in her brief research, everybody's attention was drawn towards the kitchen as the gang heard a blood-curdling scream. Wood volunteered to check out what the fuss is about, but Shreels wanted Rin to take care of whatever's happening herself. She's just cooking some mole meat after all. It cannot be that serious, right? The group agreed, and they sat on their asses while their comrades struggled. Rin is desperately trying to figure out how to stop the daggers from sucking her dry. She used to attend Kella's classes in the Demon Kingdom. The wimp always cried after getting hit and would eventually drop out. Back then, she would listen to the lectures carefully in hopes of tutoring her young master after classes. Among the plethora of lectures she retained from those days, there should be a way to control this demonic weapon. She recalled a lecture about magic weapons. They might be strong, but if the user fails to control them, they are nothing more than useless hunks of rare materials. The key to handling a magic blade is grasping its true essence. Of course, an unruly weapon will try its hardest to hijack control of its user, making it a struggle to manifest magic into a desirable shape. Most demons can only release a small amount of magic power in a fight, but if one can master high-level concentration, one could create awe-inspiring phenomena. Back to the present, Rin plans to increase her level of concentration when manifesting magic power while trying to grasp the dagger's true essence. With her life on the line, matching the shape of the daggers to her magic output is a Herculean task. Even so, she grits her teeth and brute forces her way to subjugate the disorderly weapon. If she can't even control two blades, then he would have no chance of protecting her young master from the threat of White Tolkien. Sharpening her magic power to match the blade's edges, Rin stabbed into the dead giant mole in front of her. The skin that she couldn't pierce just a moment ago finally gave in. She succeeded through sheer will. Inspecting the daggers, she realized that they had stopped stealing her magic like a tamed beast with controlled aggression. Rin reveled in the feeling of making the demon weapon completely hers. Back in the common room, Kella starts to worry when the screams from the kitchen stop. Before he could open the door, Rin burst out with a tray of perfectly sliced giant mole meat. When asked what the screaming was all about, Rin brushed the questions off. She swore that nothing happened while she was sweating bullets. Shreels closed the grimoire and praised Rin for having a special talent for controlling blade energy. According to the grimoire, those giant moles have skin and fur so strong that they are practically invincible underground. Only swordsmen who can control very strong blade energy can cut through. Butchering them is only possible after they are fished out of the ground to slowly deplete their vitality. Rin was very impressed that Rin could go toe-to-toe with such tough meat. Similarly, Kella was quite pleased with Rin's success. To honor her win against the mole, he will happily feast on the meat. Rin was taken aback. Being acknowledged by the young master made her heart skip a beat. Now she's more pumped to keep using her own strength to be a reliable subordinate for the future Demon King. Shreels could see both Rin and Wood growing rapidly with their efforts and realized that she was the only one stagnating. When they fought the earth demons and the monsters of the dungeon, she was borderline useless. She was a one-trick pony. Not being able to use large area magic because of the limited space is just a convenient excuse. She needs to learn high-level magic that can be used in any situation. That night, she neatly folded her clothes to the side and picked a spot to meditate. While channeling her mana, she reminded herself of her obligation to her father and to Kella. She was supposed to aid the heir, but she's been the one receiving help time after time. If Curdley finds them right now, they are dead meat. Shreels set her goal as reaching the 4th circle as soon as possible. Even so, Curdley is at least a 6th circle mage. She can't afford to waste time, so she decided to cut corners. Perhaps she could use an extreme measure in the form of the earth demons or a forbidden mineral used to instantly increase one's strength at the cost of a shortened lifespan. To follow the late king's will and protect the incumbent sovereign, she would gladly sacrifice her own lifespan. Before she could swallow the forbidden ore, the ancient grimoire lit up and floated on its own. It riffled through the pages as the foreign inscriptions flew out in the form of pure mana, responding to Shril's magic power. Much to her surprise, the inscriptions she couldn't understand before started chaining and combining. After forming an ancient wall of indecipherable texts, a mysterious power shot out and pierced through her stomach. Shril's was wide open as the contents of the ancient grimoire forced themselves into her body. She felt her consciousness get taken to a different place, separate from her body. Shril's looked around and saw nothing but an all-encompassing darkness. Aside from her, there was another entity in the endless space. A woman, clad in black, was attracted to the power of the Demon King flowing through Shril's blood. The grimoire must have activated her because of her father's energy. Feeling defensive and confrontational, she tried to feel out whether the witchy woman was hostile or not. The witch asserted that she was not Hel Calden's follower. She is significantly older than that. She was a subject of the one and only god of this world, Turk Caldan. Shril's only knew that name from the annals of the Demon King's succession. Although fate is inevitable, there are times when it moves as if it has a will of its own. Today's meeting is one such instance. The witch chronicled how Turk Caldan erected this dungeon. She used to travel with her lord to countless exotic places, leaving their mark throughout the world to help those of the next generations experience true enlightenment. It's starting to seem like ending up in this dungeon wasn't a mere coincidence. Seeing an opportunity to bolster the group's power, Shril's begged the witch to join the crew, detailing how the last Demon King, Hel, was slain by humans. Unfortunately, the witch in front of her is merely a trace of conditional activation magic left behind from years ago. Still, she could help the one who activated the grimoire. Grabbing the opportunity, Shril's asked the powerful mage how to get past her bottleneck at the 4th circle in order to protect Turk Caldan's descendant. The witch appreciated her straightforwardness, but creating circles is unique for every individual, and assistance is very limited. But in this spatial abyss, the agony of death can grind every part of one's body, and those who can endure will be rewarded. Desperate to become more powerful, Shrills openly pleaded to be given the opportunity of a lifetime. The witch warned her that she would have to endure agony that would feel like 14 years of reality. Death awaits if she's unable to withstand the load. Shrills was already willing to cut her lifespan for a long shot. This is nothing. She was made for only one purpose. If she can't protect Kella now, she would have no reason to exist. No matter how long that agony lasts, she would gladly try to persevere. Sensing her sincere will, the witch started the ceremony. Using her ancient magic, she ripped all the magic Shrills have painstakingly learned her whole life. If she survives, she will be reconstructed from the bottom, imbued with the witch's power. Various grim magic circles surrounded Shrills as unimaginable pain was injected into every part of her being. This anguish and terror are like nothing she had ever felt before, and it will go on for a long-ass time. The witch emotionlessly worked on deconstructing Shrills, curious to see how long the woman could endure. Her agonized roar was guttural and primal. This is some thriller bark Zorro shit. While Shrills were undergoing the most intense torture of her life, the young master was walking around with a plate of succulent meat. The last time Kella saw Shrills, her expression bothered him. Now she had disappeared for the day. Walking into one of the winding hallways, Kella ran into an out-of-place orb. Inside was the body of the bloody Shrills, her consciousness trapped inside a prison of pain. Kella dropped his meat and ran towards the worrying sight. She analyzed the orb made with barrier magic and promptly drew his new blade. No matter how hard or how much he attacked, he could not make a dent in the orb. Worried that he might lose Shrills if he doesn't break the barrier, Kella was pushed to his wit's end. He tried over and over again to call on her to wake up to no avail. Meanwhile, the entirety of the White Talkin' Squad had already moved using Curdly's intel. She confirmed where Kella's group was headed by combing through the unicorn's memories. The butterflies also picked up demonic traces nearby. Still, there are a total of 427 islands to pick through to find the exact hole Kella is hiding in. Normally, it would take forever to go through these many islands, but the captain sees this as a good thing. They just have to find the right one and end the mission right away. Killian brandished his sword and unleashed a blade that could level mountains. His attack traveled through the water, turning the nearby islands to dust. Killian's comrades watched in awe at their boss's impeccable destructive power. They're aware of how powerful this man is, but seeing him use his power is still a sight to behold. With a decent bit of choices eliminated, Killian ordered his squad to split up and search. Meanwhile, the man they are hunting is futilely trying to break through some unknown ancient magic barrier. He's already running on fumes after trying for so long. He still hasn't made even a little dent. To make matters worse, Shrills are bleeding out of all her orifices. It's evident that a powerful mage did this to her, and Kella desperately wanted to get her out. While he was uselessly slashing away, the whole island shook frantically. It was so intense that it felt like a high-magnitude earthquake. The surveillance birds posted all over the island saw what was happening outside with clarity. Meanwhile, Captain Killian continues erasing islands one by one. Inside the dungeon, Stoneless Lime was notified of the impending threat knocking at the island's proverbial door. The warning was immediately relayed to Kella, an emergency signal of the highest urgency. Stone detailed that the invaders are wearing white armor. That can only mean one thing. Some way, somehow, the Tolkien of Light is now zeroing in on their location. Given Shrill's current condition, this is the worst time for an invasion. Kella even thought that Curdly was the one who trapped his comrade in this indestructible orb, so he made a run for it. If the location is compromised, everything will be over in an instant. He scoured the dungeon searching for Ren and Wood. As soon as he spotted them, Kella gave the order to hide in the bunker. With the Tolkien of White gnawing at their heels, the only choice they have right now is to hide and hope for the best. Wood remained calm while Rin was visibly shaken by the abnormal earthquake earlier. The two asked where Shrills was, and Kella hurriedly replied that she might already be compromised by Curdly's spell. They moved the coffin situated in the middle of the room, exposing a hidden bunker. Who would have thought that they would need to use the recently constructed secret bunker so soon? The trio jumped down to the makeshift hole, praying that the pursuers wouldn't check. When they landed, Kella turned around and used magic to seal the entrance while inwardly apologizing for helplessly leaving Shrills. Holy minus aura, Captain Killian is closing in by the minute, leaving islands crumbling and burning in his wake. When he stepped foot on the next one, he immediately got a whiff of vile demon magic. Inside the bunker, Stone reported that the white-haired swordsman is now in front of the dungeon entrance. There's no doubt about it, humanity's strongest blade is now just a few meters from their short-lived oasis. If that guy notices the illusion magic blocking the entrance, they are as good as dead. And as expected of the captain, he easily saw through the ruse. Once he confirmed that the demons were hiding behind this visage, Killian motioned to draw his sword. Swordsman Gojo is itching to get his hands on the remaining demon with royal blood. With every report from Stone, their chances of survival continue to dwindle. Before performing his quick draw to level the island in one fell swoop, Killian hesitated. He reckoned that blowing this island up would make his troops swarm. He doesn't want to go through the hassle of crowding the scene just to catch a few measly demons. Besides, Killian doesn't want one of his men, Deed, to get his grubby hands on someone in particular. So, he held his hand and decided to hunt with a more personal touch. Killian wants to kill Kella and that demonic crew of his using his own hands. Stone reported the enemy's entrance to the dungeon, and Kella didn't hesitate to mobilize every monster he stationed all over the place. Golems and treasure spiders gave Swordsman Gojo a warm welcome. All of them wanted to aggressively tear the captain apart. Killian was not in the least bit fazed by the unexpected combination of monsters and their sheer number. This time, his blade left its scabbard as he effortlessly danced his way through the insignificant obstacle. Stone conveyed the fall of every monster they had. The captain really balled out and wiped every single one in a single strike. The beasts that pushed Kella's group to the brink of annihilation not long ago couldn't even buy them a second now. Killian continued his nonchalant stroll through the dungeon and found the fork in the road, two diverging paths. He paused to think for a moment and eventually decided to just say fuck it and choose whichever based on his gut. It probably won't matter anyway. Kella felt a cold sweat run down his spine when the overpowered hunter chose the path that Shreels was stuck on. Trapped in ancient magic with a crazy, powerful killer on the loose, she is in grave danger. While the captain is inching closer and closer to the target, his troops are still slowly erasing other islands off the map. Curdley's method was a little more sophisticated as she cruised through the water while letting her butterflies do the work. Every minute, members of White Tolkien relayed their failure to find the targets. Deed really wanted to be the winner of this hunt, but he could sense that the captain was the one who hit the jackpot and found that girl. While Killian was leisurely strolling through his chosen path, he came across the bizarre orb. He looked inside the translucent barrier and found the bloodied Shreels, the woman who betrayed Tolkien. When he was but a young boy, Killian was an undeniable prodigy who could solo battalions of fourth-rank soldiers without batting an eye. Other kids just accepted that he's built differently, someone they could never catch up to, no matter what. The only exception was his brother, the hot-headed Killman. The trainers would always reprimand the boy for always trying to duel his brother and always falling in miserable defeat. Adults would tell Killman that it would take him 100 years just to catch up to his brother's natural talent. Killman always refuses to abide by that assessment, and Killian always felt sorry for his brother. From the moment the golden boy of the kingdom was born, he never parted with a sword. Once then, every moment with a blade felt unbearably boring, until one day, he was roaming the training area when he passed by someone. It was young Shreels, working herself ragged, training after hours. From that moment on, the only thing that ever made young Killian's heart race in that dull life was that foolhardy girl. Every time she's in the training ground, she looks like a beast struggling to survive in the wild. That primal image always stirred something in the boy. It was a shame that they could not train in the same sector. Even so, he wanted to be a part of her struggle in his own little way. Since he never gets hurt in training, Killian has a surplus of medical rations. Every night, he would ask one of the trainers to hand the rations to the girl who always gets injured, sometimes nearly to the point of death. The trainer was not opposed to it, but it's quite unexpected to see the nonchalant boy showing concern for someone. Nosy trainer tried to pry more, asking if Killian had feelings for the girl. As a response, young swordsman Gojo just walked away. In his eyes, even though Shrills is always banged up, wounded, and hurt, she's still so loud and full of life. How can he not pay attention to someone like that? Years passed, and he kept doing his nightly drops of medical rations through the trainers. His first expedition training is taking place tomorrow, and he might go away for years. The trainer suggested that he deliver in person this time around. Even though he won't see Shrills for years, Killian still refuses to get directly involved. After every overtime training session, he would watch her tend to her wounds from afar. This had become routine for the reckless girl. Today, Killian regrets not pulling her into his camp back then. They could have stood together as fellow White Talcans. Maybe he could have convinced her to forget all about that lineage of the Demon King nonsense. The first and last time something or someone made his heart race was that beast-like girl. In another lifetime, if things had gone differently, the two could have been unstoppable side by side. But now, Shrills is nothing but a servant to her futile mission, consumed by ambition far beyond her God-given potential. Twists of fate always cut as deep as a blade. Drawing his sword, Killian cut the orb with unbridled flair and mastery. Unlike Kella's weak-ass virgin attacks, Killian's Gigachad easily dispelled the ancient magic. He stood over her limp body, staring down with emotionless eyes. The beast-like lady who gave color to his dull life is gone. While the heartbreaking reunion was happening, the trio in the bunker was feeling the heat. Kella tried to justify his decision to leave Shrill stuck in that magic barrier. Even if his sword slashes were useless, Rin and Wood don't want to leave Shrills out in the open. Even if King Master is really fumbling here, he's doubting himself. Even if he used the Demon King's life force, going up against Tolkien's level of strength might still end in devastation. This is not the game he used to play in his gaming chair. This time, he could really lose his life. While the three were arguing, the sound of the inner gate getting demolished by force roared. Killian walked into the dungeon's last room while dragging the unconscious Shrills haphazardly. His hand gripped her neck like dead meat primed for slaughter. Upon entering, he stood still and scanned the room with discerning eyes. Kella is shitting his pants. This is it. Game over is coming. Judging the architecture, Killian determined that the dungeon is ancient, with signs of recent renovations. If he had to guess, Kella Kaldun must be watching from somewhere near. To avoid having to make big moves that would draw his subordinates' attention, he raised his blade against Shrill's neck and threatened to go full terrorist video on her if the filth heir of the Demon King doesn't show himself. Never mind saving Shrills. Even if all three of them charged in together, they would not even be able to make Killian bleed. Thirdly was just an underling, and that woman alone was too much to handle. So Rin swallowed her fear and stated the only option available to them right now. She and Wood must draw Killian's attention in hopes of buying a little bit of time for Kella to escape through the passage behind the statue. Wood concurred with the suicide plan. They must prioritize saving the man single-handedly, keeping the bloodline of the Demon King running. Not giving him the chance to argue against the plan, Rin coaxed her magic and drew her daggers, begging the young master to do everything in his power to survive. Kella was paralyzed by his own incompetence. Rin and Wood burst out of the coffin cover, making quite a splash that didn't faze the captain. Rin raised her blades, and Wood prepared his shield, wholeheartedly willing to fight to their last breath. Just as Killian thought, the demons were hiding in a hole like the rats that they are. Wood started the fight by stimulating the life force of his shield to summon winding roots that spread all over the perimeter. He's banking on summoning a big enough wall of roots to block the view, while the young master makes a run for it. The cowardly prince crawled out of the hole and gave his comrades one last look before heading towards the secret passage. He kept thinking that this was not a game anymore. You don't respawn after getting brutally killed by someone like Killian in this world. Kella is scared out of his wits. He desperately wants to avoid dying helplessly again. Rin sensed her young master's presence, retreating deep into the statue's passage, and breathed a sigh of relief. Killian seemingly flash-stepped in front of the two, rendering their defense and threats moot. After the prince had gone, Rin lied through her teeth and asserted that Kella was never in this dungeon to begin with. Would reposition himself to the flank and extended the stalwart roots to grab onto the swordsman's arm in hopes of taking his weapon away. Killian didn't give a shit. He was just fascinated by the dark elf and demon pairing. As for their techniques, he wasn't impressed. Working off of Wood's attempt at crowd control, Rin closed in to stab the captain with her newly mastered daggers. Not only did she fail, but she was also nearly decapitated right then and there. Killian just chose to stop his blade in the nick of time. Then, he waved the roots away like they weighed nothing at all. His agile hand somehow reached Wood from where he was standing. He grabbed the dark elf's neck and tightened the death grip to the brink of crushing Wood's windpipe. Both Rin and Wood just wanted to buy a little more time. They would take every second that they could squeeze. You see, Killian is not interested in interrogating these two. Sure, if Kella appears in the open, things would be easier. If not, he can just as easily kill every rat in this room and not lose sleep over it. Rin felt a primal fear in her heart when he peered through Killian's eyes. Even among ruthless demons, she had never seen eyes like his. It's like he's an unfeeling monolith, devoid of any emotion and sensation, an empty and infinite void in the shape of a man. Killian tightened his grip a little more, making Wood bleed from the pressure. He also pushed the blade in Rin's neck a little deeper, the steel gnawing at her artery. Rin could not stop her body from trembling. A terror so deep and primeval had taken hold of her. She doesn't want to die. She wants to see her master just one more time. Still, she muscled through the fear of death for the sake of Kella's survival. Wood, even though a recent addition to the team, felt the same. Killian saw and heard their resolve and praised Kella for surrounding himself with unexpectedly loyal subordinates. As a sign of respect for their determination, the captain elected to give the two honorable quick deaths. A little more grip strength would stop Wood's breathing, and a bit more force would chop Rin's head off. Before all of that could happen, Kella Kaldun decided not to be a pussy, turned around, and drew his blade to save his comrades. This is precisely what Captain Killian was banking on to happen. Rin and Wood felt a mix of relief and a sense of defeat upon seeing the young master come back. Sure, this is not a game. One death, and it's game over, but that is also true for Rin, Wood, and Skrills too. They are not NPCs you leave to die when push comes to shove. Kella had traveled with this group together. They fought side by side, putting their lives on the line. More than subordinates, they have long since become precious friends. The heir of the Demon King cannot stomach letting them die helplessly. Although terrified, Kella presented himself in exchange for Rin and Wood. Captain Killian willingly relented and tossed the small fries out of the way. His brother Kilman died because of Kella's father. For that, the captain feels entitled to wipe out the Demon King's bloodkin. Kella had seen overpowered characters like this man before, both in games and in real life. They are the type to chase those who wrong them to the ends of the earth. Even so, the young demon lord won't go down without a fight. He drew his blade and charged at humanity's strongest soldier, worrying his subordinates. They tried to assist their young master, but Kella ordered them to stay out of the fight, take Skrills, and retreat to a safe place post-haste. Rin tried to argue, but Wood knows his role. They are given orders, and they must do as told. Sure, it's frustrating right now, but even if they tried to fight alongside their young master, they won't be able to contribute much at all. Wood's resolve snapped Rin out of her delusion. Kella reinforced the order to retreat while he tried to go toe-to-toe with Killian. Rin finally gritted her teeth and assisted Wood in carrying Skrills, praying that the young master would survive this ordeal. Kella went all out right away. His attacks were helplessly deflected. Killian was barely paying attention to the enemy in front of him. His eyes were fixated on Skrills. Offended by how distracted the captain was, Kella pushed his offense harder. Killian mocked the successor of the Demon King's lineage for trying to exhibit human emotions. Nevertheless, this is just one more weakness to exploit. The captain finally stopped messing around and planted the Demon King's heir deep into the cavern walls. He's starting to feel hopeless. This white-haired monster is on a whole different level compared to anyone he has ever faced before. This is a real powerhouse. His whole body is shaking, and his legs feel like they are submerged in cement. With his current strength, he is practically a bug waiting to be crushed in an instant. But since he's been exposed and headed to ruin, he might as well go all out and access the full power of the Demon King lying dormant inside his body. Empowered by an overflowing strength courtesy of his ancestors, Kella initiated round 2. Killian caught a whiff of the power that brought down the city of Arsal. Kella found that instead of a completely one-sided beatdown, he can finally see Killian's sword. It was like he had become someone else, something entirely different. Seeing this transformation only strengthened Killian's will to annihilate every trace of the Demon King's blood. Even with this power-up, the end result remained the same. What good is seeing your enemy's sword when you still can't defend or avoid it? It's hard to believe that Killian holds all that power in a mortal body. Behind the statue's secret path, Rin and Wood felt the whole island shake as the dungeon started collapsing. While Rin was freaking out, Wood kept it cool. He kept his eyes forward. Their top priority is following orders and getting Shrills to safety. If their group's second-in-command regains consciousness, they might have the agency to do something else. Fortunately, they reached the exit before the dungeon completely collapsed. Up in the statue room, Kella was just spamming attacks, hoping that he could hit a lucky slash. Imagine Killian's surprise when that sloppy swordsmanship unexpectedly sliced his cloak. Sure, Kella had undergone some sword training in the past. Now he's trying to harness a generational power that he can barely contain. The longer this state lasts, the more pain he's suffering. It felt like the overwhelming power was literally ripping his body apart. If this drags on longer, his body might give in before Killian could even land the killing blow. Seeing him overdraft and shorten his lifespan to buy more time and save some irrelevant subordinates, Killian dug into Kella for being a dumbass. The young master simply corrected the captain that those three were not mere subordinates to him. The sloppy offense continued while Killian's ironclad defense wore Kella down. With this much commotion, the rest of the White Tolkien must have noticed by now. That means Deed is on his way. With that in mind, the captain's playtime is over. He swiftly tapped the large gap in Kella's defense and knocked the young master's blade away. Kella tried to run after and retrieve his blade, but the momentary distraction made him pay the price in blood. Killian gave the young demon a message in case father and son meet in hell. He wants Hell Calden to know that the last royal demon was killed as punishment for Kilman's murder. He is practically immortal, but his regeneration cannot keep up with the captain's destructive power. He is painfully knocking at death's door. Rin and Wood are trying to do their best to carry her to safety. They want to locate a safe island as the state of the dungeon is nearing its collapse. Kella's safety is a huge concern, but they can't risk compromising her shrill safety in the process. It's what he wanted, but leaving him all alone is just something Rin can't easily accept. She remembers how he's the one who came back to help them. The fact that they shouldn't go out to help him seems unfair. The servant doesn't want to abandon her master. Wood understands her concerns, agreeing that she's completely justified in saying that. Besides, Kella only tasked them to relocate Shrills to a safe location. There weren't any other orders, so they can act on their own now. Back to the scene of the fight, Killian is humiliating this man with blue flames. They're so strong that even his high-speed regeneration is rendered useless. With the current rate of things, he's gonna die. At that moment, Rin surprises both of them by jumping in between, demanding the warrior to get away from her master. Killian takes out his energy blade from Kella's body, viewing the attendant as a mere distraction to his goals. He wants to fight her, when suddenly Wood tangles him from behind, binding him with his vines. The injured Kella fears for their lives, begging them to run instead of trying to help him. Rin promises her master that they already took Shrills to a safe location, and since he wasn't clear on what they should do after, they acted on their own. The dark elf sides with her, refusing to abandon him all by himself. Their concern is cute, and all but Kella knows that things are looking really bad. As Kan Chi-woo, he wonders if he'd ever been able to make such brilliant friends. In his previous life, he was beaten senselessly by his father every day. The alcoholic abused him, and the ones who he called his friends talked crap behind his back, treating him with disregard and jealousy. They were fake. Kan Chi-woo's only escape was the world of games that welcomed him in open arms. His misery came from the realization that he'd always be alone, but at least in this second life, these people are willing to lay down their lives for his sake. He is eternally grateful for his friends' efforts, and dawns on a new attitude not to go down so easily. Thanks to their distraction, he can regenerate all his wounds, allowing him the chance to strike Killian while he is kept busy by the others. He actually does manage to tackle the warrior into a corner. Killian thinks it's pointless to struggle in their position, while Kella is out here inviting him to a one-on-one encounter, refusing to stand back. While this epic duel is taking place, Deed watches the island from afar, recalling having seen his captain go there. He thinks Killian is enjoying the subjugation all by himself, so Deed decides to join in on the fun too. Meanwhile, the redhead is placed just outside the dungeon. Shrills regains her consciousness in her bloodied state, her eyes showing signs of life. Back to the main brawl, Killian powers an energy blast in his palm and hits Guardy with a heavy blow. Next, with a swing of his sword, he sends Rin flying. Lastly, there's Kella, who is out here getting slashed with heavy hits. The warrior in white amuses if Kella truly thinks he'll be able to defeat him through numbers alone. He's actually right, not even the three of them combined are strong enough to face him. Kella's regeneration won't last him forever either. His confidence flickers. Recovering doesn't mean a thing if he isn't powerful enough to stop Killian, which means they're fated to die here. Knowing that there's no escape, he begs his friends to just run off and leave him in this battle. Rin refuses to oblige. They've decided to come too far to turn away from him here and now. They want to be with him until the end, pressuring him all the more that they're doing so much for his sake. Killian assures all three demons that they've got nothing to worry about. One way or another, they're destined to die by his sword. Kella is terrified, but he also doesn't see any outcome in which they survive. Just when you think all hope is turned to dust, a certain mage blasts her way inside the dungeon. The explosion catches both of them off guard. Kella and Killian are haunted with the same question, wondering who set off the explosion. Emerging from the other side is a mage we're all familiar with. Shrills has dawned on her new transformation with her demonic horns, happy to have found Kella alive and safe. Our boy, who is busy fighting Killian, is shocked. He couldn't even imagine her return. The same goes for Rin and the others. She managed to defeat Deed, something that not even he could have predicted. The guy still thinks it's a fluke of some kind. Shrill slams him into the ground, demanding that he shut the hell up already. They've pissed her off. Shrill sighs down the leader of the Tolkien of White, setting him as her final target. The white-haired warrior is impressed, astonished that she managed to not only best Deed, but also somehow emerge from the abyss of pain alive. Acknowledging her as a descendant of the great demon, he's genuinely amazed that Shrill's managed to freaking surpass Curdley from his own team. But that's a given, since the redhead spent nearly twice as long in that painful abyss. Thanks to that, she got all the time necessary to train her body to ascend to the power of the sixth circle. Rin and Wood are completely baffled. Kella's face shows his shock. He can't fathom how a fourth circle mage could manage to ascend to the sixth circle rank in such a brief period of time. Killian has always been impressed with her progress. He holds her in high regard, but now that she's ascended another level, it makes his heart race even faster. The sixth circle mage promises her comrades healing, activating a spell called Dark Regrowth. Its effects handily undo all the wounds on Kella's body. The same goes for the rest of their party, showing how much faster her healing capabilities have evolved. The warrior in white has his eyes fixed. He doesn't care about anyone else on the battlefield except Shrills, who is looking as majestic as ever. The sixth circle mage doesn't share the same sentiment, unleashing the Fog of Forgetting spell, punishing him for what he did to her friends. This strange spell manifests in the form of a shadow veil blocking out his senses. In other words, Killian's effectively blind and has no sense of direction to work with. It's an ability far stronger than Curdley's binding magic entrapping him a domain. His consciousness flails within, trying his best to cut his way out of it, but he's too worried about the attacks that are unleashed by his enemies. By the way, even without his sight, Killian is so talented that he avoids Rin with swift precision. Kella couldn't attack him from his rear from a blind spot. In other words, this man is literally pulling an ultra instinct. His body is reacting all on its own to prevent any injury. Shrills holds him in high regard for being the leader of the Tolkien of White, so she casts a second spell called the Dark Water of Corruption. This one melts down on his armor, exposing his skin and cutting into his shoulder. Killian takes the shoulder plate and quickly removes it to prevent further scars. It's at that moment Shrills tells everyone to lock the hell in because at last he's exposed. Kurd uses his Guardy shield to immobilize him, preventing movement. Rin on the other hand goes on the offensive, trying her best to cut him clean. Killian blocks her daggers with ease, forcing the sixth circle mage to activate a third spell, Greedy Thorns. These thorns further immobilize his limbs, entrapping Killian in a position where both his arms and legs are locked down. There's no way for him to run anymore, and he's exposed to fatal attacks. Normally, Killian could easily deal with all of these spells without trouble, but because he's lost all his senses, he can only do so much in his position. Persisting against their strategy, he raises his battle sword, vowing to get rid of the illusion magic. Shrills begs Kella to act quickly because they'll lose their chance if he successfully uses his sword energy to break the spell. Our boy imbues his demonic mana inside his own blade, knowing that he won't ever get the chance to do this again. He loads everything into one definitive strike, empowering his blade at full capacity. And here's the shocking part. My guy actually managed to cut off Killian's arm and clean off his body, the same arm that the Tolkien of White's leader was planning to use to free himself. This man's bones are exposed, that's hella nasty. But here's the shocking part. Kella originally aimed for his head. He listened to Thanos' advice from Infinity War, except Killian still managed to dodge that shit. This dude's fundamentally on a different level, though even with his missing arm, Killian doesn't express fear. He realizes that he let his guard down because of her interruptance. Suddenly the warrior in white starts shooting laser beams out his eyes. Bro's Superman, apparently. Shrills begs Kella to get the hell out of the way or else he's cooked. It's time we explore a background sequence of Killian's life. The young brothers had no idea where they were being taken, while their father assured the children that it was a special day. They were going to meet the beast god of light, Lumirin, the one who will accept them as his own. The older brother knew that meeting gods isn't an easy thing. He thought they were being punished for doing something wrong, but the arrogant and ignorant father assured them that there wasn't anything wrong. In fact, they're perfect candidates to be sacrificed to the god of light. Lumirin only requires the best souls. Even the children's mother had no guilt for them. Killian among them was the most special, as if his existence was supposed to be sacrificed to the beast god. The boy's odd skin and cold eyes made them believe this ridiculous idea even more. The father proudly presented the holy altar to the children, promising them their fate. After their sacrifice, the beast god will provide them with abundance. The brothers weren't ready to die. Killian among the two had no intention of dying at all. At the altar, the ritual was conducted to call forth the beast god. The children were repeatedly reminded not to fear the dragon. The beast god emerged before them, its eyes blank, glowing as it awaited its next sacrifice. The boy's mother pushed them to be sacrificed. They wanted both children to experience their fate while ignoring their cries. It was at that moment that the fearless child met the eyes of the beast god. He felt the creature's light for the first time. And now, in this moment, while he's shooting out those beams of light, it's the same power he was blessed with back then. Kella is knocked into a wall, Rin is sent crashing, Wood is the only one safe because of his shield. Even the sixth circle newly evolved Shrills is confused how that light managed to negate her magic. She needed to cast a second spell, except this Gigachad is glowing blue aura like he just tapped into a new evolution. Killian remarks that the demon Kella has taken everything from him, the boy's father. The demon king killed his own brother, and he even has Shrills to his side. If things couldn't get worse, he even took his arm just now. With the eyes of a killer, Killian promises them an endless hell from now on. Our boy knows that he's done because this dude's not gonna back down unless he dies. In other words, he's gotta beat him down here fast. It's his best chance since Killian is heavily nerfed in his current condition. Wielding his blade, Kella unleashes the best of his aura, taunting back that he'll be the one to send the warrior in white to hell. Both of them are on maximum bloodlust, wishing nothing but death against each other. Watching from the side, Shreels takes note of Kella's ever-growing mana with his current level of power. She thinks it might even be possible for him to defeat Killian. Unfortunately, we'll never find out because Curdly arrives with the rest of the team. All of them are horrified to see their leader's missing arm. Realizing that they can't fight these guys together all at once, Shreels turns to Kella for another strategy. But instead of looking right at her, this man lasers his gaze towards his opponent. This man is not a coward. He's about that smoke, having so much concentration that he doesn't even recognize the Tolkien of White just behind Killian. The only thing on his mind right now is to kill the bastard, no matter what. A single definitive strike to end it all. Killian is the first to lunge from his position without even his sword by his side. Kella readies himself with the sole desire to end it all. He's about to meet him head-on, but even in his current position, he won't be able to defeat the whole squad. To save all their asses, Shreels activates Dark Predation on every single one of her teammates, including Kella, who doesn't understand what's going on. Before Killian could punch him down, the giant spirit eats them alive and teleports them out of there. Though I find it amazing that this man doesn't even care about his missing arm. My guy is just surprised what just happened. Their enemies have vanished. The rest of his team can't fathom where they went either. The usage of Dark Predation stuns them. It's a spell only a 6-circle mage should be able to cast. Curdly simply doesn't understand how a mage could grow so much in a short amount of time. She has a theory of her own, but for now, Killian's condition is more concerning. The dude still only has Kella on his mind, while his buddies are angry on his behalf, offended that they couldn't help their leader as even Deed was defeated in the process. Holding on to his wound, Killian assures his escaped prey that the next time they meet, he's going to cause them a pain even worse than death. Speaking of our gang, they're teleported randomly to the other side of God knows where. Kella finally snaps out of it, confused where Killian and the others have disappeared. He's still so tense that he demands the coward to come out so that he can finish him right here and now. Kella doesn't want any of his friends to be hunted any longer and desires to end the fight. He's going crazy until Shreels hugs him from behind, assuring him that everything's gonna be okay. They're all safe thanks to him. Their enemy is gone. Her gentle embrace calms him down. He turns around to look at his friends who are all alive, unharmed. Rhiannon would thank the both of them for saving their lives, causing our boy to break down into tears. He was so afraid that he would lose them all, but here they are all alive. Kella thanks everyone for doing their best to survive. Shreels is happy, adding that she managed to edge out on reaching her 6th circle abilities in the abilities, which is great because it came in clutch. Our boy goes up to hug her tight. The same Shreels was just mentioning how horrific things would have turned out if she stayed at the 5th circle level. She's confused by his sudden embrace. Our guy is grateful that she's alive, fearing that she may have been killed by Curdly during their encounter. He was beginning to lose hope, but Kella's consideration for his friends truly shows as he's just happy for them to be alive. Surprised by the sudden hug, the redhead assures him that she'd never afford to die and leave him alone in this world. Her job is to protect him until the very end. Rin's face is priceless while watching this scene. Our boy turns around to thank both Rin and Wood for their efforts, as they're the only reason this mission came to a success. The short-haired servant passes all the credit back to him, as without Kella's own contributions, they would have all been killed. It's still a huge miss that they couldn't finish off Killian right when they had the chance. Shreels thinks they still managed to deal a huge blow by taking off his arm, which will haunt the Tolkien of White for the rest of his life. They can just finish him off in their next encounter. Kella also finds himself relieved that things are resolved just fine. In fact, he's the only person feeling the most amount of guilt for leaving behind all 3 of his friends, reminding him that he's no different than the coward he used to be. After this moment, Kella consolidates himself and vows to never leave his friends or run away from them again. His will is determined, and his goal of becoming stronger than everyone else is now more important to him than ever. In the next scene, the party is curious about where they're even at right now. Shreels explains that the activation of predation pairs with teleportation, but the destination coordinates are never known. This means the worst could come to life, as they might have been transported to the center of Talua itself. That's scary to think about, but Mommy Shrills doesn't think it's possible, since the dark spell only targets areas with demonic energy. In other words, their first objective is to figure out where the hell they are before moving forward. Wood chimes in and asks something curious, questioning how the redhead mage managed to reach the 6th level in such a brief amount of time. Shrills is happy to share all the details over a drink, expressing how she's been waiting for decades for this to happen. Rin and the others still have no idea what she means by waiting, but our protagonist thinks they should quickly start checking their surroundings. While our gang is busy scouting, we return to Killian's side of things. Curdley has successfully managed to stop her captain's arm from bleeding out. The leader expresses his apologies for failing his whole team like that, but the others genuinely believe that he's still a monster even if it's just one arm. The big guy thinks otherwise, taunting Deed for running his mouth, but the guy is just trying to make light of the situation, especially since some of them nearly died in that fight. The big question bothering the whole team is how the hell their brilliant captain ended up losing his arm like that, especially since these imbeciles are a bunch of weaklings. Killian explains that he was overwhelmed by Shrill's 6th circle formation state, and the moment he let his guard down, she got his ass. Deeb lets out a laugh, amazed at the idea of the mage managing to humiliate them to such a level. Having experienced generational Oralostad, this guy is now full-on planning an execution for Shrills, making sure that she suffers the most before her death. What he doesn't know is that Killian is even pettier. Bro's secretly plotting to kill the mage way before all of them because of what she did to his arm. The white mage talks about more concerning matters, such as the captain's arm condition in pretty bad shape, recommending that they return to Talia's stronghold at once to perform a proper healer ritual. Of course, some of them have qualms with Curdley situations, because going back to Talia means they won't be able to chase their enemies. However, the white mage emphasizes that there's no lead on Kella's group anyway, but if they delay the captain's treatment plan, his arm will never be healed. The blonde bitch with an ego really wants to fight, though. She's ready to go alone if she has to just to hunt down Kella's group. However, Killian doesn't want her to rush like an idiot. Shrills is a real danger, a powerhouse they cannot underestimate, so it's best for the whole team to retreat. Again, this girl is still adamant on facing Shrills, underestimating her abilities and calling her a test subject. The captain assures them that once he's good to go, they can start hunting Kella and Shrills together, fiercely declaring that not a single one of them will be able to escape his wrath. Speaking of Kella's group, they're currently chilling at a bar. Shrills is drunk as hell celebrating their epic life-threatening escape. Our boy is just happy that she's still the same idiot he remembers her by even after returning from the abyss. Since everyone wants to know how Shrills achieved 6th circle level, the redhead explains that she found a magic tome inside the statue's box, which happened to be special. The same book connected with her mana, forcing her into the abyss in pursuit of it, and in that void, she met a being called Feral, the 8th circle mage. She's so powerful that she was once the comrade of the previous Demon King. Shrills merely met her essence and managed to learn several methods of training. Kella is baffled by the idea of an 8th circle mage being the Demon King's comrade, and unfortunately being sealed inside the artifact. Rin asks the most important question of them all, inquiring if the dungeon was actually made by the Demon King himself. Shrills confirms this right on the dot, which is why their encounter was purely by chance, likely because Kella's own connection from the bloodline of the Demon Kings guided them there. In other words, it wasn't our boy's senses and control, but rather the will of the Demon King Turk that led them into that location. But that's impossible. Turk is dead, the Demon King is no more, so how on earth did he guide them there? A light bulb moment sparks in Kella's head as he realizes that the person he met in the abyss might have been Turk Kaldon. Kella's deep in contemplation, thinking about Turk Kaldon's hint. Shrills adds that time flows differently in the abyss, and she spent nearly 30 years in that place compared to the real world. That's a shocking amount of time, and it's unsurprising that she managed to train rigorously to get to that level. In the abyss, all she felt was as if her body was being ripped to shreds piece by piece. Each moment felt like a battle for survival, being cut up and severed. She was traumatized, and it was the kind of pain that made her want to die. Pharrell, the 8th circle mage, taught her to ascend to the 6th circle level, but the kind of pain Shrills experienced gave her enough hatred that she wanted to kill her own teacher. For someone like Pharrell, who had reached a godlike status at the 8th circle, the mage could only wonder the kind of pain she had to experience to reach the highest levels. By the way, Shrills didn't mention this explicit detail to the rest of the group. She doesn't want to share the painful imagery to Rin, who has a soft heart. Instead, she decides to keep it a secret to herself for now. Back to Rin. She's out here shocked that this woman trained relentlessly while thinking of their safety. Kella feels immense guilt for being unable to protect one of his teammates. He had no idea the kind of suffering Shrills had to endure. Instead of pursuing the topic further, the redhead suggests they chill around and celebrate the occasion for her growth. Rin is the first one to glaze her, and sure, while Kella can see that Shrills is visibly happy, something feels off. He can almost sense her hiding a secret. The group wants to know where they're even near a village. Shrill's best guess is that this place is the outskirts of Carrot region, the city shrouded in darkness from the west of the demonic continent. Carta is the same city where the existence of demons is not very well documented, which is why it's a hidden region from the Demon King's castle. That's a good thing for these guys, because finally they can rest for a while. By the way, the reason they're all fatigued is because of coming in contact against Killian's blue sword powers. Even Shrill's healing abilities are incapable of fully healing something like that, so natural rest is recommended. Kella recalls Killian's domineering presence. That blue energy is not good news for them, so they all decide that it's best to take the night off. By nightfall, everyone's in bed, cooped up in their little spots, all except our boy who's headed out for a little something. Shrills is knocked out cold, while Rin is busy staring at the daggers once wielded by Turk's subordinates. She wonders if some kind of powerful energy lurks inside too, begging that it does come out so she can also become powerful. Rin is extremely jealous and feels useless because of how Kella treats Shrills. Her own worth is put to question because the servant can't help her master. Wood on the other hand is quietly murmuring how he'll get even stronger so that the ones he cares about won't be in pain anymore. Finally, there's our guy out strolling the streets, urging the stone to come out when there's no one around. The cute thing jumps out while Kella is just glad he learned everything there was to know about magic pouches. Despite how much he's trained, his abilities are still underutilized. His regenerative abilities, as well as the Demon King's magic to wield authority over monsters. If this dude could access those abilities without struggle, then he could face someone like Killian with better odds. Back during his fight, he was lost in his head and forgot to maximize the best out of his powers. He even makes the comparison of leveling up inside a game, which is why he doesn't want to underestimate the extent of his own powers. His next fight with Killian won't be as easy as the last one, and before that time, Kella must gain full command over the Demon King's powers. This current city, Carta, the city of knowledge, is fit for unveiling those secrets. By the way, while he's busy monologuing, Kella's got a little spy noting down his every move. The scene cuts to the oldies in the robes who have just received a message from their familiar. News of the Tolkien of White being injured, the main one being their leader, shocks these oldies. They can't fathom how a weakling like Kella managed to deal such a crushing blow against the best team in the kingdom. The Raven shares the details of how it happened. Shrills managed to become a sixth circle mage, stunning them. The mere test subject they treated like crap who couldn't even extend beyond fourth circle magic has now somehow reached greater heights. One of his subordinates remarks that it's actually a great thing for them, since Kella's group still failed to capture Killian's team, which means Lord Hayden could jump in and capture the enemy team on his own. The old man thinks this clown is out of his mind to suggest the idea of tracking down and capturing Kella's group, a feat that not even the Tolkien of White managed to accomplish. However, this crazy lady is actually confident in her suggestion, assuring that she already knows where they are and that she's got no choice but to track them down anyway. When asked where they are, this little devil reveals that they're actually in the city of Carta, the hidden city of demons. Back to that same city, Rin's having an easy breakfast while our boy is the only person sitting deep in contemplation. He wants to use the powers of the Demon King correctly, believing that it would solve all their problems. His servant argues that he's already quite strong, so he's bound to only get stronger. Wood tells her to lower her voice as people are watching them. They need to make sure Kella's identity remains a secret. For instance, there's a group sitting right behind them talking about the bounty set on the Demon King's children. They already know about Kella too, the supposed weakest child of the family, destined to get caught by the Tolkien of White and losing his head. These guys are openly shit-talking about our boy, and while Shrills wants to end their lives, Kella tells her to calm down. Even Rin is pissed and wants to beat them up. Both these ladies are incredibly defensive for his sake, but he thinks it's just a better idea to move elsewhere. Even if they did manage to beat these idiots up, not much would change about his reputation in the world. Rin vents her feelings, stating how powerful Kella truly is. He's the one responsible for severing Killian's arm, but that's something our boy admittedly could only accomplish because of Shrill's help. For him, right now his goal is to build the strongest dungeon and gather amazing achievements for himself as well as nurture strong allies. Then and only then, the opinion of the world of demons will change for him. Ultimately, Shrills agrees and asks how they should start. There's an ancient library in Carta, a place where the oldest history of demons is documented. Kella thinks he'll be able to find some clue to getting stronger in there, so they quickly hop over to the Carta Library, a beautiful tall structure with high security. To make sure there's no danger, Kella asks Wood to scan the structure of the building. He quickly performs a scan, discovering that the basement holds a secret passage, which then leads to a special room in the deepest section. Here, the energy is rich and gives him a signal. Kella is also surprised that his friend can sense energy as well as the earth. Apparently it's because of the dragon's clairvoyant stone's abilities, allowing him to hone his senses sharper. Wood doesn't know for sure. Shrills returns their focus back to the topic of energy, which is clearly the more important concern here. This also explains the high-level security in this place, since there's confidential information likely related to the Demon King stored down there. Kella instructs Wood to help them secure a safe path. There's a small entrance. Using that, they stumble inside with old architecture surrounding them. This place is ancient. Shrills hears a sound from the hallway, and instantly turns back to cover our boy with an ability called the Veil of Shadows. The sounds were actually the guards patrolling this area. They moved past and didn't find anything strange. In reality, our whole gang is out here hiding under the redhead's special ability, allowing them to remain undetected. Now that they've ditched the guards, they advance the maze-like setting. Kella remarks how this place is just flooded with so many traps. Wood is the only reason they're leading down the safest path, clearing all the obstacles for the group. At last, they arrive at the exit section of the maze, the region that most intruders would find impossible to reach in ordinary circumstances. Despite all the precautions, Wood accidentally steps on a magic alarm that alerts the whole base. What's worse is that not even Shrills' shadow ability is working in this area, while the guards are blitzing their way to find the intruders. Rin and the others know they have to act fast. Kella leads them inside a bunch of drawer chests to hide inside. When the guards arrive, they don't see anyone here, suspecting that it's just a false alarm which happens every now and then. The maze is layered with so many traps that the idea of an intruder making it this far seems impossible for them. By the way, Kella's currently smushed in between two ladies in one cramped space. The guards eventually leave thinking it's no big deal, allowing our gang to exit at last. From now on, more precaution is needed. Wood explains there's a passage at the end of this hallway leading them to the secret room. The group goes down the stairs and finally arrives at the entrance of the super secret room they sensed outside the library. The fact that there were so many traps set just for one room is baffling to them. The ancient language on the door states that knowledge is only permitted for the ones who are qualified. Shrills can't even comprehend the level of magic used on this door. Even a powerful sixth circle mage is useless for something of this caliber. Kella deciphers the riddle calmly and uses his powers to attempt a qualification process. When he imbues his energy, the glyphs on the door begin to light up, causing the door to pop open at last, confirming that the qualification required the blood of the Demon King himself. Our heroes step foot in the incredible Sepia Sapientia, holding grimoires never seen before on the planet. There's one little girl taking care of this place, who's mildly surprised to hear a sound. When Kella sees her, Bro's losing his mind that a literal child is guarding this place. The so-called child stares at him in surprise before welcoming the young man and his friends. Introducing herself as Rorlin the caretaker. Rorlin is so excited to welcome a visitor after 47 freaking years. She's been around for quite a while. Shrills explains that this kid isn't a child. There's something about her that hints unapproachable mana, so she's deserving of all their respect and admiration. The caretaker realizes that this woman is the one who crossed into the abyss of magic. And then there's Kella with the blood of the Demon King. Then there's the one who she's most excited about, the dark elf who is from her own kind. What excites her all the more is the draconic aura brewing inside of Wood, something he has absolutely no idea about. Our boy questions why this caretaker hides behind so much security if she wanted to meet them so badly in the first place. Rorlin expresses that knowledge isn't just grasped out of nowhere. Anyone who can navigate past the traps and make it all the way here basically confirms their worthiness. Rorlin does not want foolish folks to defile her quarters. Rin questions what she means by that, causing Roran to cross her arms and become annoyed at the thought of humans who only destroy and do nothing more than that. They're the very cause of destructive lives. Kella can get a vague feeling from Rorlin, as if she possesses all the answers for his questions. The caretaker addresses him as the true successor of the Demon King, knowing that he's come here to learn how to control his full might. Our boy is surprised that she's figured him out. Rorlin adds that true mastery over the Demon King's powers isn't just a walk in the park. It's not just a technique to master, but rather the Demon King's power is its own reality to be experienced. To expand her point, the caretaker chants, Archive Cosmica Maculaire, which automatically selects several different grimoires and puts them up for display. She opens one and unveils the answers that Kella is so desperate to seek. It's called the Demon King's Crystal, a legendary artifact that's only one of one, allowing the wielder to control the full might of the Demon King. It's the first time our boy has heard of anything like that. Rorlin adds that the crystal has been fragmented into 3 parts and scattered across the world during the Great Age of the Magic War. Shreels is astounded because this Great War took place nearly 3,000 years ago. The humans couldn't even extinguish the flames of the Demon King's might, so they had to shatter and scatter his crystal across the world. Each piece is hidden in the 3 continents, Lunia, Rudden, and Caden. Kella still has no clue what any of it has to do with his own powers. The caretaker expands that the power of the crystal acts like a vessel capable of containing and unleashing the full might of the Demon King. Currently, Kella's own body is unfit to hold and unleash that full might. Each usage of the Demon King's powers causes him to experience a personal backlash. This means that if our boy can find that crystal, he will end up wielding godly power like the Demon King Turk Khaldun, without any backlash effects to hold him down either. Everything our boy was looking for has been answered. Since he's not a pureblood, this crystal is the only way for him to gain total control. By the way, Rorlin can telepathically communicate with Kella. Bro's out here having an existential crisis realizing he's not a pureblood demon. This is kinda like finding out you're adopted or something. Anyway, Rin just wants to know where the crystals are at. Rorlin only possesses knowledge of the first crystal, recalling that she once met Turk Khaldun herself when she was a child. All of this is just highlighting how old this midget actually is. Girl's a literal fossil. Anyway, Turk Khaldun began his own journey to find the crystal way back, hoping to extend the lineage of the Demon King for generations to come. At the time, he was the one responsible for saving the Dark Elves from human slaughter, and while many call him the cruelest Demon King in all of history, he was actually very considerate. Only humans view him as cruel. Rorlin is sad that she couldn't even thank him properly before he died, but luckily she's met his descendant at last, which fills her heart with joy to pass those words on. The caretaker thanks him for everything that he did, and passes those words to Kella, whose perspective on Turk Khaldun has completely changed after learning about his compassion. With all the sentimental stuff aside, it's time to go hunt for the crystal. More to Orem. It's a place that rests in the Lunia continent, remembered as the Demon King's graveyard, because the damned souls of endless Demon Kings rest here. Turk claimed that the first crystal was safely hidden here, but the other 2 fragments are a mystery. Not even this little midget whose whole purpose is to have knowledge of everything seems to know anything about them. Kella is frustrated thinking that it's useless to even try. Rorlin corrects him, stating that by possessing even one crystal, our boy will experience a shit ton of strength increase. What's really bothering our boy is why on earth would the humans be stupid enough to hide the crystal in the Demon King's graveyard, as it would only make it easier for other demons to hunt it. Rorlin corrects him again, stating that it actually happens the other way around. The souls of the Demon Kings are so potent that the crystal remains undetected. Ordinary demons can't enter that place easily, as it's filled with dozens of human spells blocking their path. Shreels is pissed off that these humans are openly mocking them by placing their filthy spells even in a sacred graveyard. Before they leave, the little one offers them a small gift, which will help them in their journey. Chanting, Tenebras Protectorum Aeternalis, she cloaks our boy with a protective elf spell, one of the most treasured abilities of her race. This severely amplifies Kella's defenses and also helps optimize his sausage of demonic energy. This energy is coursing through our boy's body, strengthening it several-fold. And finally there is the ancient magic tome called the Arcanium, perfect for the 6th Circle Mage. Shreels can't fathom what she's looking at. She thought this was just a work of legend and folktale. The little dark elf assures her that the book will come in handy. Rin is begging to receive a gift too. She's handed a flower that has aged 1,000 years, the petal of Belmora. This thing seems useless right now, but Rorlin assures Rin that she'll understand its worth someday. Wood, the caretaker believes her fellow elf already possesses a brilliant gift, the Seed of Draconis, which will one day awaken. Wood genuinely has no idea what that means, and she doesn't expand on it either, assuring the young that time is going to be his greatest weapon. With everyone set to go, Rorlin explains that it'll take 6 whole days to reach Mortuorum, not to mention the difficulties they'll encounter along the way, starting with the crimson mist shrouding the whole place. It's a magic barrier forged during the Great War, bound to read one's mind upon entrance. Many hidden desires or fears will be exposed there, so it's a mental trap they must be careful about. Rorlin warns them that a single misstep may cause the death of all of them. Rin expresses confidence that they'll carry out this mission well, having already faced several dangers in the past and overcoming all of them. Kella agrees and prepares his team, filling Rorlin with the hopes that the world is actually changing once more. Talks of her joining their journey are mentioned, but she refuses to abandon her role as the protector of this ancient library. It's truly unfortunate in Kella's eyes that they can't get her help. Still, it's time to part ways as the group bids farewell to the caretaker. She thinks there's nothing they need to thank her for, although there is one thing she must add: forbidding them from eating food in the mortuorium as it provokes the dead. Taking note of that spooky warning, Kella's group leaves the special room and resurfaces back to the city. Strolling around, they each hold Rorlin in high regard. Our boy can only think about how many connections lead back to King Turk. Shreels also believes that being teleported all the way here must serve some kind of goal in its head. They prepare their journey for Mortuorum, the land of the dead. Rin fears ghosts, but Wood assures her that they won't harm them. The dead cannot cross over the land of the living after all. Kella places emphasis on their journey to claim the crystal's strength before their next encounter with Killian, and then he'll go on to create the world's strongest dungeon that no human can ever conquer. In the next scene, we're back to the Talawa region headquarters. The captain of the Talcan of White kneels before the king, expressing his defeat because of an unexpected circumstance. The captain intends to take full responsibility for his previous failure. Once his arm is restored, he will personally hunt down Kella's party and hunt all of them down for good. The king is so angry at the boy's defeat that he warns Killian against another failed mission. The white-haired boy assures him that this time, he'll put his own life on the line for the mission's success. After that meeting, Curdley gathers the 12 priests, warning her that the usage of the forbidden spell only has a 40% success rate. But this guy doesn't give a damn about the consequences. He's ready to take the risk. As the transplantation process begins, Killian will receive the arm of a summoned beast, simultaneously inheriting its will. Curdley warns him again that he may be overpowered in a battle of wills, but the captain assures her that his will is the strongest there is, refusing to explain further, and commanding the start of the ritual. Curdley has done her part, so she and the others begin chanting the incantation required for the forbidden spell. Each priest concentrates blue energy. Curdley finishes the spell, trapping the beast's will inside of Killian. At this moment, instead of thinking about the ritual, the captain is busy honing his bloodlust to slaughter Kella with his own 2 hands, and even force Shreels back to his side. The spirit of the beast, Rudawak, hovers over his body, as Killian declares that he shall take the creature's arm and make it his own. Many days passed. We're back to our heroes who are en route to reach the blood fog by tomorrow. It will take them at least one more day to end up in the land of the dead. Having checked the spells inside the grimoire, Shreels is fascinated by how advanced they are. It's very thanks to his 6th circle level that she can even comprehend them. As for Rin, she's feeling strange sensations from the daggers, as if they're becoming more and more part of her. The same goes for Wood, who senses that the shield is trying to communicate to him. Our boy is happy to note that everyone in his team managed to grow just by meeting the caretaker. Suddenly, the dark elf senses the arrival of people. Shreels confirms that there are 7 of them. Each footstep is filled with holy mana. A hesitant but strong-willed Rin commands them to show themselves. The Archmage of Talua addresses them by name, happy to have finally found them all. He even pities them for looking like crap after their battle against Killian. Hayden calls Shreels a traitor of the Tolkien of White, and reminds her that there's never any use in running from the Holy Empire. However, this bad bitch is ready for anything, assuring them that she's not planning on fleeing. The Archmage suddenly remembers that she reached the 6th circle level, but despite her powers, it won't be easy to fight against 6 high-level mages all boasting Imperial enchantment crystals. The redhead didn't expect Hayden's group to wear such precious items, but it seems the Emperor has blessed them. The Archmage warns her not to resist, promising a painless death. Hayden cuts off their chit-chat and fires long spears headed their way. Kella blocks them with a decent defensive ability, shocking the Archmage that this brat managed to defend well. Next, Hayden commands his men to activate Sanctuary's judgment spell. All the mages collectively concentrate their forces, targeting Kella and his group. Shreels realizes that they're trying to end this battle quickly, so she casts the Abyss Shield to put up a stronger defense than before. This shield stuns Hayden even more. It shouldn't even be possible for the light of Sanctuary to be blocked by any kind of darkness, but here we are. This is actually a spell Shreels learned from the spellbook she was just given. It uses magic that harnesses the power of the Abyss, standing equal in might to the light of Sanctuary. The mage materializes her abyssal horns, and next uses the Fog of Forgetting ability to overpower her enemies. All the mages are hit with sudden confusion, making them question where the hell they even are anymore. They all seek Hayden for his help, who knows that he's in deep trouble and must help free his men immediately. To fight back, he uses the Heavenly Abyss magic, a blue force that engulfs Shriels and holds her in place. Now that she's trapped, Hayden shoots another spell called the Lumen Corolium to kill her. This time, our boy steps up to protect his friend, blocking the brunt of the attack, refusing to let any of his friends fall. Again, Hayden is receiving a third shock, confused how Kella can block such a powerful spell, which goes to show just how powerful the Demon King's child has grown in a short period of time. The Archmage commands his men to deal with the other two weaklings while he'll handle Shriels and Kella on his own. The mages use a spell to hunt down Rin. Giant holy horns emerge from the ground, posing danger with every step. She knows she can only dodge for so long, begging for someone else to save her. In that moment, Rin throws her blade full force to go on the offensive. The mage didn't anticipate this sudden strike, as the weapon cuts his head straight off in a single hit, before returning back to its master. Rin is dazzled by the aura oozing out of her daggers. It's as if her blades are actively listening to the commands from her mind. What's more is that the bottle that Rorlin gave her is glowing too, implying that these petals have something to do with linking her bond with the daggers. The distracted Archmage begins to wonder if these weapons belong from the time of Turkalden. Finally, we have Wood, who is getting overpowered by the mages and only surviving thanks to his shield. The Dark Elf slowly realizes that the shield is trying to help him, so he accepts all its might and gives birth to his newest form called I Am Groot. With the shield embedded in Wood's chest, he easily grabs each mage and crushes them with his immense grip. This is the power of the Terra Draconis, the same power that Rorlin told him about. Now that the mages are stuck in place, Rin throws her daggers and uses them to cut off both their heads, ending them at once. All the skilled mages that Hayden boasted about earlier are being taken out like flies. The smile on Kella's face just tells you everything. This man is loving every second of this. He's not the only one who achieved immense strength. They all did. Motivated after seeing his friends even more, our boy breaks free from Hayden's spell, protecting Shriels in the process. The Archmage can't fathom the level of overwhelming demonic energy surging out of this child. This next technique is the one that Kella originally intended to use on Killian, which goes on to show just how powerful it truly is. Commanding its epic name, Kella unleashes his wrath against Hayden, who is busy processing how a single demon child could toy with them like this. Knowing that he's about to get mega-cooked by this attack, the Archmage chickens out and panic activates a teleportation spell, getting him out of the location before impact. When the dust settles, Kella can instantly tell that teleportation was used. He couldn't catch Hayden in time, while Rin is just impressed at the sheer speed of the spell. What annoys Shriels is how this cowardly old man abandoned his own men to flee for his life, a pathetic display from him. Kella apologizes for failing on his side of the fight, but Shriels believes he did what was best. She was intentionally allowing him the chance to test his strength and opted out of the fight. The good thing is, they've just learned that they can easily overpower the mages of Talia with their new strength. Even someone as useless as Rin can do great things with her daggers. Wood is happy with his new transformation too, making her jealous. The Dark Elf is flustered from praise, but Kella is most cautious on how the old man even narrowed their location in the first place. They even used the city of Carta for their journey, so it seems impossible, except Shriels explains that she had to deal with an annoying spy earlier. She's got this person bound in her magic. The group is ready to interrogate how they managed to track them down in the first place. Kella recognizes the girl's face and is shocked at the audacity of this bitch. Caldara is most pleased to show her annoying face, offering praise to the weakling brother who has grown so strong. Lord Hayden escapes through teleportation, quivering for his life, questioning what the hell just happened. Shriels isn't the only person he has to worry about anymore. The whole team of Kella has evolved to astounding heights. Despite the enhancement stones, none of the mages he had managed to defeat even one of Kella's teammates. The Emperor is bound to wipe them all with this pathetic progress. Hayden is at a dead end, and once again has to rely on Killian's help for the mission. It brings back the memory of the sacrificial ritual. They were about to feed the children to their great dragon, in order to become one with the Lumirin. The godly dragon of white awaited for its sacrifices, as these priests and mages prepared his food for him. Even the child's own mother urged her son to greet the dragon, while Killian on the other hand remained unafraid, meeting the dragon with his icy glare. It was the first time he came in contact with the Lumirin dragon's unending light. At that moment, a sudden ambush took everyone off guard. The mages burned in flames while the adults hastened to protect the children from being sacrificed. This happened because Hayden came to their rescue in order to save the children's lives. He couldn't even fathom how the parents themselves sent their own children off to death like that. Hayden swarmed Killian's father with a blazing spell, scorching him down as he burned. The boy continued to watch inside the well. He met eyes with the beast, who had been provoked. Killian now looked angry, but Hayden quickly dashed and saved the child, roaring that innocent children should never be sacrificed like that. The cruel and selfish mother didn't grieve the loss of her children, but rather that she could not sacrifice them to the god of light. So Hayden quickly took the other boy too, assuring them that they're going to be protected. It was the day that the Archmage allowed Killian to live on, and from that day, his own life began to change in unique ways. At the Hayden Mage Guild, the leader introduced the children to his own territory, emphasizing that it will now be their new home. Back then, he was just happy saving the two boys, preventing a dark fate for them. But even at the time, Lord Hayden understood that the white-haired boy actually ended up receiving the dragon's light. He just simply didn't understand what it had in store for him. Fast-forwarding to their training, Killian grew strong, really strong, being able to take down adults at his young age. The sword instructors proved useless against the child. Hayden couldn't fathom how a child could be that skilled as a swordsman in a mage guild of all places. At that moment, Killian, uttered the desire to do even more. He had the will to fight, and because of that desire, he accidentally went berserk. Hayden warned his people as a column of light crashed down on the boy. The instructors had no idea what they were going to do to prevent him from being in this state, but that was just the start of it all. Hayden had no idea what powers the boy was going to have. Mere surges of light would be enough to kill anyone who stood near the child after all. After his berserk state attacks, Hayden would ask the boy how he was feeling. The little dude with an oversized head talked about how no one could withstand his power, and that there'd be no one left to teach him swordsmanship at this rate. Hayden was utterly stumped by the fact that a mere child could communicate like an adult. That was when he knew that this kid couldn't be contained by his own guild. So when he presented the extraordinary boy at the royal palace, Hayden explained that Killian survived after receiving the Lumiran dragon's light. The emperor was shocked that this boy could sustain the encounter, and even live. Killian impressed him dearly, so then the emperor ordered Hayden to bring his guild over to Talua. It was a sudden shift. Killian would be then placed inside the Tolkien training division, which was everything that Hayden wanted. He thanked His Majesty and changed his life for the better. Thanks to the little boy's talents, Lord Hayden earned his affiliation with Talua, allowing him to correct the world in his own way. Many years then passed, and at the training division, Killian had grown much older. His talents exceeded beyond the sword instructors here too, so the boy vowed to become stronger on his own. Hayden governed the kid's progress from time to time, but a fear took place inside his heart too, believing that this child might someday be unable to control the gifts of his own unmatched potential. Eventually, the day of Hayden's promotion came. He was officially granted the position of an Archmage of Talua, and vowed to protect the Emperor with his best interest. More time passed. He thought he'd become invincible with his new position, but something had also changed. Killian one day received the honor of leading the strongest unit of Talua, the Tolkien of White. He was now looking majestic as ever in his white uniform. The boy took the gift with great glee, becoming the strongest being. The same child that Hayden had once saved even grew to surpass his own ranks. So after that, the old man merely had to chase the boy's shadow, hoping that he could keep up at least. Sure, he was still commanding Killian just fine. He could still sense that his position was fragile, that he would one day be taken down by the same boy he raised if he made the slightest mistake. Hayden knew that the boy changed his life, but he desired to reign over the kid, not below him. That is the way he found best. That is the reason he was selfish in his ambitions to catch Kella exactly when the Tolkien of White failed. He wanted to restore his position, to take down the demonic child and emerge victorious. The same Hayden is fueled by his ambitions once more, refusing to lose a second fight, fearing that the white-haired boy would one day annihilate him if he doesn't do something right away. His own paranoia is getting the best of him, causing Hayden to become desperate and use his secret weapon, one that he never thought he would be forced to use someday. The Archmage makes his journey using the help of the Necrotarsica compass, an artifact that locates the region where the Tarsica energy is at its strongest. Hayden never thought he'd be forced into using this tool. The Tarsica are a third group that mutually despises demons and humans alike. The old man stumbles across the portal entry point and bites his thumb to rip out some blood, offering it to the portal. The blood summons the Tarsica beings, fully shrouded, demanding to know the old man's identity. Lord Hayden presents himself as the Archmage of Talua, desiring to meet their elder. Afterwards, he's taken to see the elder in person. Belthian finds Hayden's politeness performative and fake, reminding the old man that he was once against them. He wants to know what the Archangel truly wants. Hayden expresses that he just wants cooperation to hunt down Kella, the last heir of the Demon King. Belthian is intrigued but doesn't know what they have to gain from this hunt. Hayden explains that Talua only demands the child's head. The rest can be given to Tarsika as experimental test subject. The Elder, whose horns look really badass by the way, goes straight to murder mode and thinks it's a better idea to kill the Archmage instead. Hayden desperately shows him the Lumina Ether, another object he's willing to throw in for their deal. The Elder is shocked that the old man possesses something so rare. Apparently the Emperor gave the Ether to Hayden as a gift, but because of its side effects the Archmage refused to use it. But for the Tarsika, this object is valuable. It's an excellent offer so far, but the Elder emphasizes that the Tarsika faction joins an alliance with no one. They only care about magic and experimentation. Hayden continues to persuade by inviting interest towards Kella's growing powers of the Demon Kings, which means every single experiment will be rendered useless once he's the strongest. The Archmage also adds that Kella has an excellent team backing him too, so their only chance to take him out is before he can fully awaken his powers of the Demon King, allowing Tarsika to study them in detail. Hayden's points are pretty good. Even the reluctant Belthian ends up agreeing to a temporary alliance with the Archmage, reminding the old man that any form of betrayal will result in his soul becoming experimental material. Thanks to that, the old man has just become an even greater threat than before. Let's go back to our heroes. Shrills and the others learn that Seldra used one of the swords to track our boy down. Their mother imbued a special spell on that sword, which allows them to sense the location of its victims after being cut. Kella recalls how brutally he was once stabbed by this sword, allowing her to track him down at all times. Our boy confirms that this is indeed the truth, and that he'll take this sword for himself. Also, he addresses his own mother by name, which pisses off his sister. The same boy who'd beg for his mother's mercy is now openly calling her by name. She thinks this guy is different, but our boy has just removed the main hurdle. They won't be tracked any longer, and he's even ready to kill her if she tries. Seldra pretends to be on their side, but Shrills calls her out for being dubious. She's the very reason Lord Hayden targeted them in the first place. The manipulative evil bitch pretends that she was just trying to get to Kella, and this was the way she found best. She even tries to fake her sympathy and acts like she was trying to kill Hayden, too. Despite her fake sadness, our Demon Chad protagonist mugs her and basically says, "Begone, thought." The stupid sister realizes that her Oscar-level acting skills aren't gonna help her, so she then turns to Rin for some sympathy, hugging the servant as she begs her to convince her brother. That plea doesn't work. Rin angrily grabs her dagger and puts it next to Kella's neck, assuring her that she's the reason they had to go through so much pain. The only thing Rin is willing to grant her is death, and I'm with her. Kill the bitch. Caldera is frightened that a mere servant could stand up to her like that, but our boy has had enough of her yapping, so he grabs her by the throat, confronting her for calling Rin a lowly servant. He's ready to choke her to death here, but ultimately lets go, knocking Caldera to the ground. The son of the Demon King has news for his sister. If she ever dares to show up again, he'll make sure she dies. Her kind goody two-shoes fake bitch act drops, and she runs off for her life. Rin is moved that her master stood up for her like that, even though she's just a simple servant. Caldera tells her once more that she no longer serves him and is free to do whatever she likes. Shrills isn't exactly pleased with the idea of letting the evil sister escape like that, but Kella thinks she'll never be a problem again, as the difference between their powers is too great. He also wants to promise more chaos for the humans by keeping her alive and showing that the threat of the Demon King's bloodline is still there. Thanks to Caldera, they could distract Helua for a little while too, which takes us to her perspective. She's thrilled that her foolish brother allowed her to escape just like that, because back when she hugged Rin, she specifically implanted a mana spider, marking her on the neck, connecting their bodies together. This way, everything that she sees will immediately be shown to Caldera, allowing her to conduct the easiest spying operation of her life. It goes to show that sparing the evil sister may be one of the greatest mistakes Kella will ever make from here on. In the next scene we have Cruentus, the first faction of Tarsika's many years of study, who will be granted to the Archangel for his missions. These beings are giving off a wave of mana that is different from what Hayden is used to. Not even at his level can he be sure of their rank. But one thing is for certain, just from their raw mana alone, he can be certain that they outclass the 6th circle level. Sure, Talua was busy sparring against the bloodline of the Great Demon King, but Tarsika was secretly working right under their noses, having come to an unprecedented level. Cruentus is told to follow Hayden and hunt down the Demon King's child. The first of them is Seraphine, who vows to complete this mission without fail. Then there's Kale, who's energetic and ready to go outside again. Finally we have Luna, whose eyes seem like they've got no soul. She barely talks. The Archmage is pretty excited. This is just the kind of team he wanted. He already knows that Kella's group is headed straight towards the mortuorum. Hayden promises to hunt them down without fail during their second encounter. Back to our heroes again. Kella's group comes face to face with the blood fog boundary zone they were told about. Even a powerful weapon like Guardy is shivering just being in the presence of the fog. Rin tries to come out as the emotional support person for everyone, and assures that they'll come out on top, especially since they've defeated Hayden and the others. She also wants to name her daggers like Howard named his shield. Meanwhile, our boy is keeping track of the sword in his hand. He wonders if this weapon also has some kind of hidden ability like Wood's shield. Thanks to Rorland's blessings, the demonic energy in him is stabilized more than ever, but it's still far from where he wants to go. The group has arrived at their first main hurdle. Kella suggests they take a break for the night and start moving by dawn again. Meanwhile, we cut to Talia. All the mages have passed out from the completion of the spell except Curdley. The most amazing Killian succeeded in transplanting himself a new arm, Rudawak's beastly arm. She also begs him to ask for help if Rudawak ever dares to invade his mind in any way, but the captain is confident that no one is that powerful to break or invade his senses like that. Suddenly, one of the subordinates hastens to deliver urgent news, explaining how Archmage Hayden led an elite task force alongside the enhancement artifacts to take down Kella, but they failed miserably, and only 2 mages returned back home. Not just that, the Archmage's own location is unknown. Killian is severely angered. He's put under the impression that Hayden has lost his life as a consequence of his failures. Curdley adds that Kella Calden's might is increasing ever more, pairing that with the 6th Circle mage, Shrells. They've become a troublesome duo to defeat. Without waiting any longer, the captain orders her to summon the whole team. They're going to be tracking Kella from the last place of contact. The scene transitions to our heroes again. Our boy and his little band have just entered the blood mist. Shrells informs everyone that the fog is going to read and penetrate the minds of everyone inside it, making sure that they're united in their goal. In other words, the only way out is to hold the same intent, which means if all of them are out to get the Demon King's crystal, it shouldn't be any problem for them. The tricky part is highlighted by Kella, that they might have a different reason for chasing the crystal down. He personally wants to obtain the power of the Demon King with greater control, while the redhead is out to get stronger magic. However, Shrells assures them that they're all in this together for the same purpose, and that is to protect each other until the very end. Even Rin fires up alongside Wood, sounding the same opinion. Kella's excited to hear that, hoping that everyone will keep this attitude the moment they make contact with the mist. They step forth, trusting themselves as they enter past the portal. On the other side, our boy is instantly transported to some kind of psychological space dimension. He tries calling out to his friends, but nothing works, despite them entering all at once. He can only hear muffled sounds, making it an uncomfortable experience, and then he sees a familiar figure in front of him. This being manifests itself as the future Kella, the one who will reign supreme as the Demon King. But something about this image feels frightening. Though he's achieved the throne, Demon King Kella is surrounded by the skulls of his fallen comrades. His ambitions lead to his own isolation. In other words, this is the result of his desire, a meaningless ending to become the strongest of them all. The illusion of the fog materializes as a shadow spirit, promising to grant the boy what he truly desires, confusing Kella all the more. The spirit offers him all the strength he's looking for, and shockingly calls him out by his original name, Kang Chi Wu. The name Kang Chi Wu is impossible for anyone to know in this world, yet this spirit seems to know everything about him, promising the perfect world that this previous life could not assure him, all the hidden treasures that he wants. Unable to decline such an offer, Kella is slowly giving in to the temptation. The spirit pushes him to come near him, but our boy knows that the future version that this spirit manifested for him isn't even him to begin with. His friends are missing, and if they're not on the throne, then he doesn't want them. Then he doesn't care about becoming the strongest. His strong rejection shocks the spirit, the idea that someone could reject a perfect world for the sake of his friends. Kella then roars out to all his friends, telling them all that this is an illusion, that they must remain strong and not break. The spirit calls out his pointless efforts to save his friends, once again tempting Kella to seize the world in which he is the one true Demon King. Our boy's a fighter and refuses to go down like that. Despite his resistance, he's sinking into the blood mist's grasp. The perspective shifts to Shrills, who is granted the future of her brother becoming the Demon King, and her remaining by his side as the perfect Archmage. The pinnacle of magic will be in her grasp. The spirit tempts her to accept this path, but the redhead is confused if this kind of reality even exists. Now we see the desires of Rin, whose only hope is to manifest a future with Kella, her master, instead of Shrill stealing him from her. With this path, she could have him all to herself. The spirit is ready to grant her this desire with just a simple acceptance. Rin is blinded by her love and obsession, extending her hand to seek the desire, remembering how she loved him ever since they were little kids. He always treated her as an equal, a friend, despite her rank as a mere attendant, and now that he actually trusts him as a friend and ally, her love has grown all the more. Rin's only desire is to have him by her side, but at the same time, she's not going to let her desires come true at the expense of her own friends. Speaking of everyone's fate, Rin resists the temptation and refuses the perfect world she's given. Suddenly, the petals that Rorlin gave her came in clutch, blossoming into a new entity with two very big weapons on her chest. This being is actually impressed by Rin's resistance, while the servant has no idea who she's talking to. Clarine introduces herself as a companion of Turk Kaldun, and is prepared to offer all her sword techniques down to Rin. The servant is delighted to finally have been given a strength that will allow her to protect her comrades. Clarine assures the young one that she's got the right to summon her, and that she will help her until the end. First, she commands her to take up her weapons to clear the foul scent of blood. It's time to name the daggers. One is declared Dove, and the other Raven. Clarine keeps reminding her new disciple that they're going to cut past these temptations together, and so with both blades, Rin severs a new path, gliding and ripping up the dimensional space. She's the first person who eliminates the effects of the fog from her mind. Soon after Shrills and the others also arrive, but it's all thanks to Rin's efforts. The sensitive little servant weeps as she tells them about Clarine, an ally to Turk Kaldun. She's a little too passionate about the whole thing, while our boy is impressed that Rin's daggers are pulling their weight at last. The redhead is impressed because out of all of them, Rin was the only one who could resist the temptation, shattering the illusion and granting her a new, evolved aura. Everyone's temptation has been shown except Wood. The dark elf is confused. Apparently he didn't experience anything at all. He simply moved around. In other words, Bro's mental defenses are impossible to crack, and he doesn't really have any inward desires at all. But Kella on the other hand is having a reflection inside his own mind, realizing that he wants to become the strongest deep down, even if it leads to his own isolation. It's a truly scary path for him to follow, and even though Shriels is at the 6th circle level, not even she could contest the entity's temptation, understanding that she also seeks some kind of selfish future. Both of them have gained an understanding of their own minds, but now that they've conquered the mist, it's time to step foot inside the land of the dead. The group stands before a colossal skull on the helm of the entrance to Mortuorum. Kella is astounded to confirm the existence of such a place, while someone like Wood can sense the terrifying essence radiating from it, causing his shield to tremble. Shriels decodes the inscription which says only the blood of the Demon King may be allowed to pass. The living are forbidden, which complicates things. Rin even hilariously asks if the condition is to die before setting foot inside, but not to worry as Kella intends to give it an honest shot first. Imbuing some of his energy inside the gate, a large pair of glowing blue eyes demands to know about his identity, questioning the mortal who dares to step in front of the entrance. Kella introduces himself as the son of the great Demon King, and somehow the entity immediately confirms that the boy does not possess pure blood demonic essence. The fact that the child decided to step foot here despite being a half-blood is punishable by death. Kella is shocked. Once again, he's been told that he's half-blood, but if this was the condition for his demise, then someone as knowledgeable as Rorlin wouldn't even have sent him here. To challenge the qualifications, Kella unleashes a great chunk of his mana, roaring that he is indeed the rightful heir to the throne, demanding the gate be opened. The entity is impressed with this level of energy coming from the boy, even sensing a hint of Turkleton from him. This comment shakes our boy's composure, as he's just been compared to the greatest Demon King ever. The entity explains that this young child actually carries the same kind of mana as Turkleton once wielded, and though it's confusing, the entity no longer has any excuse to keep them shut out. So the gate opens, and our gang is allowed entrance inside Mortuorum at last. Shriels doesn't know what the hell just happened, questioning how a spirit like that could ever mistake Kella for the former Demon King's might. Rin on the other hand is impressed and thinks that this is the potential of her master, who is destined to become as powerful as Turkleton someday. Meanwhile, our boy is getting more and more confirmation that the person who he faced in the abyss was truly the former Demon King himself. It's the same way Shriels and Rin each connected to the comrades of the Demon King via their weapons, which means he's also connected in some way. That aside, they're just happy the gate's busted, so they waste no time heading inside. Kella tells everyone to be high on alert. there's no telling what's going to happen from here on. Every single soul here belongs to all the former demon kings that went down in time. There's an endless amount. Some of them are confused why the mortals have chosen to come here. There are even rageful spirits who wish to kill the mortals immediately. Kella thinks this is a sign that they need to rally up their defenses, so they each take one side to defend against. First spirits surround them, mocking them for disturbing their eternal rest. The young boy roars that he has no intentions of disrupting their sleep. All he cares about is receiving the Demon King's crystal. His intentions are laughable by the spirits, who taunt him for trying to possess a crystal that he isn't even worthy of. Our boy is made to defend against the spirits' attacks, reflecting that these guys are different from the entity outside, who sensed a familiarity within him through Turk Kaldun. Shriels, on the other hand, is on some demon time. This girl is launching abyssal spears at the spirits, genuinely dealing some damage too. Rin goes on the offensive despite being polite, apologizing for cutting down the souls of the kings, while Wood goes on the defensive, donning his shield to protect against any blows. Kella's proving to be a nuisance for these guys, who can only do so much in their spiritual forms. Our boy's pleased that his attack went through, thinking that this is enough to bring them down, but despite the souls being ripped apart, it doesn't put them down for good. Any mortal is incapable of affecting these spirits just by concept alone. Our boy didn't expect this outcome, as the spirits reclaim their parts and retaliate. Just a single claw strike is enough to rip out blood from Kella's chest, sending him flying. Not even his charged mana-infused sword is capable of putting these demons down. Not to mention these wounds, the deep gashes are infused with a weird power that stops his injuries from regenerating. The spirits mock the mortals, who are foolish enough to aspire for the Demon King's crystal. The spirit decimates our boy by ripping him open with multi-plate slashes. Kella's confidence is in the gutter right now. None of his attacks work, and he even regenerates his wounds. At this rate, they're seriously cooked. The spirit targeting Shrills taunts her for not knowing any better. The redhead, despite being a sixth circle mage, is incapable of doing any damage, likely because these spirits share the same elemental nature of the abyss. As for Rin, she's useless like Sakura from Naruto, so I guess it's not so surprising. Her eyes glance towards Wood's shield. The dark elf has been captured and is being devoured alive by one of the spirits, who promises to shatter his soul. They're in deep trouble and have no way to stop the spirits. Rin tries her best to reach out, but it's pointless. Kella on the other hand is suffering major freaking blows, like this dude just got impaled with a huge blade. He's a mess, and nearing his death, the spirit welcomes him to the domain of the dead. Rose knows he's in a terrible position, and calls out to him, but our boy doesn't even care about his own condition. He's worried about Wood's soul being devoured. The poor guy passes out from losing too much blood. It's not looking too good for either of them anymore. After getting backshots from the spirits, our boy is having another trip to his inner consciousness. Bro thinks he's dead for real. All his friends who he wanted to protect with all his efforts, he couldn't save any of them despite a second chance. He couldn't aspire to create the world that he wanted for everyone. Then all of a sudden, bro gets a fade check on his stupid head. The spirit roars at him for talking about some loser shit and coming to Mortuorum just to die like an idiot. This is actually Turk Kaldun's spirit, who refuses to let the kid die and saves him just now. Kella recognizes him, allowing the former spirit to spur up in confidence. He reclaims his actual face by shedding his spiritual exterior, confirming that he's the one and only Turk Kaldun. Kella has no idea how the hell this dude scooped up in his head. The former Demon King is hella pissed that this kid is unimpressed. He also adds that he can't point out certain things in this form. Putting two and two together, our boy realizes that some kind of binding magic has been placed on Turk Kaldun, preventing him from revealing sensitive information. That aside, Turk explains that the kid has his sword as well as the blessing of the caretaker. The only question is why the kid is unable to process a release. The kid has no idea what Turk is talking about, pissing the Demon King even more as he whacks his head, emphasizing that this is something the boy should already know. Kella can't handle any more hits and begs him to stop edging him and reveal the answers already. Turk shares that the release ability allows one to draw out the true nature of the power hidden within Kella. It's an ability that he shares directly with the former Demon King. In other words, our boy is somehow capable of using Turk's own powers. In his current condition, he's bound by many seals, inhibiting him from using them. Those seals are slowly undone. The first one was lifted the moment he inherited demonic energy from his father. The second time he undid more seals by meeting Turd as well as Rorland's blessings. This allows the young demon to temporarily access the release mode ability. Kella curiously asks how many seals he's still got to finish, and for that, Turt explains that there are two more, though he has no idea about the exact conditions for them. With those two seals lifted, his body will merge with Turt's own powers, making Kella the strongest being on the planet. Yes, it's that serious. Even our guy is shocked, but this is the destiny that Turt has set out for him, to break all seals and position himself as the strongest. Kella is confused, questioning if the Demon King already knows that he came from another world. Turt explains that he doesn't give a flying crap about that. All he cares is to be freed of this eternal cycle, and thanks to our boy wielding his powers, he will also be freed, allowing him to reach the end journey of his own soul. At that moment, Kella senses a unique loneliness brewing inside of the Demon King, and though he doesn't want to take the Demon King's words too strongly, he still doesn't have any other choice in his current situation. Entrusting those words, Kella begs him to explain the process of release mode. The Demon King personally tampers with the boy's body, much to Kella's own confusion. The goal here is to link their consciousness together. Turt guides him to focus on the sensation to connect with 20% of his powers. Our boy is disappointed and alarmed with that small number, so Turt reminds this clown that just 20% of his strength is enough to make his mortal body quiver. There's another problem of Kella being unable to affect the souls of the dead Demon Kings with his attacks, but that's the trick. Only living beings can attack souls. Turt smirks widely, highlighting that he's not a living being at all, which means any attacks from his power will work. Kella is given another shot at life, told to get back up and start fighting again like the dumb weakling he is. At that moment, the consciousness episode ends, awakening our boy right where he was losing blood. The sword lodged in his body is the first concern. The spirit is shocked that this child is still persisting even at the edge of death. Kella refuses to accept this fate to be his end. He bolsters the undying resolve to win no matter what, channeling his determination into his sword and activating release mode. This mode grows a set of horns on his head and allows deeper, more effective slashes, ripping the souls of the damned and actually inflicting pain. Despite his bloodied condition, our boy has just managed to take down his first target. The spirit can't believe that it can't regenerate anymore. But this fight's not over yet. Kella imbues his powers into his feet, then launches himself like a torpedo to the other side, slashing Shrill's opponent as well. The mage doesn't have the time to process as this man moves at lightning-fast speeds, appearing no differently from a monster. The third slash obliterates Rin's opponent, and with one final strike, Kella infuses all his mighty locked eyes with Wood's target, ripping it to shreds and freeing his friend at last. The dark elf topples to the ground as the severed spiritual beings question how a mere mortal could defeat them like this. In his current state, Kella is the best he's ever been. This man is a walking nuke, and while he may possess a living body, his powers are from a demon beyond life. Kella has now gained the ability to deal with spirits thanks to Turk's powers supporting him. Shrills wants to know exactly what he did to sever them all, but the good thing is that they managed to save Wood's life, who nearly had his soul shattered by the spirits. Interestingly, after the usage of release, Kella's wounds begin to regenerate on their own with an exceedingly much faster rate. The redhead is confused about what the heck just happened. She wants to know all the answers, but for the time being, our boy thinks it's unsafe to truly rely on Turk. He feeds them the lie that he got stronger thanks to Lady Rorland's blessing, but Shrills can read his expression, and Deadass confirm that he's hiding something. She's the only one among them who's suspicious. Rin is confused how he managed to dispose of all the spirits just through blessings alone. Kella persuades them by talking about the Demon King's crystal instead. Suddenly the sound of a kitten draws them all. Except it's not a tiny little thing, but the fattest fudging cat on the planet probably ate its own family of 4 or something. This thing appeared out of thin air, and it can talk too, greeting the travelers of the outside world. The demon cat or whatever states that it's a resident of the land of the dead, but he assures them that he's just a cat who guards this place. Rin can't take the unusually giant cat seriously at all. Apparently this thing grew so big because of its constant mana absorption. He was tiny in the past like all other cute meow meows. Getting to the main topic, the big fluffy boy knows what they're looking for, suggesting they talk someplace nicer. Shrills is highly skeptical of this big old cat's intentions, while he assures them that he can hear even the faintest of sounds. Rin is passionately moved by the big guy's cuteness. She doesn't suspect anything at all, not even with the horns on its damn head. The cat invites them to a delicious meal instead of staying in the graveyard, and just this once, Kella decides to trust the decision of following their words. In the next scene, we're brought to the big guy's hideout. It's a place hidden underground but genuinely decorated like it came out of a fairy tale. The whole thing has been made through magic. Kella is jotting down all the intricate details so that he can later use them while building his new dungeons. He even wanted to design his games room to have a similar atmosphere. Anyway, the big kitty explains that he spent nearly 500 years just filling up this room, and bro's apparently still in his prime. That's the insane part. He offers them some food after their tremendous fight against the evil spirits. The food presented to them is top-notch quality. There's dessert literally made from the essence of the moon itself. The rainbow-looking thing is a special meal that heals all their wounds. Rin is ready to gobble down everything, but our boy suspects something from this big fucker and tells her to stop. Kella reveals that eating food in the land of the dead is to deceive those souls. It's an important rule they learned from Roarland back then. All of his friends quickly remember it, while the big kitty is impressed with Kella's quick thinking. This was actually his final test, which may appear simple, but it's classified as the hardest one of them all. Any person who comes this far from the land of the living eventually succumbs to eating the delicious food, which leads to our boy asking what would have happened to them if they did. The big kitty casually states with a smile that if that were true, then they'd all become his meals on the same table. No wonder this fat kitty became bust-sized. Bro's literally swallowing humans out here. Anyway, the final test is over. Kella questions if they'll finally get what they came here for. The big demon cat assures them that they overcame their final temptation, and even fought the blood fog as well as the vengeful spirits. There's nothing left for them to prove. It reaches for a box, and undoes its seal. Inside the fragment of the crystal is sealed in blue mana. It reaches out to Kella and is placed on his hand. The young king is now the owner of the fragment, the one he's been so desperately seeking. At last, he has what he needs, and it wasn't too difficult to obtain the fragment either. That's until he remembers that Roarland and Turkledun clutched two life-threatening situations for him, so it's all thanks to those impossible variables that they even made this far. Kella's friends further supported him in this journey. Nothing about it was easy when you consider all of that. Just by standing on the side, Shreels can sense unfathomable energy emanating from the crystal, while Rin admires its preciousness. Even Wood, who is supposed to understand the nature of things, has no clue about this kind of energy. Something that bugs our boy is why the former demon kings easily allow them to gain the crystal. But in truth, the big cat reveals that Kella's done them a huge kindness. All of those vengeful spirits are begging for extinction. They do not seek to be trapped here, as they've only suffered for endless years even after their death. Shreels connects the dots and realizes that the very reason they even attacked is to beg for a chance to be destroyed. That's why these spirits are so vengeful against any intruders. However, they're limited to fighting one person only, which is why they can't all be freed at the same time. Kella acknowledges their suffering and feels immense guilt. The big kitty assures him that he's done the spirits a huge favor by setting them free. It also adds meaning to Turkledun's personal desire to be freed from the cycle of eternal rest, which makes Kella amuse the idea that perhaps the former demon king is aching for a chance at eternal extinction and is using him for it. Rin questions the big kitty if he's been tasked to guard the crystal all alone all this time. The protector confirms this, stating how long he's waited just for someone to correctly obtain it. 500 years have passed. His original master, Sylvandra, just left him the way he was. She was a beautiful elf who left Arcan for his duties, and reminded the big old idiot that he could handle himself just fine at his size. Before leaving, she gave him the fragment of the Demon King's crystal, expressing that it's a duty only the cat can fulfill. Arcan realized that he was being left alone, fearing that he was being abandoned because of how annoying he was. But the elf hugged him gently, expressing that it's a difficult decision for her to leave him behind too. At that moment, Arcan could sense all of her sadness passing through to him. It seemed that she was crushed and far more sad than even he was. She asked one last time if the big kitty could carry out his role, and while Arcan genuinely knew that he couldn't, he still decided to accept the responsibility as she was his savior many times in his life. She's the reason he got so big and became so happy. In truth, he would never have wanted to be separated from her, because even a single moment apart will make him suffer. Thinking of all those things, those precious memories, he bolstered the resolve to do just one thing for his master. Arcan hesitantly agreed to take up on the responsibility, even though his tears showed that he didn't want to leave her. Sylvandra promised before leaving that she was going to come back to him someday, that she would return without question, and while it was a long and lonely suffrage of many years, he had to stay for her sake. Bryn sympathizes with the big kitty's tragic tale, but the good thing is that the humans and demons would often visit and keep him entertained. Of course, the humans were the greediest bunch, so they always failed the trials. The demons on the other hand are much nicer, but none of them boasted the ability to wield the Demon King's crystal. If someone of Turkledun's caliber actually came, the outcome would be different. The big kitty always wanted someone like that to show up someday. Kella is surprised that Arcan is aware of one of the strongest demon kings ever, and that same dude is in his body, sharing our boy's soul. Arcan gently guides our boy to place the crystal at the back of his hand so that it can merge and become one. He also doesn't have any clues for side effects, since this is the first time the crystal is being given to a demon. Kella does as he's instructed. His hand burns up with agonizing heat as the crystal fully submerges into it, going deeper and deeper. The process is extremely painful for Kella, who screams in agony before returning to the consciousness realm once more. Here, he faces an old man, presumably another great demon king. Kella realizes that this guy is the actual owner of the demon king's crystal, the one who originated such a precious object from his own body. Even Turkleton pops up out of nowhere to invade the experience and confirms this. The old man is the ancestor of the great demon kings, and with barely anything of his soul remaining, the original demon king's crystal will now resurface back into the world through Kella. Turk even promises the old chief that he'll take good care of the crystal and allow for the great demon kings to become more powerful than ever before again. He plans to seize the demonic crystal from him, while Kella is carefully observing him and curiously asks what's going on. The great demon king refuses to answer any questions and tells the kid to stop wasting time. For a child like Kella, the crystal's might is already too much to handle. This is the same demon king's crystal that Turk himself wished to obtain during his time when he was alive, so he wants Kella to act right and become stronger, or else he'll personally kill the brat. The consciousness episode ends as we go back to Kella's physical body. We can see a pink horn surging out of his head. Shreels notices that this mana is comparable to the boy's father. The kind of overwhelming pressure he's exuding right now is reminiscent of an actual demon king's might. At long last, Kella's own mana exceeded his father's strength, which means that if Turk's words are correct, he has the ability to become far stronger than even at this level, because he's the only who managed to obtain the crystal out of all of them. Whether it's Hell or Turk Kalden, Kella at his current desires to become stronger than anyone else in history. Shriel senses an incredible amount of mana from him, even more astonished that Kella's body can sustain such a thing without falling apart. Wood is terrified just being in his presence, as if he was standing next to an actual demon king. Arcan explains that if the young king didn't possess the necessary qualifications of a demon king, then he would have exploded the moment he embraced the crystal. This makes Rin celebrate, because she believes that it was her master's destiny to blossom into the perfect demon king from the start. However, Arcan does highlight that from now on, becoming a weak or strong great demon king depends on the individual themselves. Kella thanks him for everything, and so the big kitty's mission is finally over. He can now escape to wherever he wants after waiting an endless amount of time. Instead of going anywhere else, Arcan just wants to sleep for a very long time, having guarded this place for 500 years without a wink. Rin fears that the big cat will sleep forever, but Arcan assures them that he'll sleep until his master arrives to awaken him again. After all, the memory of Sylvandra is the only thing that keeps him pushing past each day. He's hoping that she comes home soon again. Kella is estranged by this idea, questioning how anyone could be the master of such a weird cat. Before leaving, the young king begs the cat for his name. Arcan is held in silence, nostalgic over the memory of the first time he was named by his master. The kitty loved the idea of being named, and thanked his master over and over. Arcan states his name and turns into a statue, expressing that this is the one greatest gift he's ever been given in his life, allowing him the will to move forward. He wishes well for the young king's journey, hoping for nothing but glory awaiting for them all. With that, the big cat is frozen for an indefinite amount of time. Kella thanks him for having done so much. All this time they thought Bro was a giant, weird cat, but he's actually quite a sad case of loneliness. Rin is the most heartfelt about the creature, wishing him a nice and long slumber. Okay, now that the whole mess has been cleared, our heroes look to escape the mortuarium. Kella aspires to build a dungeon nearby for his next mission, but all his friends are dying for some food as they didn't eat anything in the land of the dead. Shreels is begging for the same thing, asking for a city close by. Wood argues that they won't be finding a luxurious city, at best they can reach out to a village that will help them out. Shreels is going so crazy that she's ready to teleport them all using a sixth circle spell, refusing to give up on her booze session. In the next scene, our gang is teleported to Venetia in mere moments. The redhead points everyone's attention to the scenery ahead. Kella recommends that they don't use magic from here on, as they have no telling what will happen. The first horrific sight they get to see is a poor demon girl getting whipped by bastard humans and treated like dirt. The mother begs for her child to be spared, but these monstrous humans don't care at all. The scumbag snatches the kid away, scoffing that it'll be an honor to be sent away to Sir Drazzle. The demons try to beg them for mercy, to have some emotion for them, and then, sadly, these cruel humans blast away the kid's father with a single blast. These humans don't see the demons any more than a bunch of objects who don't deserve emotions from them. They take pride in their treatment of demons. Rin calls them lunatics, while Shrills is stunned that these Heaven Guild people have found their way to this place already. Kella observes the scene with both shock and horror. He watches the little one weep, triggering the trauma of his own life as Kangchuwu. When his father kicked him around to earn money even when he was young, the boy would often beg him to stop, but his father continued to beat him relentlessly, making it the kid's fault. That's why the scene struck a personal nerve for Kella, who was horrified at the treatment of demons done by the humans, who merely see them as objects to kick around. We turn to the guild quarters, where members of the Heaven Guild are relishing the mana of the pure-blood demons. They've extracted several kinds of raw mana from elven, dwarven, and now, finally, demonic blood. The mad scientist vice-captain of the guild desires to refine and absorb all of them to become the strongest in the world, taking control of both the demons and humans at the same time. The ugly bitch is called Drazzlesone, and his own men are begging him to consider the amount of demonic mana they'll have to collect by slaughtering dozens of young demons. However, the vice-captain doesn't care at all, not even if it takes 100,000 of them. The killing of demons means nothing to them. His only order is to make them capture every single demon there is. Even the infants aren't safe from their wrath. That's how these bastards began to collect children, until Kella decides to step in like a boss. The moment they look at him, they berate the boy as the weakling crybaby with one horn, who has foolishly stumbled across them. Kella doesn't care about their insults. All he cares about is paying them the punishment for striking down children. He loads his fist, in hopes that these men are ready to be good boys, and do their best not to lose their heads when he's hitting them. The punch decks the crap out of the first guy. None of the others can believe that this happened just from a single punch. They all collectively charge to pin Kella down, but he's out here launching black flashes and shit from Jujutsu Kaisen. Each of his fists are beautifully smacking these bastards around, giving them a taste of their own medicine. Kella confidently roars that he doesn't even require a sword to deal with vermin like them. His hands rated E for everyone are more than capable of dealing with the threat. The guild members can't fathom how a single dude is out here destroying them, which means their intel is outdated and they don't know a thing about the current Kella's strength. Unfortunately, the only way they find that part out is by getting demolished as our boy curb stomped each of them without mercy. The young king, furious because of their actions, mocks them for having a shitty information network on them. One of the members quickly dashes to find the vice-captain, explaining that Kella Khaldun has arrived in their village out of the blue. Grazel is most pleased and asks if the boy is out to target the lab until he learns that Kella is straight up eviscerating all their guild members with his overwhelming surges of mana. This clown show of a vice-captain sadistically thinks this is the perfect opportunity for him to get what he wants. The arrival of a perfect specimen is a moment to celebrate. Outside, Shrills and the others are truly impressed with their leader's wrath. He's been meaning to beat them black and blue ever since they confronted and attacked him after he left the Demon King's castle. The fact that the same Heaven Guild is running cruel experiments really goes to show how they're beyond saving. The idea of this same guild being hailed as the strongest human guild in this realm upsets our boy. Kella is more than willing to extinguish their roots everywhere he finds. At last, the vice-captain shows his ugly face, thanking the demon child for coming right to them. Our boy doesn't even know this dude until one of Grazel's subordinates introduces the vice-captain by name. Rin and Wood both catch the name, recalling that this person has been around ever since Turk Khaldun's era. He's a lunatic who is willing to go to the extreme limits if it promises him power. It's also the reason he hasn't aged a day in his condition, which kind of reminds me of Orochimaru. The dark elf wonders what's getting Rin so upset, while our boy questions Grazel's ways. Going to extreme limits to capture the young, the vice-captain expresses that he's almost finished with collecting blood patterns of many races, and if he can only obtain enough demon blood, eternal life will be his at last. Grazel takes pride having slaughtered a little demon girl and consuming her blood, even enjoying the memories of her calling out to her mother. His goal is to gather more blood, to become the one true god that rules above all. Kella heard everything and realized that this man is actually fucked in the head, truly lost in his own ambitions. He's a sick psycho that needs to be eliminated, so the young king rockets a straight punch in the bastard's face. The attack connects and destroys this man's ugly face with a single blow, shoving the vice-captain straight into a wall. Next, Kella monstrously eliminates all his subordinates, punching them so hard that they're getting one hit killed. The young king begs his prey not to die so early, as he intends to make this bastard suffer for what he did to these people. For the many lives he's taken without mercy, Grazel comes out of the rubble with some of his teeth missing and a face full of blood. His earlier attitude has shifted, and he now wants to have a talk, but Kella doesn't waste any more time and chucks his whole fist into his face. Then comes a third strike, bashing him from the left, knocking more teeth out, then a fourth strike from the right. The vice captain reflects that he's become so powerful that not even the might of the Demon King could stop him as he is right now. But the fact that this boy is even stronger than his level is unfathomable. Grazel keeps getting hit and turning into a bloodbath without having any opportunity to strike back. The brutal beatdown keeps going. Wood is glad they don't have to intervene. The same vice captain who once made them all tremble in fear, is now laid out flat with his face swollen, his hair butchered, his teeth knocked and his soul shocked. He's a pathetic sight before Kella and his newly found power of the Demon King's crystal, showing that there are levels to this game. The young king looks down at the vice captain, wishing nothing but a descent straight into hell for him. The people in the village weep in joy. At long last, the monstrous human who tortured them all received his punishment. They revere Kella as their lord, the one true descendant of the great Demon King who has come to save them all. Praise and cheer fill the village as they celebrate the hero's arrival. Even the children come rushing to his side. Kella grabs the little one and promises her that it's all going to be okay from now on. None of them have anything left to fear. His gentleness with the children and his compassion for the people moves the villagers, who believe that perhaps there is hope for them all thanks to Lord Kella's intervention. That celebration aside, Shreels just wants her drink, man. She just wants that booze break already. It's time for a proper party after a long day. But what they do not know is that the Tarsika trio has already tracked them down. Seraphine is most intrigued with the kind of mana the young king possesses, but even at his current level, she thinks the Croentus are more than powerful enough to take him down. She signals her comrades that it's time to begin their operation. The villagers offer their heroes a feast to remember. Kella is out here munching food while the two idiot girls are drunk as hell, gulping so much alcohol. Even Wood's totally smashed, acting tough that he'll never get drunk even though he clearly is. Children of the demons come to ask their new king if he's truly their leader. They want to touch his horns, and the kind-hearted young man allows them. Seeing these children reminds Kella of his true purpose, to protect their innocence, to make sure he brings a world in which these children don't suffer at the hands of the vile heavenly guild. One chief of the villager comes about to thank his new lord, asking what they should do now. Kella has no idea what they mean by that, so the old man explains that Drazel is dead, which means the Heaven Guild's main forces will eventually find out and come to hunt them down. In that situation, the whole village will be at risk. This precaution is well placed. Even our boy internalizes that he can't leave these people defenseless, or else they'll suffer an even more tragic fate. One girl amuses the idea of running to different regions. Although the adults can manage such a harsh trip, the children won't be able to. Going over the difficult decision, Kella navigates a solution, stating that there's another way, one that Shreels is most curious to hear about. The young man tells all of the villagers that they must come with their party. He will help secure them a new dungeon, the strongest one on the planet, one where humans could never break through. The demons are shocked by this suggestion, questioning if such a miraculous dungeon is even possible. Lord Kella assures them that he'll materialize such a dungeon with his own might, safeguarding a bright future for these children, one where they won't have to live in fear anymore. The kids are happy that their savior is truly thinking about their lives. Kella promises that he'll never forgive a single soul that dares harms them ever. The chief doesn't know if it's even possible for their lord to journey with them. Our boy assures them that he can, but also promises that the trip will be difficult. Building the dungeon means everyone here will have to join hands and help him on this quest. The people are ready to help him no matter what, ready to face any hardship as long as their leader commands them. With Kella's forces assembled, he declares the construction of the new dungeon, while they all sing his name in praise. Shrills is happy that they're all powerful enough to lead such a huge flock of people. Besides, the dungeon building process is going to require manpower, so it's to their benefit. Rin thinks they've become the hope of the demon kind, but Kella genuinely isn't thinking about labels or goals like that. He sincerely wants to protect the kids, and that's what he cares about. More kids come along to ask the ladies to play with them. They laugh and laugh along with the villagers. Shrills promises to keep an eye on the drunk ladies, once again pretending that he's not drunk at all. Kella leaves him be and tends to a lady who has prepared a bunch of lodgings for their party. Since they're all tired, he's hoping to get some sleep too. By nightfall, their resting haven is the same building in which the guild once operated. The young demon king hopes that things will continue to prosper in the same manner, that if he could build a dungeon, then peace will be secured for life. The night passes and drunk idiots lay wasted on the streets. This is when the Tarsika elite group initiates their plan. Kale has ensured all the villagers are asleep. Even Rin and Srills are too knocked out to care. Luna gave extra caution by dragging them into an illusion magic dream space, forcing them to remain asleep for 2 whole days. She even took care of the dark elf who succumbed to her magic. Seraphine believes they've locked everything down. The only obstacle left to deal with is Kella. Killing him as the goal, while capturing the others, is a priority. Originally, she wanted to capture him alive, but after seeing this guy take down vengeful spirits with his powers, Seraphine believes it's risky to capture him and instead finds it better to go for the kill. They manifest inside his quarters, right when he's dead asleep. Seraphine even announces that she's here to take the young demon king's life, materializing her dark spears for a single kill shot. With his death, the future of Tarsika will receive a great contribution to their cause. The spear is sent full speed, piercing his chest and awakening him in shock. His body shivers as she bids him a nice trip to hell. Our guy is bleeding out from the spear while adjusting to his new reality. In that exact moment, he ends up disappearing in fumes. This is something that Seraphine didn't intend, confirming that this was actually illusion magic. Here's a little plot twist. Shrills knew these fuckers from the very moment they stepped foot in the village. She could sense their odd energy. She even mocks them for being way too obvious with their mana. So the moment the whole celebration started, she casted her illusions to deceive them. As for Wood and Rin, they're also part of her illusions. The Tarsika group has been successfully fooled. Seraphine is genuinely impressed with the quality of Shrill's illusion magic, competent enough that it managed to fool the likes of the Tarsika elite force. But even with this plot twist, the redhead is shocked that they're not even a little bit intimidated by her. She wonders what their goal is. Seraphine takes out her spell books and assures the mage that she accounted for that possibility too, so it doesn't change the outcome they're going for. Her group is ready to rumble. Kale is looking most forward to a proper fight rather than a sneaky assassination attempt. This is when even the 6th Circle mage realizes that she's not dealing with an ordinary threat. These guys are on a completely different level. Shrills can sense that something's wrong with that mana. It's a kind of sensation she can't pin down among the realm of demons, but she's knowledgeable enough to understand that this is the Tarsika group. Seraphine assures the mage that she's not going to answer any questions. All she cares about is satisfying her mission by capturing them as test subjects. Kale mocks the redhead and tells her that she's open to cry if she likes. He'll at least dote on her if she starts doing that. But this badass mage isn't going to go down like that. She plans on beating the answers out of them herself by activating the Room of Abyss. This spell blocks the outer space through the usage of dark magic. Seraphine realizes that she's trying to protect the demons of the outside world. The only reason Shrills is going this far is because Kayla likes children being safe and sound. Kale isn't even afraid of the darkness and finds the whole domain fun to experience. Even Luna reflects that it's quite the complicated spell coming from a 6th Circle mage at best. Right now, Shrills is only trying to figure out the strength of these Tarsika mages to see what level they're on. She disappears directly before their eyes. Kale wants to learn that kind of magic, too. He's an excited little puppy who aspires to learn the mystical ways. Regardless of the mage trying to hide from them, Seraphine scans the environment by tracing her blood using a spell called Sanguine Vestigium. She successfully locates her target and then uses Rubius Asta, the spear spell from earlier, to pierce her, too. Shrills barely manages to evade this crazy fast attack, terrified that they could easily pin her like that despite invisibility. This is a completely new kind of magic. Kale hammers on, excited to join in on the fun, too. He uses some green kind of mana with a speed so fast that his toxin cuts past Shrill's skin and sucks itself inside the wound. This toxin forces her to experience haunting illusions of her father, distracting her all the more. The 6th Circle mage realizes that the toxin is of the extra special variety that has taken over her mind. If she doesn't expel it fast, things will be really bad for her. Activating dark purification, she forces the toxin out and seals the wound, but it's too late for that as Luna unleashes her golden dragon, an energy blast that barely finishes her off. Luckily, the redhead casts a shield right before it hits her. This kind of lethal combo starting with the toxin could have been really bad for her if she didn't purify soon. These three display perfect teamwork skills, and to deal with that, the redhead casts duplicate copies of herself, thanks to the spell called Abyss Divisio. By increasing her numbers, she confuses Kale and Seraphine, who can't catch the scent of blood either. This masterful replication can only be broken past through Luna, who uses her special eyes to look past all the copies. Interestingly, not even Luna can find any differences between the mental wavelengths of each duplicate. Shrills has fooled them masterfully once more. This is a special kind of illusion from the power of the Abyss, causing her to taunt Tarzica for not possessing anything similar. This comment bugs Luna, who calls her nothing more than a test subject. The provocation doesn't affect Seraphine, who assures her teammates that despite any of her forms, they'll all fall thanks to the wide-casting spell Sanguis Eruptio. With one swoop, Shrill's copies fall like flies, leaving behind only one, the real one which they won in the end. At present, the redhead can't process how one attack dealt with all her avatars. The Glasses girl is beyond their league. Now that she's left open, Kale comes swooping in with his toxin webs to commence a capture. If she's caught here, Shrills is going to be in deep trouble. She's done playing the part of info gathering, so she pulls one final move to call for backup. Tarzica didn't anticipate the arrival of her friends. It seems that Rin and the others have come to fight by her side at last. Kale appraises his companion for drawing out the fight for that long. Kale is most excited to face them, while the clever Seraphine praises her enemies for gathering information on their abilities. Shrill taunts the leader and asks if the nerd in glasses anticipated this possibility too. She pretends to act like she did, but her stuttering proves otherwise. Regardless of the outcome, Seraphine assures them that nothing in the world escapes her godlike foresight. This level of overwhelming mana stuns even the newly evolved Kella. The nerd girl is just getting started. She's more than happy to stop playing around with their capture, and commences the operation of bringing them back as corpses. The Cruentus are known for being the strongest task force of Tarzica. Facing them is not a joke, and if Kella's group is being targeted by them, then that spells trouble from every direction. He wishes to face the one with the glasses, adding that they're all dangerous, so caution is advised for his party. Shrills is thrilled to fight the cute-looking mage, knowing that Wood and Rin wouldn't fare very well against her. That leaves Kale to fight the two of them, a physical brawl. First up is our protagonist. Kella is coming in full speed to finish the fight quickly so he can help the others. We get this amazing badass shot of Seraphine casting blood manipulation like she's in the Avatar or something. The blood tendrils clash against Kella's sword. Our boy can see that she's only using blood to fight, while also gauging that combat is where he's best at. Even as confident as she is, Seraphine notes that Kella's mana surpasses her own, but she's the kind of woman who can turn the odds in an instant, promising the young demon king that their gap doesn't even matter. Rubius Maledictum is a scary-looking spell, casting several blood serpents that not only make their way to Kella, but also bite him down. This confirms that Seraphine has a crazy amount of control over her blood manipulation, though our boy fires back his heavy-duty slashes to rip the blood serpents apart. Despite his best attempts, the severed snakes simply rejoin their heads and reform once more, which means they cannot be defeated by mere physical attacks alone. Kella knows that they're adapting and changing their form. On the other hand, Seraphine perfectly highlights that his mana already boasts resistance to many forms of magic. But blood magic is a completely new concept to him, which is why even an endless number of slashes remains pointless. She's proven correct, as now 6 serpents make their way to bite him down, holding Kella into place while one of them aims for his head. This woman is scarily fast in reading her opponent and adapting accordingly, proving her level beyond that of an ordinary mage. The scene cuts to Shrill's side of things, who is spamming her abyssal spears to rain down against the dream girl Luna, who faces no difficulty in defending herself with a bright luminous barrier. That shield may be one thing, but the staff that is being used to cast it is the more concerning part. Shrills can sense some kind of powerful energy dwelling within. Activating Draconis Memoria, Luna sends off a huge monster ready to devour Shrills in one blow. The redhead mage quickly activates several spherical shields to block each of the dragon's attacks, finally deducing that the staff her opponent is wielding must be the source of the draconic energy. It's a concept completely foreign to the kind of magic even she knows, while Luna enjoys herself commanding the energy beast to keep pushing and biting down hard. The giant beast in yellow completely tears apart the shield, breaking past Shrill's defenses and leaving her wide open for an attack. This is an unexpected outcome for the mage, who didn't think that her opponent would go this far. Luna allows her opponent to struggle as much as they like because in the end, it will all prove to be useless. The dragon roars on, seconds away from devouring her. Shrills has absolutely no way out of this, not a single spell to save her life fast enough. The scene cuts to Kale's side, who is going heavy with his toxin blows and overwhelming both Rin and Wood. Even a single hit from this kind of attack means it's game over. The dark elf keeps his distance and follows her words, while Rin fiercely fights back, exchanging blow for blows. Kale thinks she's a weakling with no power behind her strikes. He guides her to use more force by smashing her with a heavy attack of his own. The attack leaves her winded, sending Rin crashing all the way back, aching from the pain. She had to take on the hit directly with her body to prevent her own daggers from melting, but even Wood can see that that attack must have left a mark. Rin gets up, panting to catch her breath, admitting that it hurts like hell. Meanwhile, this crazy asshole is enjoying his sadistic tendencies by inflicting even more pain, sending a meteor strike of his toxins scattered across the sky. Rin is defenseless against such an overwhelming attack, but luckily Wood's Wood, and yes, I just said that, comes around to save her at the last minute. Guardia's taking heavy hits from the toxin. It won't last much longer at this rate, and the Dark Elf knows that. It's only now that they're realizing how powerful and dangerous their opponent truly is. Kale's got the speed, the strength, and the toxicity to make him a lethal combatant. They're at his mercy, while he's only getting started, going even crazier with his onslaught as he moves in to finish his prey. Wood and Rin are cornered, refusing such a dark outcome. Let's go back to our boy. Keela successfully manages to break the Blood Serpent's hold on him with a pressure strike, impressing Seraphine with a mana outburst capable of destroying all her spells at once. Still, she knows that previous attack must have exhausted his mana, which means he can only use it sparingly. As for her, she's got herself an endless supply of Blood Serpents to work with, wearing down on his stamina more and more. Even though Keela hates to admit it, but this nerd girl is actually right. He's out here fighting for his life with his mana rampage ability, but it won't last him long. His goal is to do whatever it takes to stop the casting of unknown magic spells, which means one of the two grimoires she's holding must be destroyed at all costs. Knowing that his current mana won't be enough to achieve what he wants for this fight, he pulls out his one and only trump card, the power of the release mode. Keela manifests a powerful horn to his right side, bursting with unfathomable speeds to target her grimoires. Seraphine is taken aback by the sudden spiking of mana that came over his body, but even with this development, she finds it merely amusing that he was hiding his strength. Even though this outcome was something she planned for, Seraphine casts Perius Carcery, shoving Keela into a blood prison where his speed-based attacks are rendered immobile. Even he didn't expect such a sudden casting. Seraphine shares that it's one of her blood-based abilities that combines both physical force and mana to create a prison. The interesting and scary thing about this cage is that even with the release mode, Keela can't dent this prison at all. Thanks to the nature of this fusion spell, which uses the caster's own blood, Seraphine has made it astoundingly powerful. The more risk she takes in the casting of her own spells, the more powerful they become. And here's the fun part, the cage also grows spikes covered in every bar, making for a hellish prison where Keela can't even try to escape. Seraphine further adds that these thousands of thorns are going to make sure his regenerative abilities are taken care of. After all, if she can continuously dice him to pieces, then he won't simply have the chance to regenerate at all. It's the ultimate death trap for our boy, who knows he's lost even with release mode. Let's see if Rin and Wood are doing any better. Keela is giving them the fight of their lives. Not only do they have to defend against his attacks, but they also have to avoid the toxins scattering from the sky. The sadistic Tarsica mage is dying to see his victim's skin peel off. It excites him, while Rin's face tells you that she's thinking about how psychotic this guy actually is. At her current level, helping Wood is like a lost cause. She can't even protect herself from the toxin properly. They're losing this fight pretty hard and she knows it. The shield's melting and things aren't looking good. Rin takes the initiative and orders the Dark Elf to put the armored state on her like he did to herself. Wood can only do it for a limited amount of time, but that's their best bet, so she's hoping it works. Kale is eager to see them try something new, excited for what they'll do next. The Dark Elf understands that he can only place faith in what Rin is going to do next, so he orders guard to cover her body. We have a badass transformation for Rin, who receives her earthly shield armor latching onto each limb, protecting most of her body. Kale is most thrilled that she pulled that move out of nowhere, and decides to test how fun it's going to be by covering his claws with toxins. My guy's just as scary with his lethal offense, assuring her that her wood armor won't last long against any of his attacks. Rin knows that too. She can tell that this dude's attacks just got way faster than ever before, but at least she has the protection of the wood armor, allowing her to focus on the battle instead of the endless poison rain. With only a few seconds left to spare, this girl locks the fuck in with Ultra Instinct, pouring everything she's got and expiring all her mana supply with one final lunge. She blitzes him so fast that Kale doesn't even process where the hell she disappeared off to, and then he hears a single blade cutting through the air, slicing off his abdomen. When he turns to his side, he notices the giant gash, shocked to see that this girl actually managed to wound him like that. His little joyful attitude quickly turns to annoyance as he tries to keep up with her unfathomable speed. Rin is out here straight up teleporting with her speed strikes, slicing his thigh next, leaving another wound. Chat, I'm not gonna lie, she's looking tough as hell right now. Rin has figured out the secret of the poison rain, the one that Kale's been overwhelming them with. Much to Kale's frustration, she shows him that he's just not powerful enough to continuously cast such a wide area attack like that. Another cut severs his body. The LARPer mage is getting ego checks so much that he performs a mana outburst, releasing all his toxins from his body. Rin is fierce with her strikes, happy to have wiped that annoying smirk off his damn face at last. As for his poison, she's figured out that Kale uses mana drawn from the earth to keep it infinitely cycling, and while hiding that fact, he used it to cast the rain poison. Another few cuts take out his ankles, spurting blood from every direction. Kale's getting humiliated out here. He can't even stand anymore as Rin stops to deal one final blow. The psychotic scumbag is experiencing the same pain he forces upon others, whining about his legs. Now that she's successfully gotten rid of his legs, she's also cut off his absorption of mana supply, and with no mana left, this is the final play, the last move to finish everything. Rin claims her glory by severing Kale's head, taking it right off his body after his humiliating ritual. At that same moment, the armor begins to peel from her skin, but luckily, the Tarsika mage has been dealt with for good. His head's leaking out blood, while Rin looks the most badass she's ever looked. Now that's a female character with aura. If she'd only delayed it even a second, her last attack would have failed to finish him off. The only reason they won they fight is thanks to the Dark Elf's casting. Wood also faints by expending all his energy to keep her intact. Rin's body collapses on itself. She thinks about how her friend did everything to keep her going in that fight. Both of them hit the ground, as Rin eventually loses all control over her body, unable to move even a single muscle, not even a finger. Wood is out here bruised the hell up, knowing that this fight must have hurt his shield badly, scarring it beyond what it could take. He has endless appreciation for his shield as he faints to black. As for Tarsika, Luna suddenly senses the defeat of Kale, obliterating her calm confidence and replacing it with furiousness. The nice girl's gone, letting out a dragon-controlling demon who wants to kill all of them. Remember where Shrills left off? She managed to cast one last shield before getting devoured, still trying to process what kind of magic Luna is using. This isn't elemental magic, but some kind of draconic ability with no counter at all. Having endured so much pain, the redhead refuses to die like a fool to let everything go to waste. Luna's dying suddenly clicks an idea inside her head, taking her back to the same endless pain she endured in the abyss, making her crave death right at the edge. She couldn't even tell if she was alive anymore, or what she was facing was the door to the afterlife. It was the gate that radiated the power of death. Pharrell came and asked her what she was focusing on. Shrills didn't know at all. She could just see a giant gate placed before her eyes, the gate of darkness. The 8th Circle Mage realized at that moment that Shrills had just seen that gate. The redhead couldn't understand what she meant by that. Pharrell shared that at her current level, Shrills couldn't even dream of reaching for that gate, so she advised her to turn back right then. The redhead could see that this gate was an object that even the great teacher admired, and after enduring endless cycles of pain, Shrills finally reached the 6th circle level. Her whole body shifted. She saw that same gate of darkness sinking deeper into the abyss and slowly vanished from her sight, as if something had changed. Recalling those memories, Shrills comprehends that she tried to look away from the dark reality of that gate, but her own curiosity about what was lying on the opposite of the gate of darkness grew to no end. At her current level, there's not a single spell in her arsenal capable of defeating this level of draconic magic. Shrill's shield won't last for long. She knows that in order to defeat this level of power, she must bring out a level of might that is out of this world. Something that goes beyond that gate, even if she's not qualified for it, because if she can merely annihilate this draconic magic, then she'd do anything to open that gate. Her determination to open the gate returns her to the same spatial dimension which holds the gate of darkness. Shrills makes contact with the giant gate, slowly unraveling it with her magic. She demands darkness to expose itself to her, and what she sees is a nightmarish entity, a colossal figure of death looming over her. Seeking the power of death, Shrills gains something truly one of a kind. Even Luna senses this change. As the redhead's eyes fade to white, she manipulates her staff and imbues the unending power of death within it. At this moment, the Grim Reaper himself is her ally. Imagine summoning death to fight against your opponent. That's like a damn cheat code. That same dragon which seemed unstoppable before ends up getting wiped from existence. Luna can't process how the hell anyone could manage to defeat her draconic magic. The dragon girl meets eye to eye with the incarnation of the void. Death knocks at her door, questioning if the naive girl stole the dragon's magic. Luna can't fathom what she's looking at. She's frightened to the core without understanding what she's even faced. She literally tears up just from looking at it, realizing that this power isn't even magic anymore but something that goes beyond it. It reminds her of a conversation she shared once with Seraphine, who told her that the greatest fear in the whole world is facing the unknown, something that can't be understood by any sense. This is the reason humans desperately try to seek out and understand the world as much as they can to eliminate fear. The true reason the Tarsika tried to uncover the dragon's magic was to prepare themselves for an even greater threat. That was actually the main reason behind the Tarsika's formation. At the time, Luna thought little about the fear of the unknown, but now, all she was seeing was pitch-black darkness. A literal god that was looking down at her. Its apathetic, inhuman glare is enough to cause her whole body to shiver in fear. She was facing death, and that fear was so overwhelming that it caused her body to black out and lose consciousness. The fight is over. Shreels returns to harbor her moral form, questioning if she's the one responsible for defeating Luna. At that moment, death looms over the naive child who tried to invoke his power without having any sense or understanding of the principles of darkness. Shreels looks up and questions if she's actually seeing the Grim Reaper right now. Death returns to his door, reminding her that 5 seconds is all she'll get from him. Every time she succumbs deeper into darkness, she can knock on Death's door and invite him again. Only then will she earn his might, the essence of true darkness. Saying as much, the gate of darkness slams shut, fading into the void from which it came. Now that it's gone, the redhead is genuinely at a loss for words. Not knowing what just happened, Death is stimulated that her body just gives out. With a single summoning, all her mana has been wiped out, and despite her best efforts to help Kella, she's out of commission. And that leaves us back to the final battle. Kella is getting severed from the front and back. Every part of him is getting pierced to stop his regeneration. By the way, Seraphine is completely calm even after her comrade's defeat, claiming that all of this is within her expectations. She's taking care of the main threat, Kella. Every other person won't be a problem for her as they're exhausted. This fight is hers to win while our boy is screaming in pain with every hit. The blood prison has marked her death, as Seraphine bids farewell to the son of the great demon king, Kella Kaldun. The young king is fighting for his life, trying to break even a single one of these piercing spikes, but none are helping his case. She assures him that struggling won't help him in this situation. Even if his mana is far stronger, nothing will affect the casting of her blood prison. Kella assures the nerd that she'll find out why he's doing all of this, that this isn't him struggling at all, that he's been dying to smash her annoying face from the moment she came. Seraphine thinks he's completely lost his senses, emphasizes that her blood magic has no weakness. It has no similarities from ordinary magic. Kella's done hearing her yap all the time and materializes an arrow from the cage, aiming at her and releasing the pull at full capacity. Of course, she blocks the hit with mild discomfort, mocking him for trying hopeless attacks. Even though this was within her expectations, what she didn't expect was what came next. Kella roars at his companion to do it now. Remember that little slime friend of his? It quickly wraps itself around her grimoire, stopping Seraphine from using it. She takes a second to process where the heck this thing even came from. The little slime quickly snatches away her grimoire and runs off. This is exactly what Kella wanted. He assures her that he wasn't just struggling, he was just making her think she'd won until she let her guard down. The cool-headed strategist is no more. She can't believe that he went to such limits for a dangerous plan like that. Kella explains that right before their fight, Head planted his slimestone in advance in the veil of darkness, hiding him perfectly. This way, she couldn't detect him at all, and he knows all too well why Seraphine needs 2 grimoires at once. She curses his name, completely losing her cool after being outsmarted like that. The reason for her dual grimoires shows itself when the blood prison begins to loosen up and weaken. Kella is thrilled to see that he's already won, while Seraphine wonders if this man is trying to absorb her own blood prison. Our guy is actually seeking the help of Turk Kaldun's spirit for this plan, who is guiding him how to perform the absorption. The whole concept of it is like using the release mode but in the opposite direction, though Kella fears what will happen if he absorbs the weird blood magic. Turk thinks he's a fool to not take advantage of the power within the blood. It's the best chance to allow his own body to raise its limit to go on par with the Demon King's crystal. It's all thanks to Kella's godlike regeneration as well as the Demon King's power that he's capable of pulling off such a dangerous plan. But now it's time to feast. Our boy smiles in preparation and sucks all the blood magic inside his body, vowing to siphon every single drop. Seraphine is gutted as she loses all the control she had. The same blood magic which she once thought invincible is being absorbed at an alarming rate. Our little Dracula Kella is bleeding her dry, but while he's doing that, Seraphine is somehow able to sense a connection within him. She receives information from her own blood, allowing her to gain a deeper understanding of Kella. First of all, his horns aren't ordinary horns, they're actually draconic horns. But then, the rest of his body is also a cause for concern. It's not made like an ordinary demon's skeletal structure. All of his bones match dragon bones. This gives us the answer that we've been dying to know. Kella isn't a pure-blooded demon because he's a half-breed. This revelation stuns even him, who has no idea what she's talking about. The whole logic behind his godlike regeneration ability is because of the dragon blood's effects. Our boy's face shows his surprise. Bro's been a dragon all this time, and he never knew. Turk takes great offense to this idiot sucking her dry, begging his idiot vessel to stop absorbing her. Kella doesn't get the issue since this is the same dude who wanted them to absorb in the first place. What truly impresses Turk is Seraphine's competence as a mage. He thinks it's better that she lives than dies. Buying into his persuasion, our boy decides to cut off the absorption process, severing her blood ties from her body. She's completely drained and down on her knees. Her body has lost half its blood, so naturally the effects are running their course. At present, she'll barely have any energy left to cast blood magic. This realization haunts her. It's the worst outcome, and for the first time ever, Seraphine experienced a reality that was outside of her expectations. The elite unit of the Tarsika has been outclassed and defeated. Kella stands over here and assures the nerd that he left her alive for a reason. He could have easily killed her, but he's got information to pull out of her before she expires her use. Over to a different side, Lord Hayden's raven returns to him, inquiring about the state of the Croentus. He can't believe that they were all taken out. Not just that, they were defeated in a mere moment, without even being able to give a signal for them to act. The Tarsika members behind him are the most shaken. The best asset of the Tarsika has been wiped clean without any trouble. They want to help and chase after them, but the Archmage argues that it's pointless to go after them. If an elite force like them were defeated like that, then that means going there means challenging death. He knows for a fact that Seraphine and Luna are both okay. That's all the information they need. With the current operation, they can't risk being discovered like this. Instead, Hayden requests backup. More troops are the only way they're going to survive this battle. The Archmage even wishes to watch the situation for them while they're gone. The Tarsika members understand they've got no choice to survive. The idea is to head to the base, come back with proper reinforcements this time. While they're all gone, the Archmage is annoyingly concerned at the might of Kella Kaldun, concerned how powerful the weakling has gotten. With the current rage of growth, things are looking really bad. Hayden wants to catch him before Killian can, but he knows this greed will also be the end of him, as even the current Killian may stand no chance against the current Kella. It's been a while since we visited the Tolkien of White, who are flying using Blue Eyes white dragons, if you get what I mean. Audria is the loudmouth among them, bitching about how she's going to kill Kella with a single swing of her axe, while her teammate begs her to calm down, as the same captain who once despised riding dragons is currently using one's help to fly. This goes to show how serious Killian is taking this mission. Winning at any cost is what he cares about, while Deed makes fun of their beloved captain by pointing out how humiliating it must have been to lose his arm against a weakling like Kella. It begs the question if their captain is now a half-beast with his rude walk-arm attachment. Both his other teammates are pissed off seeing him make such a crude joke. Deed is out here living in his own world with his clown show, promising to go all out and put on a display for everyone. His only desire is to kill Shrill with his own hands. Back to the main himself, Killian is looking majestic while riding the dragon, wishing for Kella and Shrill to wait for him while he's on his way. Let's go back to our gang. By daylight, Kella is interrogating Seraphine and learns that through the connection of blood, she can see information about the other person. It's actually her first time encountering something like this, yet another unexpected outcome that surprised her. With this knowledge, Kella is aware that he's an actual half-blood dragon, which is also the reason why he was always on the good side of dragons and got help from them long ago. That dragon ended up viewing him as one of his own kind, so it spared him. This sparks a new mystery that perhaps Karist, Kella's mother, was a dragon all along. The young king asks a nerd girl if dragons can somehow use their magic to transform into humans too. Seraphine explains that they're the most powerful race when it comes to the usage of magic, but one key concept they can't change is regarding the alteration of their own existence. Only for a temporary period can they change their transformation, but sustaining that level of power indefinitely is impossible for even dragons. In other words, the boy's mother somehow ended up achieving the impossible beyond the capabilities of all dragons. Everyone used to talk about how dragons and demons never meshed well together, but it seems that his father Hal Khaldun somehow managed to fall in love with Karist. The boy also recalls just how much the demons in his own castle despised dragons as a whole, calling them a foolish species who held weakly to the help of humans. The demons made those beasts their enemy, believing they must all be wiped alongside the human race. Of course, it wouldn't be easy to hide Karist's identity from demons for the rest of her life, which means the boy's father must have gone to extreme limits just for her sake. That's true love. Seraphine breaks his flow and asks if he's got more questions for her. She's got a theory of her own, something that he might benefit from if he pays an ear. After a while, she tells him the ridiculous truth. Our boy is extremely offended by what she just said. Seraphine adds her own thoughts that Kella managed to outsmart her with a pattern that she'd never anticipate or predict with her foresight. Even throughout the battle, she managed to decipher the truth that he's a demon woven in the blood of the dragon. Because of that, somehow this crazy bad bitch nerd chick has fallen for him and requests to become his bride. Yep, that's totally the plot twist that probably no one expected. I mean, look at bro's face. He's lost his soul just hearing that. Kella blushes and shouts at her for saying ridiculous things like that out of the blue. Seraphine takes his anger as some kind of sign that he likes her even more, which makes me think she's the president of Dalulo Island. Kella's done with her yapping and snaps off the blood trail. He'd only used it for lie-detecting purposes in the first place. Reminding her of her position, the young king emphasizes that he only wants her as his vassal, which means he expects proper obedience from her at all costs. The idea of obedience somehow turns this crazy chick even more aroused than before, believing that it's only right for her to follow his commands if she is to marry him eventually. Kella's out here having a field day with these unexpected developments. He totally didn't plan for the psycho nerd to fall flat, and this makes him think that she's even more threatening and dangerous than he ever thought before. In order to understand where she gets her crazy from, we come to explore her background. From a young age, Seraphine was hailed as the greatest genius mage in the history of Tarsika's magic society. The kids her age, as well as the seniors, believed in her and followed her, which made her feel responsible to protect them. She had no fear, zero, believing that one day she would triumph over everything and everyone through her magic. One day, she experienced that fear. Its cause was a ferocious dragon who annihilated the Tarsika younglings. That was the day humans came riding at the back of riding dragons, attempting to destroy Tarsika society. All those juniors, seniors, and friends that she treasured so much, all gone, completely wiped out, screaming and shouting, begging her to save them. All she could hear was the chanting of her name attached to the plea of being saved, but she was frozen and helpless. The same genius talent that everyone hailed was useless. She couldn't even do anything and watch them all burn from the dragon's flame. The same dragon magic that the Tarsika had spent many years researching, its true terror in the hands of the humans now seemed apparent. The girl who feared nothing began to succumb to the fear of the unknown, and thus she made her mission that day onwards to discover everything there was to know about dragons. She wanted to make sure that such a day would never come to pass again, that she'd never experience the same level of helplessness again. Tarsika's mission has always been to understand magic of every kind in this world, and thanks to the trauma Seraphine experienced that day, the only way she thought her life would hold any meaning was if she understood every last bit about dragons. Then, finally came the day where she met a demon, one wielding the blood of those dragons. It's the perfect chance for her to prove herself. Seraphine views this young demon as the key to every answer she'd wish to know. In the next scene, we have Luna's clumsy old self confused about where she's being kept. She powers over the sleepy girl, who actually doesn't have any memory of their fight. You see, this redhead is so smart that she used one of her most advanced memory alteration spells to make Luna completely forget about her own identity. Shreels tells this girl that she's actually traveling with them on their journey, and her name is Luna, one that she doesn't even remember. By the way, Seraphine is just fine with this. She's happy for the both of them to move in together with Kella's group. Our boy questions her once more that if she truly wants to become his bride, the nerd baddie assures him that she spoke the truth without any ulterior motives. She obviously can't allow a special being like him be given over to someone else. He's the most promising subject of her life's work. Kella obviously takes this as offense, believing that he's just being seen as a tool. Seraphine cutely corrects him, stating that it's for a different reason too. When he outsmarted her, she could feel her heart racing. It's the first time she's felt the emotion of love. Long story short, this chick is in love with someone who could outwit her like that. Once again, Kella finds her extremely dangerous because of her stupidly unpredictable ways. Bro hasn't even dated a girl in his life, let alone marriage. I'm sure we're all waiting for Rin to chime in because she does. She comes out like a raging chihuahua at Seraphine for trying to claim someone. She reminds the whole group that Seraphine is the same girl who nearly killed them all, so it's best to exterminate them. The Cruentus leader assures them that she's no longer the woman she was before. She's actually Kella's future wife, which obviously makes Rin even more jealous and pissed off. The servant isn't having it and wants her out immediately, refusing to have someone like her around. Seraphine plays it like a chill baddie who assures that their marriage is set in stone. Shreels isn't having it anymore and believes they need to have a formal meeting about this in another room for a minute, so the original squad separates briefly for a talk. Shreels takes charge and tells them that these Tarzaka mages are actual killing machines beyond ordinary mages. Even that fight from last night nearly had all of them killed. Kella agrees with this, as they were dealing with unpredictable types of magic. The only reason they survived is because of his slime fellow. At the same time, the mage argues that if they can add these two to their original party, they'll severely amplify their fighting capacity. Not just that, if Kella does end up marrying the nerd baddie, they'll end up befriending Tarzaka in the long run, allowing for an alliance in a situation where they'll need all the help they can get. Our boy agrees with Shril's input. They'll require the help of all the villagers for now for the construction of the dungeon, and if these two Tarzaka mages help too, it'll be the strongest dungeon ever. The fact that the Tolkien of White is already out for their heads is a cause for concern. They'll need to gather allies like Seraphine and Luna to deal with them in the long run. The best part is that Tarzaka despises humans, especially dragon-wielding ones, so it works out in their favor. Obviously, Rin takes issue with the whole concept of marriage, questioning how someone like Kella who is bound to become the Demon King can choose his bride like that. Shreels poses another brilliant idea. The marriage will actually be a false marriage, inviting the attention of the whole group. They'll use Seraphine to build the most powerful dungeon, allowing Kella to rise to the position of the Demon King in the process. Again, Rin is the most upset about this plan only because she's jealous, but Wood thinks this is indeed the most viable strategy there is. A sham marriage means there's nothing to worry about. The redhead asks Rin for her opinion, questioning if it's okay if it's a sham marriage. Obviously, this girl is fuming from the inside out, even though she's a servant of his. She just can't allow Kella to escape from her grasp. At the same time, she also doesn't have anything to argue against. Rin chooses to agree with the plan, and with heavy tears she comes complaining to her master that she won't allow him to have a child with that nerd bitch. Kella's flustered all the more while consoling her that it won't be like that, and with this agreement, Shreels thinks the decision now rests truly on our boy himself. The young king knows this idea is tough, but he has to do whatever he can to protect everyone, even if it means going along with this marriage. A fake marriage will help their cause and better their chances, so Kella goes full forward motion with the idea. In that same building, they come out to reunite with Seraphine. A simple engagement ceremony is planned to be held. Eventually a place to settle will be decided, as well as a proper wedding. She's shocked that he decided so quickly, even teasing him for falling for her at first sight. Kella obviously tries to deny this, but she continues to frizz him the heck up with more and more flirtatious comments. It's getting to his head because my guy has never dated in his life, and now he's being forced to marry a demon. Literally minutes after this scene outside the same building, they're out here having a proper engagement ceremony in front of the villagers. All of them are ecstatic to witness his betrothal. Our dude's hair looks kinda worse than before if I'm gonna be honest. The good thing is that none of these villagers managed to see Kella's fight against Seraphine. Speaking of her, goddamn she's out here looking like an absolute unit in that wedding dress. She even has the cockiness to boast that she looks great. Kella blushes pink, secretly acknowledging how gorgeous she looks. She can sense his blood getting all warm, which is confirmation that even showing a little bit of her skin has him in a chokehold. Meanwhile our boy is just baffled why this crazy chick still has that spell on him. The thing is, her blood is forever part of her now, which is pretty romantic. Thanks to the absorption, she can now sense his blood without even using magic anymore. Kella's getting even more flustered. He didn't expect things to play out this way at all. They've old chief helps with the proceeding of the betrothal. Rin is literally about to end this planet from where she stands. It's like the worst situation ever. Her furious love for Kella makes her want to have him all to herself, as opposed to this woman who just dashed up out of nowhere and ruined everything. Shreels emphasizes that her master isn't capable of backing out from something like this. It's truly necessary to their cause. Inevitably, Rin is forced to accept it, but she'll never understand. In her heart there's a deep hatred running for Seraphine. She'll just never accept her among them. Anyway, the engagement officially concludes with Lord Kella and Lady Seraphine betrothed to each other. She even goes heavy with the romance of them being one now. Even at this moment, Kella has no clue if he made the right call, while the genius mage is out for her own goals to liberate herself from the concept of true fear, to study dragons deeper. We get a time skip sequence of 4 days after the unexpected engagement. All of the villagers have packed their stuff to leave with the party. Kella leads 200 of them, a journey that he severely underestimated when it came to difficulty and management. 150 adults and 50 children are hard to manage, especially when food runs low. The kids were given priority, while the adults simply accepted the situation without worry. Among both demons and humans, children were always given top priority. 2 more days of travel later, Wood's clairvoyant ability began to evolve. He could now track the presence of life forms to some extent, and not just the energy of the earth. Thanks to that, they could easily find the best location for their dungeon creation ventures. This is all possible thanks to the sacrifice of the one dragon who surrendered the clairvoyant stone to them, and without a doubt, Kella strongly believes that the dragon sensed some kind of draconic connection between the two of them. He really wishes to see the same beast again. Anyway, Wood alerts him about a strong man afloat some 20 kilometers west of them. When asked for specifics, Wood explains that he can tell they're the sleeping earth spirits, which means they should be able to build a dungeon in sync with their nature over there. Even Shreels believes this is a brilliant idea for defense, while Seraphine adds her own 2 cents, questioning the kind of synergy that will arise when earth spirits and half-blood dragon beings combine their strength. Kella continuously notices that his fiancée is still out to dissect his bloodline, and nothing more than that. By the way, that persists as an issue for him at night. For example, in their bedroom hours, Kella is the one being an intimidated puppy, while Seraphine soothes him and asks him to come closer. She's out here being the horniest demon imaginable, seducing him to have a child with her as soon as possible for their future. Those big jugs are a kind of spell that will work on any mage, and Kella's fighting his hardest to resist. He thinks it's way too soon for them to rush into things so quickly. They're still strangers with lots of steps to cover. But nope, this baddie needs that demon stick. She's already peeling off his shirt to eliminate those steps. Seraphine puckers her lips for a kiss. Kella's first kiss is genuinely killing him right now. Bro's so intimidated that he runs the heck away for a bathroom break, refusing a 5-star meal. While he's rushing outside, Bro finds Rin, who was awake late at night, spying on his ass, reminding him that this is supposed to be a fake wedding, not a real one. This means she saw everything. The servant doesn't want her master to even kiss that Tarzaka woman. Annoyed even more, Kella begs her to get off her back and go to sleep, but this vigilant servant refuses to rest when his safety is at risk. Our boy gets assertive with her stubbornness, ordering her to take care of her own health firsthand. Every single night, this annoying routine repeated. Kella had to escape from both women, until one day he decided to find a new bed. A tiny little box where no one could bother him, the best way to hide. That's until Seraphine, a woman on a baby-trapping mission, comes to find him. She refuses to let him sleep alone, even jumping right in with her crampy space to sleep alongside him. Kella thinks it's way too close for them, but she thinks it's just fine. They're an engaged couple after all. This much distance is normal. The poor guy is trying to dodge her, while she's out here smelling like seductive cotton candy. He even likens her scent, and having her sleep on top of him like this puts him at ease. The reality is, Kella knows he could actually fall for her scent and beauty, which is why he's trying to stop himself from catching feelings. Even while asleep, she murmurs that she's all his until the end. The young king smiles at her efforts, and eventually calms down to get some sleep. The moment Bro drifts off, Turk comes around like the horny devil and calls him a clown. Just when our boy thought he'd get some rest, the devil inside of him has come to haunt him some more. Turk literally cannot understand why this idiot is pushing Seraphine away when he's got the perfect wife to use and ensure the future of his bloodline. Kella doesn't get the deal here, while the Demon King declares to the boy that this is supposed to be his fate. Kella isn't exactly buying into this whole propagation of bloodline excuse. He just did the marriage for fake purposes, and it's not like Turk had any goals of keeping her alive initially while they were absorbing her blood either. The Great Demon King explains that the situation was different back then. At present, she's the best mate for his bloodline. The idea of marrying her and having a child is perfect for their race. Kella fires back, questioning if this is the sole purpose of why this bastard even asked her to keep her alive in the first place. This question bums the Demon King quite a bit for a moment. He teases the brat for acting like he's that smart, but our boy is suspicious of his silence just now. Anyway, Turk's advice is simple. Seraphine is on a whole different playing field, stronger than Kella believes, with an immense potential that is still yet to touch its ceiling. The best part about all of this is that this girl, out of all of them, is the most serious about him, which our boy doesn't understand. Turk explains that the Demon King must always have a wife who is worthy enough to stand next to him, but finding such a powerful mate isn't a walk in the park. Seraphine coming to his life is a work of fate itself. It's literally the best chance for Kella to get what he wants if he can simply open his heart. Her feelings are legit, even our boy knows that, and he can tell from her blood that it's all real. Turk questions what kind of dilemma he's facing if everything isn't a green signal. Kella explains that while he knows that Seraphine would be the ideal mate for him, he's got conflicts of his own. Turk finds it unbelievably odd that this idiot is hesitating just because of that other girl who also has feelings for him. Our boy admits that he's not heartless, and it genuinely bothers him, inviting even more frustration and ridicule from the great Demon King. Turk thinks the idiot should stop messing around and take Seraphine seriously as his wife, just so that he can continue his destiny as the great Demon King. Kella's face shows that he's not exactly convinced by this idea, though the next time he lays his eyes open, what he's left to ask is if it really has to be done with Seraphine. The following day, the whole party comes to a resting period. Endless travel has tired them all, especially the kids. All this time, our guy hasn't slept a wink because of what's happening each night. His personal exhaustion is dangerous for the whole group. One child comes to curiously ask her lord how long they have to keep walking. Kella inspires hope that it's just a little while left and then they'll have a new home. The kids are just hoping for a world in which villains like the Heaven Guild don't reach them. Their innocent plea reaches out to Kella, who soothes and assures all children that he'll keep them safe. Hearing that, the child runs off thanking her lord, leaving a smile on his face. The resting period continues with Shrills calling for a review of combat skills for the group. Every moment they had spared themselves, she trained the demons with basic combative abilities so they could protect themselves. The demons with strong mana learned this level of magic, while those who boasted powerful bodies were taught by Wood and Rin combined. The Dark Elf made some new weapons for them using Guardi's powers, making them much more powerful than ordinary swords. Rin, on the other hand, taught them where to attack, inspiring the demons to always target the vitals of their opponent and to try and predict where their opponent would go next. Day by day, the warriors learned from their teacher, while the mages learned from their master. Kella could see the light of hope glittering back into their eyes. He has allowed them the chance to become truly confident in their own abilities. All of this he's doing for the sake of these children's futures. Cutting away from this cute scene, we return to the headquarters of the Heaven Guild, where an important meeting is being held between the allied guildmasters. Guildmaster Barak hails from the Steel Oath Guild, looking strangely similar to Uncle Iroh from the Avatar. He's shocked that Drazzle was defeated, while Guildmaster Rappa understands that this is enough of a reason to call all of them together. The Windtracker Guild's leader Artemis is happy to conduct all the assassination and tracking missions for them, while the Sage's Tower Guild leader, Alchemist, refuses to let the Demon King's bloodline continue through Kella. The supreme leader of the Heaven Guild adds that Kella Kaldan's strength has grown to a monstrous level. Drazzle Sone's defeat confirms that he could wipe out any one of them. This mission isn't even about a subjugation mission anymore, but rather the survival of the guilds themselves. From the intel they received, they know the young Demon King's party is navigating past a certain region. They even know he's got a large group of demons accompanying him with the goal of dungeon construction, pissing off Uncle Iroh, who thinks they're trying to build a secure base. The goal of the allied guilds is to ensure that never happens, so they must eliminate all of these demons before the dungeon construction even occurs. Artemis follows that they must start immediately. The old chief warns them to remain extremely cautious, or else they'll all be met with Drazzle's fate. A proper order to subjugate Kella and the rest of the demons is given for the survival and glory of humankind. Back to our heroes. For more days pass of constant travel, with only one day left, the demons have become considerably stronger each day. Luna is also getting used to their group. Though things are going perfect, there's a kind of unease that Kella, even if there's nothing wrong, what he doesn't know is that someone is secretly watching him. The obsessive stalker who tailed him down in the City of Knowledge too. Meanwhile, Shrills and Luna are having a discussion about her special draconic staff. The Sixth Circle Mage doesn't have any clue how a dragon's mana is stored inside this thing. Luna explains that dragons typically carry mana condensed in each cell, so even after death, that mana remains inside their bones, which means keeping the corpse fresh could allow anyone to extract most of the mana from a dragon. Shreels was unaware of such an interesting concept and asks for more information, and while these two nerds are nerding out, Rin comes over to Seraphine to offer food. The young lady questions if this servant is trying to weaken her with more food, causing Rin to crash out. Though she doesn't acknowledge Seraphine fully, she can admit that this woman is actually Kella's fiancée, which means she is to tend to her health in the process. In fact, Rin personally took some of her own food to give it to her, stating that she's doing it all for her master's sake. By the way, Seraphine clocks her immediately for being in love with her master, and thus also being jealous. Rin, provoked, turns around to question her words as if she spoke a great lie. However, Seraphine isn't about to give her the goody two-shoes consoling speech either. This woman straight up tells her to stop her crush. Not only is she far stronger, she's also got a bottomless potential and backing from the Tarsika that Rin can't even compare to. Compared to a useless attendant, Seraphine argues that she'll be far more dependable in every manner. Her cruel words aggravate Rin, but she can't say anything back. Seraphine assures the servant that she doesn't have to torture herself with this jealousy, as she'll soon find someone who can come to her own level. The reality is, every word she just said is correct. Rin even acknowledges it in her heart. She's not just on the same level as those two. Seraphine fits his ambitions perfectly. Speaking of the main man, Kella comes along to see if they're getting along well. His fiancée tries to humiliate Rin right in front of him by asking the young demon king if he could ever fall in love with a mere attendant of all people. This is a question so bold that Rin can tell that she's trying to attack her head-on, and fearing the worst possible answer, the servant stones her heart. To her shock, Kella fires back stating that if it's a servant like Rin, then of course anyone could fall in love with them. This answer not only pisses off Seraphine, backfiring her whole humiliating act, but also flusters Rin at the same time. Kella continues that sure, Rin isn't his attendant anymore but a proper friend, but even then, someone's rank doesn't mean one should stop from loving them. The mere idea that he said it himself, Rin's heart is racing fast, while Seraphine is genuinely baffled by the idea that he might actually like his attendant. The conversation is interrupted by Shrills and Wood coming to the scene for an emergency. The Dark Elf has detected a huge flock of people approaching them. Their number is close to 600 with several different types of energies detected. Those people are destined to reach them within 3 days. Seraphine chalks down the possibilities. She believes it's neither the Tolkien of White nor the Tarsika, and with the suggestion of many energies, it's most probable for the human allied guilds to attack. Kella is almost caught off guard that they're being tracked down like this, while Rin is at complete loss, not knowing what they should even be doing. It's going to be hard to protect the whole group and fight at the same time against such an army. Our boy declares that their best chance is to reach their destination and start with the defensive position as soon as possible. Rude claims that they'll reach by tomorrow evening, but our boy can't have that. They're going to need to be there by today's evening or by dawn at most. Shrills questions if that's truly a wise idea, since all of them are exhausted from endless travel. Despite how difficult it may seem, our boy thinks this is the only way. They just can't risk stopping. He quickly gets up on top of a boulder to give an important speech explaining the pursuit of the human allied guilds. This draws panic among the demons, who have no idea how they got spotted in the first place. However, Kella begs them not to panic, assuring that they'll build their own defensive position and face the allied guild in 2 days. From here on out, moving at the fastest speeds is advised. Those with strength abilities are advised to carry children and run together. It's a battle of life and death from now on. Kella roars that they must trust and follow his word in order to survive. The demons hail in unison, ready to follow their leader. Shrills takes notice of how this is reminiscent of a proper demon king's declaration. She can sense a level of dignity and confidence from him that wasn't there before. As for the human allied guilds, they're out here storming on their horses at max speed to reach the demons before they could make a proper stronghold. The goal is to wipe them all out as quickly as possible. As for the demons, by evening, they're genuinely fatigued, with nothing left to give anymore. The collapse was expected. The only way out could be teleportation magic, but Kella thinks it's far too dangerous to do that when they've already got limited mana to work with until the fight. The situation is really cutting it close, so Kella goes for the practical approach and tells everyone to gather together every single piece of clothing or tent canvas they've got. After gathering the materials, he asks them to put all the collapsed children on top of that piece of cloth. Kella himself struggles for every breath as he walks every step. Rin fears that he's straining himself too hard, but he thinks it's possible as long as nobody is left behind. It's clear that he's struggling too much. The weight is heavy, there's too many people on there, but this is the only way. As the leader, He knows that the very lives of these children depend on him and his own actions. That's why he must persist. Every step is a step closer to his destination, and with this he raises the morale of his own people who continue to race ahead. Shreels is baffled by how much he's willing to go just for the sake of his own cause. The fact that the Demon King truly exerting himself the most is the only reason these people are believing him. He's the hope that makes everyone else believe in a better future for the demons. Many hours of struggle later, that same night, they arrived at their destination. Kella is glad that they barely managed to make it in time. Shreels can sense an immense force emanating from the earth, a level of spiritual energy that flows from out of the mountain. It's like the whole place is alive. One more detail that our boy notices underground is this kind of weird energy that he can't make sense of. Wood doesn't get it either. It's like he can't sense something like that, but only Kella can. A massive amount of energy that is overwhelming him. The Sixth Circle Mage is glad that they chose a wise location to build the strongest dungeon. Kella ushers everyone to recover their stamina in the meantime. The main party is going up ahead to inspect the situation inside the cave. From the looks of things, the place looks far wider than they all imagined, which is perfect for a dungeon. Even the ventilation system is all good. Wood can sense several different paths connecting to one spot. Seraphine is confused, not knowing how such a perfectly formed cave could exist like this. Shreels has the same concern, as these are the most ideal conditions anyone could ask for. Suddenly they're alerted by a bunch of green, vicious eyes glaring at them from the dark. Seraphine senses familiar energy. Lo and behold, a pair of two giant dragons and their children is revealed to us. No wonder the conditions are so perfect. It's because the cave is a dragon's nest. Both those beasts are showing an immense amount of hostility towards them. The level of terror they exude is enough to leave both Tarsika mages frozen on their feet. Kella is shocked that there are beasts out there capable of scaring the Tarsika to death. The red one calmly gathers fire energy and shoots a column of flame directly at them. Fatigued in his condition, the young Demon King quickly activates release mode while Shreels casts Abyssal Shield. Guardy joins in with its own defenses. It's a double-layer shield maneuver that blocks one dragon's giant blast. Seraphine can tell from an instant that this dragon is not an ordinary kind for having such a powerful breath. Kella knows they've got no time to spare fighting dragons. They must ensure the creation of the dungeon as fast as possible. However, they're losing out on their odds. Shreels is genuinely struggling. Her defense magic can't hold out for too long. In the heat of the moment, Seraphine murmurs a magic chant. The dragon cuts her signal off when she tries to communicate with it. This confirms that the beast is out for blood, not having any intentions for a negotiation. Kella is terrified that not even the Tarsika are capable of connecting with the creature, which leaves him a strugglesome choice to make one last gamble. He tells both Wood and Shreels to hold on for a moment longer, and in that instance, Kella activates Vassal, something that resonates with one of the younglings of the dragons. He matches sight with the baby, before connecting to the beast in his own mind. In this dimension, the dragon youngling is confused where it has been brought. Our boy is just glad he can safely communicate with this thing now that he can understand his words. His only shot is the vassal bond thanks to his half-dragon lineage. Anyway, the youngling begins to weep in fear of his parents abandoning him, but Kella assures the little one that everything's gonna be okay. He's not here to harm the little one, only invite him to talk. The little one is afraid, but Kella quickly reveals that he's got dragon blood in him too. They're actually similar. The little one points out that he looks like a demon. Kella explains that he's half-dragon still. That's the reason they can talk. After smelling him, the youngling is assured that the demon isn't lying. Kella claims that he doesn't have any desire of harming their family. It's just that they're also being hunted right now and want to build a home. Obviously, the little one isn't just gonna accept. It actually straight up tells Kella to go somewhere else to build a base instead of knocking on their door. Desperate, our boy shares that they've got no other option. They're hunted by dangerous humans who are planning to capture them, and if that happens, the dragons will be hunted too. The youngling is afraid of humans, as dragons don't interact with other races. Even its parents warn the youngling to stay away from both races. Kella assures the little dude that they're right, but he's different. He's got his own responsibilities and people to look out for. As long as they can let us stay here together, he promises to protect even the dragons from both humans and demons. Swearing upon his name, Kella invokes that he will carry out this promise as a person who wields the bloodline of the great Demon King. He begs for the little guy to just take his word. This is the only outcome in which they fix things. But even that looks unconvincing to our boy, who is afraid that these dragons won't understand. The youngling accepts what he's trying to say, admittedly feeling his warmth. Kella gets excited as the little guy hastens to tell his parents about what he said. At the same time, he's got one condition of his own, one that puts Kella on edge. The youngling promises to try, and soon after their conversation, he goes up to his parents to snag their attention. The big beast notices the outcry of the little one and genuinely stops blasting the fire breath, surprising the rest of the group. Seraphine can tell the little dragon was involved, while Shrills is the only person smart enough to tell that Kella did something. He asks the small dragon through his vassal ability. The giant beast demands proof from the demons. Kella can finally understand their language, just like he wanted. This allows for proper communication. He grabs his horn and shatters it from his head, vowing to show them proof of their connected bloodlines. The beast sniffs the horn. Kella explains that it's made from the same kind of dragon bones they have, confirming that his body is indeed half of a dragon's. The mother dragon is astonished to find a unique combination of both demon and dragon. This is the stuff of legends to them. While our boy is hoping to God this approach works, despite hesitation, the giant dragon accepts his case, but promises to kill them if they threaten their children. Kella's happy that they bought in, assuring that he'll never allow that to happen. The dragons politely leave the location for them to use in the meantime. Our boy watches the youngling who made all of this possible and waves at him goodbye. Shrills and Rin are both amazed by their leader's incredible way of resolving the situation. Seraphine even adds that he didn't need to use magic for his cause, while Luna is confused how he knows Draconic language. There's too many questions and our boy can only focus on dungeon creation for now. Turk comes to annoy him too, glad to see that the child is correctly using his powers for once. Dragon communication will help the demonic bloodline. Kella demands this dude to stay quiet for once. It's finally time to start the construction of the dungeon, thank God, because I was beginning to think only my kids would end up reading about it. Kella's most powerful ability is his dungeon creation skill. He aspires to build the most powerful dungeon there is, but he doesn't nearly have the time to design it well. That's why Kella thinks about using the abyssal dimension where he met Turk for his cause. In this area, he can go through his design and finish it. The whole thing brings back memories of his time as a human in the real world. Bro spent ages on map designs. That was his passion. In the setting, map creation took top priority, and Kang Chi-woo enjoyed that the most out of all. His buddy wanted our boy to teach him the fancy ways of dungeon perfection. The whole idea behind it for Kang Chi-woo is to make something like a real world, not just as a game. After spending hours, Kella successfully charts out the map for his dungeon creation, and while he's got a short amount of time to execute on his vision, he is extremely confident in what he's got to do next. The following day, he distributes the map to his fellows, and explains to everyone that they must complete this project within 2 days. Magic will be used to its limit. Shrills is the only person weirded out by how different this design philosophy is compared to his older designs. Our boy explains that they have to account for both the allied guilds and the Tolkien of White. Even the Tarsika might come for them. That's why he isn't aiming for an ordinary dungeon, but the strongest of them all. Seraphine notices how the whole foundation is divided to account for traps for both humans and demons. With so much stuff to cover, she's not confident they'll be able to complete it in 2 days. Unfortunately, this is the only way to ensure victory. The first floor entrance is a proper physical trap zone. Rin will take the demons with physical talents to hold the line on that. The defense line will slow their enemies considerably, and by following this design logic, they can shave off numbers of their enemies fast. The attendant accepts her assignment, while Kella assigns the second magic zone to Shrills, who thinks she might be going far too early on the scene. But that's exactly what Kella wants. He wants the humans to have the illusion that the deeper levels of the dungeon are even more dangerous than the last. This will allow the demons to counter them swiftly, wiping out most of the mage-focused warriors with traps and spells. The redhead likes the thought behind that plan. Kella ushers Wood for the next zone, which will be the nature magic zone. The dark elf will build an earthen maze to make sure no one can escape. Wood is chill with the idea, and fully intent on carrying his role. Finally, there's Seraphine, who is to fill the zone with Tarzika blood magic, making sure no race can decode it. She'll be the last line of defense. Seraphine even gets up close and personal with her soon-to-be husband, eager for their honeymoon afterwards. The last zone will be covered by Kella and Luna, who are going to be desperate measures. Seraphine is so jealous that she suspects her fiancé's intentions with Luna, even when Bro has been clear about his plans from day one. The Tarzika mage then turns to her comrade and threatens to kill Luna if she so much as even lays a single finger on her fiancé. With things planned out, Kella asks Stone to register the demons as part of his dungeon troops so that he can check stats of his forces whenever needed. Everything is discussed. Kella gives one final speech about protecting the children no matter what. They'll work hard to ensure the future of their race. And just like him, they're out here blazing to work as hard as possible for that future to become real. Having him appear so confident in front of his men makes Lady Seraphine blush even harder. The same man who is half-blood dragon can easily communicate with dragons and even has a dungeon designing ability. He's the whole package. Everything about him seems so perfect, but at the same time, she's feeling some kind of disruption in her heart, as if she's missing a piece of the puzzle. The construction of the dungeon started off on a completely different level than anything that had ever been made before. Every zone had its own manager to work with, and with the help of the demons, the process began with boulders being placed around. This was the first zone, where Rin was in charge and helped guide the process. She knew she just couldn't disappoint her master, ensuring the first defensive line is so perfect that it never gets cut past. Then we have Shrills, who is literally out here pulling a domain expansion as her spell name. Her dark magic has filled the arena. Every person who enters this zone will be inflicted with illusion magic and have their minds crushed. Also, it acts as a filter so the demons on their side don't get affected. The men are expected to hide until their enemies step in. Shrills refuses to allow anyone to get past her, promising a full-on annihilation. Next up is Wood, who is out here being Hashirama Senju with his earth magic, crafting an endless mage that shifts its patterns. There's no answer, as every time their enemies decipher it, the pattern will change again. As for their friends, the maze will show a direct way out. Next up is the Blood Queen herself, casting Sanguis Dominion. Anyone who has to get past her must be at least of the 7th circle level with the might to neutralize her blood magic. If they can't do that, they'll spit out all their own blood, making it the most lethal zone so far. Her own zone members are terrified of her. Seraphine makes it even scarier by revealing that she's placed the blood of bloodstains on all of them, which may seem like a scary thing at first, but the curse allows them to be put under her control, which means she'll help boost their chances of survival by at least 10,000%. This revelation puts all of them at ease. Seraphine can't allow for any hesitation to be their undoing, but despite all her help, she also emphasizes that they shouldn't get too carried away on surviving. War means any one of them could be sacrificed, again putting the demons at unease. Ultimately, these demons accept the reality that they were always going to face the Heaven Guild, so the concept of death no longer intimidates them. Seraphine likes this attitude as they all agree to lay down their lives for the sake of their children. She likes spirit in their resolve, and promises to make the best of each of their lives. Funnily enough, they still want her to be gentle with their bodies while she's using them. There are a few of them, like Kella and Luna, who are trying to set up something through the flow of mana. The young king wants her help so they can synergize all the magic on each floor, boosting each level. She executes on his command, and with this, the dungeon design reaches 40% completion. Kella harbors a magical sphere in his hand. This process is called the creation of the dungeon's core, which he further imbues inside the magic circle. The core channels incredible magical energy. It's an ability only known to the bloodline of the Demon King, the core for a base. This same core sends out infinite mana to each part of the dungeon, further enhancing its defenses, making the whole dungeon feel like one living and breathing organism. The core settles in perfectly in its position. Kella wonders if this much is finally going to be enough. Making one of the brat, Turk laughs in his face, calling it a peanut-sized core for a kid, while the poor guy is out here getting embarrassed because he did his best. The second night of the dungeon construction ventures, every single person on the team has crashed 0 on their stamina meter. Hood pretends that he's okay, but Bro's secretly the first person destined to die among them. Kella explains that they're at 70% completion rate for the dungeon, but the problem is the final 30%, which requires delicate and complex touches. He doesn't want any of them to rest too much, recommending eating and sleeping for 3 hours before another round of work. At the same time, the Heaven Guild allied camps are stopping closer and closer to their goals. Their leader has noticed that the demons have stopped moving, and because of that, they're destined to collide with them by tomorrow's evening. A place like the mountains seems like the ideal location for defense, but these guys are pretty confident in their own armies and think that their forces will triumph against any level of defense. One more time, the Heavens Guild leader warns them that taking them lightly won't do them any good. Kella is still the same boy who defeated Driesel, and they've received intel that the Tarsika also joined hands with them somehow. The mention of the Tarsika surprises each guild leader, who accepts the Tarsika's alliance with the demons as a natural cause. Uncle Iroh, who is constantly pissed off, finds another reason to be pissed off because the Tarsika are known to never join hands. The Heaven Guild's leader believes that they have the perfect opportunity to not only deal with the demons, but also hunt down the Tarsika forces, too. He fully intends on shoving Kella's head on a pike with the bones of the Tarsica mages. Then they'll offer it to their glorious emperor. I'm not gonna lie, the humans of this story are way scarier than even the demons sometimes. Back to our boy, Kella faces his nightly scares. Bro's packed up and can't move away from Seraphine's embrace. He's having a lot of trouble trying to rest for the upcoming day already. Surprisingly, his fiancée is also awake, unable to sleep at all. Kella looks at her while Seraphine stares back, sharing that neither one of them will know what'll happen tomorrow, so she's got something to say to him just in case. Our boy gets up anxiously, while she begins sharing how the world views the image of the Tarsica, a group that is utterly cruel, willing to go to any limits. Kella's got no clue why she's sharing that, while Seraphine explains that a deep dive into Tarsica society's history demonstrates how they've endured endless invasions and massacres at the hands of all three races, the humans, demons, and dragons. This is a fact unknown to him. Anyway, the Tarsica mages are born seekers of knowledge. Humans love their wealth and honor, but these Tarsica mages only care about the single most pursuit of knowledge. Thanks to their own nature, they explored so many realms that humans and demons could never even fathom even if they tried. They even managed to obtain powerful magic as a consequence of their pursuit of knowledge. The same pursuit of knowledge eventually grew into a proper weapon of power. That's how the other races began to fear the Tarsica society's advancements and viewed them as their enemies. They did everything they could to stop the society from growing stronger, specifically by culling their population slowly. Kella's alarmed tenfold after hearing this heartfelt tale. Seraphine shares that the castle of the Tarsica is even called the Castle of Pure White, built from the sole foundation of the bones of the fallen Tarsicans that were once massacred. It boasts a pure white color for a reason. Kella is further horrified, while his fiancée adds that they could have easily made many more castles from the same bones of the ones who didn't even have a corpse while they were vaporized. All of this paints a perfect picture as to why she's obsessed with obtaining draconic magic. Seraphine confirms this, that all the Tarsicans have become cowards because of countless invasions. They appear really strong from the outer surface, but that's just them pretending to not figure out how fearful they truly are. In fact, right now she's shivering in her position, comforting herself from the inevitable arrival of the humans. She fears that eventually, Luna and her own corpse will be used as materials for the Castle of Pure White. This story of hers humanizes her a lot. Kella tells Seraphine that she's got no reason to be afraid, because he's got no intentions of forgiving the bastard humans who dared to slaughter children without any remorse. The dungeon that they all built together isn't just his. Kella vows to protect Seraphine as well as everyone here with his life. Hearing those soothing words, she lunges towards him and connects her lips against his, marking their first and unexpected kiss. Kella blushes tomato red. Dude wasn't expecting anything like this. Seraphine parts her mouth and thanks him one more time. Although this man is just way out of it to process anything right now, he escapes from her staying. He's got preparations to handle, leaving her a bit concerned. By the way, their little stalker is still spying on them, and this time they've got full-blown intentions of killing Seraphine no matter what. The next day hits them and final preparations have to be made. There wasn't much time to check the completion level for each area. At best, Kella had to trust the work that everyone had put in, hoping it'd work out well. Rin's all done with the final trap installation. Her zone is wrapped up. Even the man-eating plants and woods maze zone are finished. Seraphine's approaching her final stage, and wants the others to entrust their bodies too. Shrill's got her illusion magic at the highest degree, which means only the arrival of humans is left. At the heart of the dungeon, Kella remains fortifying the dungeon system link. Each connection results in a brilliant success, distributing a proper flow of mana throughout the whole dungeon. Finally, Kella's long-awaited battle to face the allied guild's humans is here. The ultimate defensive dungeon has been built. By evening, the human forces march in the direction of the mountains, and viewing them from up top, Kella's party awaits their arrival. Just like they expected, they're here. Shrill's questions if they can truly win at all, but our boy is pretty confident in having overcome death many times before. They made a dungeon in a span of 2 days, when it should have been physically impossible otherwise. All that's left now is to rely on each other and pull off this mission. The human guilds have several flags raised, calling out their war against the man who massacred the second force of the Heaven Guild. The leader roars that they shall take the young demon king's head and raise their standing, commencing a full-on battle charge. The horses gallop with full speed. Everything from here on out, Kella wants his forces to wait for his signal. Shrills can't tell what he's about to do, and shocking everyone, this man literally leaps off from the top to go and personally meet the humans at the bottom. None of his friends got a clue as to what this is doing, while he prepared release mode charging his weapon. The human guilds are terrified at the arrival of their main enemy and want to attack him at once. Our boy taps into the full might of release mode and unleashes an attack so powerful that it lands like a nuke on the battlefield. Rin fears the worst while Shrills can't fathom this idiot's recklessness. She wants to follow his orders and prepares the troops to wait for their leader's instructions. No matter what happens from here on, all important zone members are to take their positions and defend strongly. As for Kella, he stands between the human forces as the champion of the demons, vowing to protect them all no matter what happens. On April 14th of the year 700526, the fight against Kella and his dungeon began, historically later described as the Day of Mutual Destruction. Some of the events concluded the way people expected, but some were completely out of what they could have anticipated. Kella Kaldun marches on with the power of the Great Demon King, showing the world a threat unlike anything it has seen before.